Mayhem and Magic. R.I.P. Magic Academy. Paranormal and Supernatural Prison Series. Book 3. By E. Hall. Mayhem and Magic. Copyright 2020 E. Hall. Audiobook copyright 2022 E. Hall. All rights reserved. March. Chapter 1. I'm feeling a little stir-crazy, I say to Yassi, my best friend, nymph, and bearer of a slice of pie that she snuck from the dining hall. Like stirring up the cauldron and making a potion? She asks. I take a bite of the banana cream pie. Is that a witch joke? She laughs. Stir-crazy like I'd like to break out of this reform school and have a normal day. Describe a normal day. I take it nymphs and non-magicals have a very different idea of what that's like. I think about this. The thing is, I'm no longer a non-magical. I'm a wish-witch and can never go back to normal. I sigh. I'd probably wake up, snuggle with my cat, Filbert, and then scroll on my phone for a while. Then my mom's sweet voice would filter from downstairs where she and my dad make pancakes. That's if it was a weekend. Or if it was a school day, she'd probably have to throw open my curtains and yell at me to wake up. Phone? Pancakes? Yassi asks. Explain. Pancakes are delicious and best served with maple syrup. She nods. That's the critical info. A phone is, a device. I try to explain the miniature, handheld computer that's also a camera, a calendar, and basically does all the things. Can't live without it. But you are. I snort a laugh. I suppose so. Anyway, if I had my phone, I'd probably go on social, see what my friends have been up to. We'd chat. I'd tell them that I have bad news and more bad news. Yassi takes a bite of pie, knowing exactly what I'm referring to. Honeyoaks is now a demon-wraith, meaning she's out to snatch magical essence, basically a magical soul. It sounds harsh, but at least if she were dead, she could rest in peace. Instead, she's cursed to hunt and haunt, seek souls and enslave others to be like her. What's almost worse is JJ abruptly left campus. Ghosted. Poof. Gone. At first, I thought he was abducted. I brought his absence to Chancellor West's attention, the head of Reptivic Magical Academy or Reform School, depending on who you ask. West informed me that JJ is on an errand. The running out to get a carton of milk, be back in 10 minutes kind of errand? If so, he can come back with cookies and a kiss. Thanks, that would be great. But that scenario is doubtful. Joking aside, it should be no surprise one of the most powerful magicals ever to live has his secrets. Still, it's been days with no sign of JJ, I have to admit I got used as moody presence. I might even like it a little bit. Okay, a lot. But over the last few months, he's fading. It's like he's becoming invisible. When I'm alone in the corridors, I whisper, JJ, just in case his absence is merely a matter of no one being able to see him. But this whole enemies to not enemies thing is new and kind of a secret. SHH, don't tell anyone. After the melee at the Sweetheart Dance, there was yet another all-school assembly followed by a special moment of silence in Honey's memory. Half the girls were crying. The other half wore stricken expressions of terror on their faces. As for Bobby Gold, the leader of the Marauders aka the school's secret society behind the attacks, he sat there silent and smug. I happen to know Chancellor West is biding his time and hoping that by allowing the Marauders to remain at school, he'll uncover their leader. We do know they answer to the Golden Hive, a fringe group bent on gaining power by possibly raising an undead army aka Demon Snatchers. But the identity of who is behind it is a great unknown. That's the plan, but at what cost? I like and respect the head of our school, but if JJ and I hadn't been there that night, what would have happened? How far would the secret society go, pursuing their hatred and attempting to elevate what they call true magicals, eliminate mixed magicals along with non-magicals. Would there have been more attacks? Yassi waves her hand in front of my face. You were spaced out there for a second. Are you going to finish that pie? Yeah, lost in thought. I probably should get some fresh air. Do it while you can. I heard, she clears her throat, they're talking about putting us on lockdown. By heard, she meant see with her ability to read thoughts and memories. I contemplate all that's happened in the last months as I pass under the whispering willows. There's a chill in the air even with spring coming. Snow lingers in the shady spots, but the wide swaths of lawn lay brown and eager for the new season. I've always loved the sunset and the in-between time when the stars come out. But in this strange and unexpected moment, I want the sun to linger in the sky a little longer, so I can try to find answers. It's almost as if I expect the light of day to offer a bit more clarity about this new turn my life has taken. But it sinks behind the mountains in the distance, leaving me feeling uncertain about how and where I fit into all of this, and what the future brings. What happened to Honey is tragic. Along with the rest of us on campus, she knew better than to be out after dark unescorted by a member of the coven. We weren't friends, more like the opposite, but I'd never wish for something as devastating as becoming a demon snatcher on her. Wish. I stop mid-stride. I am a wish witch. Could I wish her back? Could I wish for peace among all magical beings? Could I wish to know the identities of the hive so we can stop the Marauders? So all this craziness can end? There are rules to wish witchery. At least I think so. I sense the truth of these things. There have been so few witch wishes in history, nothing definitive has been recorded. Trust me, I've looked. I can't wish things that don't exist into being. Like flying cars. Well, that might be a bad example. For all I know, they could exist, secret government conspiracies and stuff. Dewey Dunkle probably knows. I can't violate the laws of nature or magic like Imogen did, essentially what landed me in this predicament, what with the prophecy and all. If someone wants a wish, they have to ask, and I have to choose whether to grant it. The wish has to be made pure of heart. Like someone can't wish that I hurt someone else. That's JJ's territory, as a curse maker, which it would seem to me would make him a more desirable target by the Marauders. Unless they don't know about his talent. Storch did. She wanted me to assassinate JJ, which would leave my wish vulnerable. This wasn't only because West ordered him to protect me, but our magic is linked. The best way I can describe it is we are two sides of the same coin. I also know my wish witchery only arranges things to happen. People still have free will. So even if I wished something, it wouldn't be absolute. Someone could come along and interfere. I'm more of an aligner and an influencer than a straight-up genie. I tap my finger against my chin, deep in thought. But even if I could wish some of those things, I don't know how, which leaves me exactly where I started, feeling helpless. I lean against the trunk of a whispering willow and sigh. A breeze rustles the leaves. Funny, they didn't shed their leaves for winter. Some things change, and yet others remain strangely the same. Storch hasn't returned to campus yet. However, we don't know who in the OMM is corrupt or what she's involved in. For now, we're focusing on the hive, which seems like the more imminent threat. I haven't quite figured out this secret magical world hidden within the one I knew all my life. The one where the stars spelled out my name. And where things that are meant to stay put, well, stay put, unlike the backpack that just flew up into the sky and vanished like a balloon across the lawn in front of Hawthorne Hall. A droplet of water plunks me on the nose. I look up again and something shimmers. I tilt my head, narrow my eyes, and try to see between the branches. Bree. I call as softly as the rustling leaves. A twig shifts and my roommate flutters down. Don't you dare tell a soul, she hisses. What are you talking about? What are you doing up there? Skipping. Skipping what? A very important pixie meeting at the other end of the lane. I glance back the way I came and all the way to the end of the expansive line of trees. It's longer than the rumpus pitch, at least. I doubt anyone can hear us. Then again, pixies aren't just anyone. What are you doing? She asks. Thinking. Wait a second. Is this where you spend your time when you're not in class? And most nights. I'm sorry. I know you tried to make the dorm room nice for me, but I can't sleep indoors. It's unnatural. Fair enough. Do a lot of pixies spend their time here? They're not called the Whispering Willows for nothing. Long before Hawthorne Hall, Nightingale, and they built all these buildings on campus, before there was even a school here, this is where we dwelled. She gazes into the distance as though visualizing it before. So there have always been pixies at Riptivik? As residents, yes. As students, this is the first year and, I hope, the last. Yassi told me the trees talk. Gossip is more like it. They're really nosy, but, she settles on the branch closest to me. I'd tell you not to share your secrets, but I guess it's too late. My witchery isn't a secret. Not anymore. These trees blab, but they're home. I'd rather not be enrolled at Riptivik, but I'm not going to lie, the pie here is really good. I crack a giggle. Did you have some of that chocolate caramel pie at the dance? She asks. I nod. Before the chaos broke out. You were really brave, Maya. Her tone is slightly timid, as though she underestimated me. You saw? I see almost everything. Like I've said, being small when I want to has its advantages. She winks. I wish I could have done more. Be careful what you wish for. She winks. Huh. Well, I am a wish witch, but I don't know how to use my talent to help people. To stop all this violence. I just want us all to be free and happy. You know? She gazes at me for a long time. Then, as soft as baby's breath, she says, my roommate is a Brixta? I repeat the word Brixta, including the question mark, because I have no idea what she means, or if I heard her right. Wish witches are super rare, but Brixta is one of the rarest forms of witchery and magic. Do you know about the prophecy? Of course I do, but I'm helpless, Bree. A wish witch who doesn't know how to wish. A witch who doesn't know how to help her fellow magicals. A girl still very confused about a boy named J.J. Thorne. I rest my head on my knees. A low hum comes from down the lane. I expect a car, but a swarm of pixies disperses from the farthest tree. Gregorzax, I better go. You'll figure it out. Good luck, Maya. She pauses and then adds, but magic isn't about luck, is it? I remain under the trees a moment longer, my mind filled with that life-changing moment when I learned I was a witch. I've been told that in order to access my powers, I have to believe. How do I learn to believe? I say aloud. The leaves overhead rustle and a whisper on the wind says, belief is a choice. At least that's what I think I hear. Chapter 2. The sun dips toward the west, and my fingers and toes start to chill. I make my way to the dining hall. Bree is right about one thing, the food at Riptivik is delicious. It's Tuesday, and if I were at home, it would mean taco night with Chelsea. I imagine that I fill my plate with 2 bean and cheese tacos plus gobs of guacamole, salsa, and lime-infused tortilla chips instead of the slop that looks like cooked cottage cheese. Audra and Winnie are already at our table with Dewey, who also has a piece of pie. Flavor of the month, banana cream, he says when he sees me eyeing it. I already had a slice, thanks to Yassi. As the others join us, we talk about everything except the sweetheart dance. I suppose the fright caused by the violence that broke out and learning Honey was taken by the demon snatchers, followed by the assembly, keeps everyone mum. It leaves me feeling uneasy and, once more, helpless. I try to interject a few times, but the conversation repeatedly shifts away from the dance disaster. Audra asks us if we think she should cut her hair. It's long and dark with caramel-colored ends. It's a unanimous no, Yassi says without waiting for the rest of us to answer. Winnie, along with the rest of the school, complains about Darrington. I vote we stage a protest. 200 pages of reading in one night is ridiculous. It's a unanimous yes, Yassi says, again not waiting for anyone else to answer. Sadie goes on and on about Peter. She's in love with a vampire. I vote you two make it official, I tell her. Speaking of official, I scan the dining hall for JJ, but since the fateful night last month, he's been on that mysterious errand. I haven't been able to talk to him about the kiss, and obviously, we haven't kissed again. I've never kissed a boy caught between two curses, and I've never kissed anyone like I did with JJ. Something between a frustrated and contented sigh escapes. This catches Yassi's attention and she lifts one crescent eyebrow. I steal the last bite of Dewey's pie. Back at the dorm, I dig into homework, which has only gotten worse, despite the tumult on campus. When I'm well into a complicated, multi-step arithmetic problem, someone raps lightly on my door. I jolt, wondering if it's JJ to resume our Mind Walls and Windows lessons for seminal seminar. Yassi doesn't wait for me to answer and struggles to let herself in with an armful of books. Explain why Elchinaut's algorithm is mandatory learning? I ask, shaking my textbook with frustration. Yassi makes room on the end of my bed and says, if you ever need to measure the radius of sun spheres relative to topographical landmarks during a lunar eclipse, well, only if it's the third one of the year, during years ending in odd numbers of course, then it'll come in handy. Seriously? I ask. No, I just made that up. I toss a balled-up piece of paper at her. What's up? Don't you have a boyfriend to study with tonight? I say, referring to her and Wyatt's flourishing romance. I wanted to study with my best friend for a change. Oh. Cool, I say with a shrug, returning to my problem. I have to erase half the page because I made an operations error. I grumble. A few minutes later Yassi says, Maya, has something been on your mind lately? Have the whispering willows been blabbing? I ask. Or have you been poking around in my head? That's the only problem with being friends with Yassi, she has the habit of overseeing my thoughts. She snorts. No and no. I just had the sense that something's up, well, since the sweetheart dance. In her defense, it was only a week ago, so she hasn't been a neglectful friend, and it's true that I have been preoccupied with things. Yeah. I guess I've been preoccupied with everything about that night. There was a lot of, energy. It was the night of a blood moon. The energy was, I shake my head because I have no words to describe the anger and fear as students were attacked, never mind the face-off with Storch. I wouldn't have been able to do a thing if it weren't for our time spent practicing magic in secret. It was that and your quick thinking, courage, and compassion. You were a hero, and I hate to say it, JJ too. They don't exactly get along. That said, he doesn't really get along with anyone. Including me most of the time. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. JJ Thorne is moody, mysterious, and maddening. But everyone's acting like none of it happened. Maya, everyone is scared. A demon-wraith took Honey. She's probably one now. We were all trapped in the tent and then attacked by our fellow students. Then people in cloaks appeared. They're the Marauders. Dewey was right about there being a campus secret society. And I was wrong about Bobby. I tell her all about how he revealed his identity. Her mouth hangs open and then she claps her hand over it. That's intense, but it makes sense. I thought he was a mage, but he must be a fallen angel. I nod. She takes a deep breath and her lips soften into a smile. At least, JJ isn't the bad guy. You guys make a good team. I saw you there, standing back to back, casting spells. That's the thing, he's a curse maker. He's definitely a bad guy, if he used his magic in that way. You guys left the dance for a little while, didn't you? Supernatural mind-reading abilities or not, I can't hide anything from you, can I? Oh, girl, you better tell me everything, she says, leaning in and eager for more. I tell her about going to the chapel, chatting, and then our kiss before everything went wrong. I leave out the part about him sharing a memory about Bobby's dad and the private things he told me. She leaps from my bed. I knew it. I knew it all along. Knew what? That you and JJ were meant to be. The truth is, I don't know how I feel about it. Any of it, really. In fact, I feel confused and helpless. No, you are powerful. I think that's why it might seem like people are keeping their distance. You were on fire. I was just wandless. I make a lazy flourish, with my hand in the air. The light bulb in my desk lamp pops and explodes. Oops. Yassie's mouth had dropped before. Now her eyes widen. Did you just perform wandless magic? No, I think it's a bad circuit. You know, these old buildings. I laugh it off. Maya, before when I said you were on fire, I meant it literally. Your magic is fiery. I dare say more powerful than most students at Riptivik. It probably has something to do with your talent, and the fact that you can do magic without a wand. I don't want to make a big deal of it. I know you don't want to make a deal of it, she says, repeating my thoughts back to me almost verbatim. I really need to get better about using mind walls, I mutter. Yes, you do, and honing your spell casting skills. Maya, this is huge. She grips my hands and then jolts back. Did I do something? Did I hurt you? See? That's what I meant. I feel helpless. No, you didn't hurt me. I just realized that you are no ordinary witch. Her vision goes cloudy for a moment, as if she's seeing a thought or memory. Yeah, about that. I was talking to Bree, and she mentioned the word Brixta. Yassie's head snaps in my direction and her eyes come into focus. Do you believe you're a Brixta? She asks in awe. I don't know what a Brixta is, I say, tossing my hands up in the air. It's an ancient gibberish word for witch. Well, a certain classification. A revolutionary would be the most direct translation. A change maker. The word itself has power. It's the kind of magic that comes from within, but also that can be summoned. Like from the stars. That's where astral magic originates, anyway. I shiver. I pull an old Riptivik sweatshirt I spotted in the lost and found over my head. Okay, it was in the boys' dorm when I went to see if JJ was there. I thought maybe it was his, not that he'd ever wear anything as common as a sweatshirt, but I bet he'd look cute in it. Yassie bursts into laughter. I narrow my eyes. Yassie, out of my head. Sorry, she says, pulling herself together. Anyway, I was chilly. I think the heat is broken again. No, they just fixed it, she says, looking me over carefully and perhaps seeing my ambivalence, about magic, not my choice of clothing or the heat. Maya, your talent is rare. You need to learn to understand and access it, and believe in it. How? I ask, still uncertain. My mother taught us the ABCs. First, align, then believe, and then connect. So align with your magic. Get quiet. Feel what it's like. Know, without a doubt, that it's there for you, and then connect with it. Like you would a friend, like us talking right now. You make it sound so easy. It's only as difficult as you make it. As difficult as these arithmetic equations, I mutter, sighing and smoothing a new page in my notebook. Yassie laughs. It's about empowerment, she says, turning the page in her book and bringing pen to paper. My gaze floats over my textbook, not quite focusing as my thoughts drift. Then I get an idea. A dangerous, rebellious, and revolutionary idea. Chapter 3. My mother is a woman of many talents. She's an Olympic runner, an accomplished singer, and amazing in the kitchen. The pie at Riptivik is delicious, but it's nothing to my mom's recipes. Her coconut cream pie comes to mind. Everything from fish, potatoes, and asparagus, or even a pasta dish are noteworthy when they come from her kitchen. Yumminess that can't be beaten. She started teaching me how to cook when I was still short enough that I needed to stand on a stool to reach the kitchen counter. She insists that a person needs to know how to nourish themselves, take pleasure in food, and gather people around the table for a meal. Thankfully, my father has her because he's a failure in the kitchen. I'm no whiz, but I've learned a thing or two. For instance, quick and easy meals are essential during the week. Takeout on Friday night, and a movie, is pretty much perfect. Saturdays are for enjoying food with friends at a restaurant, and then there's Sunday. My mother reserves Sunday afternoons for church and spending in the kitchen. She makes muffins, cookies, and lunches for the week ahead. But her favorite part is trying a new recipe for dinner, or one that requires her time and attention. She says Sunday meals take time to marinate, develop layers of flavor, cook, and then, of course, there's the presentation. Irie Wessels isn't a member of a single social media site, but if she were, she'd have millions of followers and a cookbook deal. My dad takes photos of Sunday dinners just so he doesn't forget how beautiful they are before we devour them. I could let the spark of inspiration I had after I talked with Yassi about the ABCs burst forth, but it feels much like the Sunday meal. I have to let the plan develop, marinate, and then we'll get cooking, symbolically speaking, of course. Also, if I never eat a plate of slop from the dining hall or a slice of gurgloaf again, I won't regret it. As I walk from the dining hall back to the dorm, I keep my eyes on the shadows. All week, I've been listening carefully to conversations in passing. I pay attention to who goes where and when. I learn the campus shortcuts, locked doors, and more shortcuts. I'm gathering the ingredients I'll need, one at a time, to create a recipe for revolution. But first, studying and homework. It isn't my ideal priority, obviously, but flunking out of Riptivik and landing myself at the Iron Tower would put the kibosh on the whole operation. I haven't seen Storch, but likely she made a note to her replacement to watch me carefully. She had me shortlisted for the magical prison because I refused to assassinate a ghost, aka JJ. Not sorry. A witch has to do what a witch has to do. All the while, I calculate, consider options, and gather intel, starting with my teachers. Popperwell is my first period teacher for creation, aka Magical Foundations, which he reviews for us today at great length. He stands in front of the blackboard, patting his ample belly while his piece of chalk, suspended in the air, "This is a magical school after all," scrawls the words belief, intention, action, reminding me of Yassi's ABCs. "Boys and girls, describe your typical day," he says. Hands shoot up because, for once, he's asking an easy question. An elfette with long hair the color the corn silk says, "Wake up, get ready. Breakfast, classes, lunch, classes, rumpus, there's a cheer, dinner, homework, there's a groan, sleep." Popperwell nods. Anyone want to add anything? Hands fly to the sky and various people answer, hang out with friends, clean their dorm room, serve detention, read, floss, etc. Well and good. Well and good, Popperwell says. I can tell by the glint in his eye that we missed something crucial. Of course, there are the finer details of any given day, changing light bulbs, eating pie, kissing boys named JJ Thorne. You know, life. None of you mentioned assessing your belief system, the professor says. Blank expressions of confusion meet Popperwell's round, ruddy face. You are magicals. One of your daily tasks is to assess your belief system, evaluate your intentions, and take action. That's the business of creating and of doing magic. belief, intention, evaluation. You must be in constant awareness of these three things, not only as required by magical law, but by the very laws of magic itself. Awareness must precede action, and intention is the energy that creates your desired outcome. In other words, your ability to successfully perform magic hinges on these three key principles. He elaborates in his usual style, telling stories for the rest of the period about our duty to create and bring goodness into the world before giving us an assignment for the rest of the semester. We're to check in with ourselves 3 times a day and journal with a status update, belief, intention, and actions taken as they relate to our magical lives. I think of my description of social media to Yassi. Chelsea wouldn't believe me. Then again, she's Chelsea. Maybe she would. Great, more homework, Dewey says, catching up with me while I walk to our next class. This on top of our futurism projects. Want to meet in the library later? I ask, since we're in a mock competition about who can finish their research first. Yeah, Imogen Hawks awaits. For Ivanka Stormanoff to take her down, I counter. Burn. Dewey laughs because we both know that even though Ivanka was intent on bringing Imogen to justice, she died before she succeeded. By the time we get to Darrington's class, Dewey and I have roasted our respective historical figures and could probably get extra credit if we presented it as a skit. However, I don't think Professor Nureddin would appreciate some of the words Dewey used to insult Imogen's enemy. Without any preamble, Darrington says, imagine you wake up to bleak skies. Your access to food and water is regulated, so you ration what little you have. Sirens wail through the broken window. You scuffle across the floor and your body aches from laboring day and night for a cruel ruler. It's winter and there's no heat, so you pull your threadbare shirt closer around you. Then someone bursts through your door, the 3rd time this week, demanding all your money at one point. You give what you have and then they sack your apartment, knocking you out for good measure. You wake the next day to repeat this nightmare. Darrington's strident voice peals like a bell, but this is just the beginning of the period. I shiver. The classroom is called Darrington's dungeon for a good reason. I think she purposefully makes us uncomfortable, in the lessons and by keeping the temperature in the classroom sub-zero. How many of you wake up grateful this isn't the reality you live in? No one dares to say a word. Gracious Tibby is our school motto. She scoffs as if she'd prefer it to be something else, but goes on. If you've forgotten, it means thank you. Be thankful you don't live in a world where there are no laws, where chaos reigns, where magic has gone awry. She paces the aisles, bringing her own brand of terror to each of us as she passes. Without the magical responsibility of conservation, there would be mayhem. Conservation, in other words, everything that you learn in this room, is meant to teach you how to live in service of protection. Of the world in general and the magical world specifically. She goes on to discuss the danger of the demon snatchers and other grim magical creatures and curses. She talks about street magic, menace, and the ever-looming threat of exposure of magic to the rest of the world. From the back of the room, Tucker Block, who has the same tiger eyes as Bobby Gold, says, and what's wrong with us lording over the non-magicals for a change? But Darrington doesn't hear him over the bells, mercifully signaling the end of the period. Chapter 5. Unlike my mother's Sunday recipes, mine takes a few more days to put together. On Friday evening, instead of staying in the dorm for dinner and a movie, Miss Mayweather breaks reform school rules and she gives us cookies. I go to the library to prepare. When the bells toll 7, Dewey comes down the hall with an armload of books. What's wrong with our other study spot upstairs? At least there, I don't have to schlep all these books around. Tonight's study group is a little different, I say, ushering him into the storage space. While I wait for the others, a crash and thump, thump, thump comes from inside the room. Dewey calls, Maya, where's the light switch? He must have dropped his books. Use your wand, I hiss, wishing he'd keep it down. Yassi and Audra appear next, deep in conversation. I send them inside and the others soon follow. Well, everyone except JJ. I still haven't seen him. If he weren't a ghost who can use magic, I'd be very worried. As it is, I'm just worried. There's a difference. West has him on that special errand or assignment or whatever, presumably for Seminole Seminar. Meanwhile, my lessons are suspended until Aerosmith recovers, at least I assume so. I haven't seen the Chancellor either. Everyone crowds into the storage room with their wands lit. A broom, not the flying kind, hangs from the wall along with a dustpan and other cleaning materials line a shelf. Maya, this is kind of weird, Dewey says. I shake my head and make my way through an aisle of boxes and discarded desks and chairs until I reach a bookshelf on the interior wall. I move a lamp and what looks like a gnome lawn ornament the size of a Dalmatian to make room. I visualize the map in the lobby and then scan the shelf for the classic novel, The Secret Garden. Inside, instead of the regular text, there are instructions for spellwork. At my back, the others take turns asking what's going on and what we're doing locked in a closet looking at old non-magical books. Sichesh, I say, concentrating. Align, believe, connect. Belief, intention, action. I chant the spell and then the bookshelf loosens itself, sending out clouds of dust and disentangling cobwebs before sliding back to reveal a passageway. The library has secrets of its own, I say, leading the way through the dank passage, which doesn't look like it has been accessed for years. All my snooping has paid off. We reach a wooden door, and I open it to reveal a large room with torches and tapestries on the walls. We light the torches and take in the space, more cobwebs and spiders, moldering books, melted candles, and a large, round wooden table. I knew it! Dewey exclaims. This is secret society stuff. We all chuckle because Dewey is known for his theories. Audra holds his hand. She's not a fan of the dark. I signal for everyone to take a seat. First, I introduce Yassi, Winnie, Wyatt, Audra, Dewey, Reese, and Sadie to Misha, Althea, Kyler, Manolo, and Mia. I asked each of you here tonight because I don't want us to live in fear. We can feel helpless in the face of everything that's happened on campus this year, the events on Hallows Eve, the demon snatchers, the tension between different magicals, the sweetheart dance. I draw a deep breath. There's a connection between these events and a group that calls themselves the Marauders. I let the word settle before continuing. Instead of being afraid, I thought we should create our own group. I go on to tell them all about the Marauders, sharing everything I know. The room we're meeting in may be a secret, but there's power in knowledge. They were behind the breaking of the circle on Hallows Eve, the Cinder Beast, and the events at the Sweetheart Dance. They're instigating the tension on campus, trying to create instability between magic and mayhem. No one was expelled after the Sweetheart Dance, Sadia says. That means they're still here on campus. I nod. And now Darrington has been poisoned. Is that really a bad thing? Dewey asks. Dewey, Audra scolds. He angles his palms upward and shrugs. Fine, but she hasn't made an effort to avoid making enemies. You have to admit I have a point. Ignoring him, Althea asks. Why are they doing this? I brace myself as I reveal all the pieces of the puzzle I put together. The Marauders answer to the Hive, a group of at least 3 people by the names of Screven, Veda, and Valerius. No one knows their true identities, but they're using the Marauders to create an army of demon-wraiths. Several people ask questions at once. Over the din and looking at me, Wyatt says, the prophecy in which you're involved leads them directly to a source for unstable ghosts to create the demon-wraiths. Everyone has the same response I did when I learned this information, shock. Mouths hang open, someone gasps, and they murmur opinions and concerns. When everyone quiets down I say, it's believed they're trying to create an army of demon snatchers in a quest for power to overtake the mixed magicals and eliminate the non-magicals. How do you know? What about the administration? The coven? Nia asks with disbelief. West knows. He's the one who told me, I answer. They're not our only enemy. I tell them what West explained when he gathered Misha, Althea, Nia, Kyler, Manolo, JJ, and me together. My heart skips every time I say JJ's name. The OMM is corrupt and traitors want to eradicate magic from the inside out. There is the other group that I mentioned, trying to eliminate mixed magicals and non-magicals. Then why isn't West doing anything? At least 3 people say at once. He's trying to get to the hive via the Marauders. If he can identify Veda, Valerius, and Screven, placing the names with actual people, he can stop them once and for all. I start to pace with nervous energy. Dangerous business, Sadie says. Risky, Audra and Dewey say at the same time. You're my friends. I could have kept this secret, but why? We're stronger together. I clear my throat, prepared to make my confession in case anyone still has doubts. Bobby Gold invited me to meet him here, in the library, several weeks ago. I thought we were having a date. I roll my eyes at how gullible I had been. No one can resist the gold hold, Yassi says, using the term I coined about his alluring magic. It turns out I was seated around a table with the Marauders themselves. I kept quiet while they said disparaging things about our magical community. In many ways, my silence was an agreement, complicity. Well, no more. Yassi, Winnie, Audra, and a few others started to practice magic in secret. I don't add that after our last meeting, Storch asked me to assassinate JJ. I want us to prepare ourselves with offensive and defensive skills. We can use our magic to put a stop to this. I'm in, Wyatt says. Me too, Yassi and several others agree all at once. Misha and Althea shift nervously. We can be afraid or we can be prepared, I say. We can choose fear or freedom. It's up to us. Misha nods and then says, yeah. You're right. Althea swallows and says, I choose freedom. I didn't commit a crime. I didn't sign up for reform school, Wyatt adds. West said that long ago, the academies were used to train magicals, to become warriors and guardians. It's time we step into the roles of the magicals that came before us so that there will be magicals that come after us. Kyler nods, likely recalling West's call to action. Change requires courage. It won't be easy, standing up to the Marauders, but we can't shrink or silence ourselves. It might be difficult, get messy, but, I glance at Yassi, recalling what she told me last month when dealing with my Strasimpulus, although, it was more of a molehill compared to this mountain. Sometimes things get worse before they get better. There's a rumbling of tentative agreement. It's often on the darkest nights that the stars shine brightest, Yassi says with a twinkle in her eye. If we're taking a stand against the Marauders, what will we call ourselves? Dewey asks. Several murmur and shrug. The Mavericks. We're doing things our way, I say as my recipe for revolution finally comes together. We discuss whether to invite more people, how to prepare, and when next to meet. When the bells ring far above this hidden room and across campus, chairs slide out from the table and the door opens. JJ steps through. I miss the excitement, he says, looking as pale and as dapper as ever in his top hat and old-fashioned coat. No, it's just beginning, I say before rushing up to him and wrapping my arms around his neck. Where have you been? I whisper. Chapter 5. Unlike my mother's Sunday recipes, mine takes a few more days to put together. On Friday evening, instead of staying in the dorm for dinner and a movie, Miss Mayweather breaks reform school rules and she gives us cookies. I go to the library to prepare. When the bells toll 7, Dewey comes down the hall with an armload of books. What's wrong with our other study spot upstairs? At least there, I don't have to schlep all these books around. Tonight's study group is a little different, I say, ushering him into the storage space. While I wait for the others, a crash and thump, thump, thump comes from inside the room. Dewey calls, Maya, where's the light switch? He must have dropped his books. Use your wand, I hiss, wishing he'd keep it down. Yassi and Audra appear next, deep in conversation. I send them inside and the others soon follow. Well, everyone except JJ. I still haven't seen him. If he weren't a ghost who can use magic, I'd be very worried. As it is, I'm just worried. There's a difference. West has him on that special errand or assignment or whatever, presumably for Seminole Seminar. Meanwhile, my lessons are suspended until Aerosmith recovers, at least I assume so. I haven't seen the Chancellor either. Everyone crowds into the storage room with their wands lit. A broom, not the flying kind, hangs from the wall along with a dustpan and other cleaning materials line a shelf. Maya, this is kind of weird, Dewey says. I shake my head and make my way through an aisle of boxes and discarded desks and chairs until I reach a bookshelf on the interior wall. I move a lamp and what looks like a gnome lawn ornament the size of a Dalmatian to make room. I visualize the map in the lobby and then scan the shelf for the classic novel, The Secret Garden. Inside, instead of the regular text, there are instructions for spellwork. At my back, the others take turns asking what's going on and what we're doing locked in a closet looking at old non-magical books. Sichesh, I say, concentrating. Align, believe, connect. Belief, intention, action. I chant the spell and then the bookshelf loosens itself, sending out clouds of dust and disentangling cobwebs before sliding back to reveal a passageway. The library has secrets of its own, I say, leading the way through the dank passage, which doesn't look like it has been accessed for years. All my snooping has paid off. We reach a wooden door, and I open it to reveal a large room with torches and tapestries on the walls. We light the torches and take in the space, more cobwebs and spiders, moldering books, melted candles, and a large, round wooden table. I knew it! Dewey exclaims. This is secret society stuff. We all chuckle because Dewey is known for his theories. Audra holds his hand. She's not a fan of the dark. I signal for everyone to take a seat. First, I introduce Yassi, Winnie, Wyatt, Audra, Dewey, Reese, and Sadie to Misha, Althea, Kyler, Manolo, and Mia. I asked each of you here tonight because I don't want us to live in fear. We can feel helpless in the face of everything that's happened on campus this year, the events on Hallows Eve, the demon snatchers, the tension between different magicals, the sweetheart dance. I draw a deep breath. There's a connection between these events and a group that calls themselves the Marauders. I let the word settle before continuing. Instead of being afraid, I thought we should create our own group. I go on to tell them all about the Marauders, sharing everything I know. The room we're meeting in may be a secret, but there's power in knowledge. They were behind the breaking of the circle on Hallows Eve, the Cinder Beast, and the events at the Sweetheart Dance. They're instigating the tension on campus, trying to create instability between magic and mayhem. No one was expelled after the Sweetheart Dance, Sadia says. That means they're still here on campus. I nod. And now Darrington has been poisoned. Is that really a bad thing? Dewey asks. Dewey, Audra scolds. He angles his palms upward and shrugs. Fine, but she hasn't made an effort to avoid making enemies. You have to admit I have a point. Ignoring him, Althea asks. Why are they doing this? I brace myself as I reveal all the pieces of the puzzle I've put together. The Marauders answer to the Hive, a group of at least 3 people by the names of Screven, Veda, and Valerius. No one knows their true identities, but they're using the Marauders to create an army of demon-wraiths. Several people ask questions at once. Over the din and looking at me, Wyatt says, the prophecy in which you're involved leads them directly to a source for unstable ghosts to create the demon-wraiths. Everyone has the same response I did when I learned this information, shock. Mouths hang open, someone gasps, and they murmur opinions and concerns. When everyone quiets down, I say, it's believed they're trying to create an army of demon snatchers in a quest for power to overtake the mixed magicals and eliminate the non-magicals. How do you know? What about the administration? The coven? Nia asks with disbelief. West knows. He's the one who told me, I answer. They're not our only enemy. I tell them what West explained when he gathered Misha, Althea, Nia, Kyler, Manolo, JJ, and me together. My heart skips every time I say JJ's name. The OMM is corrupt and traitors want to eradicate magic from the inside out. There is the other group that I mentioned, trying to eliminate mixed magicals and non-magicals. Then why isn't West doing anything? At least 3 people say at once. He's trying to get to the hive via the Marauders. If he can identify Veda, Valerius, and Screven, placing the names with actual people, he can stop them once and for all. I start to pace with nervous energy. Dangerous business, Sadie says. Risky, Audra and Dewey say at the same time. You're my friends. I could have kept this secret, but why? We're stronger together. I clear my throat, prepared to make my confession in case anyone still has doubts. Bobby Gold invited me to meet him here, in the library, several weeks ago. I thought we were having a date. I roll my eyes at how gullible I had been. No one can resist the gold hold, Yassi says, using the term I coined about his alluring magic. It turns out I was seated around a table with the Marauders themselves. I kept quiet while they said disparaging things about our magical community. In many ways, my silence was an agreement, complicity. Well, no more. Yassi, Winnie, Audra, and a few others started to practice magic in secret. I don't add that after our last meeting, Storch asked me to assassinate JJ. I want us to prepare ourselves with offensive and defensive skills. We can use our magic to put a stop to this. I'm in, Wyatt says. Me too, Yassi and several others agree all at once. Misha and Althea shift nervously. We can be afraid or we can be prepared, I say. We can choose fear or freedom. It's up to us. Misha nods and then says, yeah. You're right. Althea swallows and says, I choose freedom. I didn't commit a crime. I didn't sign up for reform school, Wyatt adds. West said that long ago, the academies were used to train magicals, to become warriors and guardians. It's time we step into the roles of the magicals that came before us so that there will be magicals that come after us. Kyler nods, likely recalling West's call to action. Change requires courage. It won't be easy, standing up to the Marauders, but we can't shrink or silence ourselves. It might be difficult, get messy, but, I glance at Yassi, recalling what she told me last month when dealing with my Strasimpulus, although, it was more of a molehill compared to this mountain. Sometimes things get worse before they get better. There's a rumbling of tentative agreement. It's often on the darkest nights that the stars shine brightest, Yassi says with a twinkle in her eye. If we're taking a stand against the Marauders, what will we call ourselves? Dewey asks. Several murmur and shrug. The Mavericks. We're doing things our way, I say as my recipe for revolution finally comes together. We discuss whether to invite more people, how to prepare, and when next to meet. When the bells ring far above this hidden room and across campus, chairs slide out from the table and the door opens. JJ steps through. I miss the excitement, he says, looking as pale and as dapper as ever in his top hat and old-fashioned coat. No, it's just beginning, I say before rushing up to him and wrapping my arms around his neck. Where have you been? I whisper. Chapter 6. To say JJ and everyone else is surprised at my reaction is an understatement. I step back, the most shocked of all. But the hour is late and without another word they all race back through the passageway to make the last trip across campus with the coven chaperone. JJ and I lag behind because he can escort me back to my dorm, and we're long overdue for a conversation. But when the silence stretches between us and in every direction, my relief at seeing him and I don't know what to call it. Affection? Warmth? Joy? Well, whatever it is dies in the dark. I stop in the hidden passageway. So, I say, folding my arms in front of my chest and semi-scowling. I thought you were happy to see me. By the way, that's a first. He almost, but not quite, smiles. The little spark inside of me reignites. If you must know, I was worried, I whisper. He chuckles in the dark. Then we're both quiet. Me, waiting for his reply. Him, probably thinking, plotting, doing whatever it is moody boys do. Me, I wish he'd share his thoughts with me. Him, nothing. When we're back in the room with the secret bookshelf, I say, how did you find us? Remember how I mentioned the part about how it feels like I'm slowly fading and trapped between this life and what comes next? Turns out that my magical abilities are as strong as ever. I found that out while on West's errand. A little bulb of light blooms from the tip of his wand, illuminating the cobwebs and his handsome features, ones that never fail to make me think that he was sculpted from another time in history. Because he was. Where did you go? He shakes his head as though it was foolish. To answer your first question. I bounce a little on my heels as if I've won a prize. I like this. You're going to answer one of my questions? He smirks. Magic leaves imprints to those looking. I happen to be very keen on your particular signature, Maya Wessels. We're close, in the cluttered room. His coldness meets my relative warmth, though I am kind of chilly, and I lean in, wanting to wrap my arms around him again, but the bells toll for curfew. We rush out of the library and back onto campus. Fog rolled in while we were in the library, revealing only the immediate space surrounding us. The twin lamplights flicker when we pass Hawthorne Hall, and I stop abruptly. A flash of recognition crosses JJ's face and then quickly disappears. Did you forget your homework? No, but I learned the identity of your father. Where I expect him to change the subject and urge me on, he confirms, Trahan John Thorne. That's what JJ stands for? I shiver. You're John Jr.? He nods. Minus the T for Trahan. My father was a swarthy fellow. No need for there to be two Trahans. I could never live up to him, anyway. I recognize the sadness in his voice. My parents are not at all swarthy, but I've lived in the shadow of their success, their happiness, and their larger-than-life personalities my entire life. We continue walking, and he goes on. He was a good man, died too young. I would have been 24 when he left this realm, but seeing as I've been 18 for a century plus, it's a tough call. JJ takes a deep breath and says, his body was never found, but I visited his grave while I was gone. West thought perhaps he was still alive and sent me searching. Like I said, magic leaves traces and all that. I hear a mite of disappointment in his voice. Dewey mentioned a legend that your dad might have taken Imogen's wand. That's what West thought. Maybe he hid it somewhere or destroyed it. Who knows? I tried tracing it, but time washes away even powerful imprints. Mostly, the errand was a reminder of how much I've lost. This little glimpse past JJ's tough exterior makes me squeeze his hand tight, trying to warm it through. Why find the wand though? We're in front of Penny House now, and in the diffuse light of the foggy night, JJ's lips quirk. So many questions. It's brilliant that you banded together with the others, inspiring us all. It gives hope. How long were you standing there? I ask. Long enough to remember why I'll always come back. His gray eyes meet mine and my breath catches at the intensity of his gaze. What I once thought was burning hatred is something else. The fire kindles inside of me as I recall our kiss. "So you call yourselves the Mavericks," he says. I like that. Everything about the sweetheart dance was awful. "Everyone is afraid," I whisper. I had to do something. JJ brushes his thumb on my chin. Every part of me tingles. I shiver, and it's not because he's perpetually cold, must be a part ghost thing. "Everything was awful except this," he says and leans in and kisses me again. I think I see stars. I think I shoot over the moon. I think I'm orbiting in space, somewhere far from my worries, campus, the tension, and everything else as his lips press against mine. I feel infinite. From within Penny House, I hear Miss Mayweather checking everyone in for curfew. JJ and I say a lingering goodnight. Despite the warmth of his kiss, a chill follows me into the dorm and through the next days. I can't seem to shake it. I feel cold inside, watched, worried. I can hardly focus and find myself making simple arithmetic errors, reading the same line repeatedly in my textbooks, and setting everything nearby aflame, even with the wand upgrade. I've fallen so far behind in my studies, I bring my homework to the dining hall. I push my tray of food away and struggle to make sense of feedback loops for the escalation and of death spirals and monoculture reactions. We still have conservation work despite Darrington's absence. "This can't happen here," Dewey says, setting his tray down and closing my book. "I can't fail," I counter. "Didn't we designate our table as a work-free zone? I have to pass this in today." "But you're not even eating," Dewey says. "If you keep quiet and let me focus, you can have my pie," I bargain. "Your banana cream pie," he says, eyeing it. I pass it to him and go back to my assignment. I've only written 2 measly responses when a butternote lands on my shoulder. Seminole Seminar is back on. That night, as a coven constabulary chaperones me across campus, I expect the uniquely eccentric, but recovered, Professor Aerosmith to be waiting for me in the classroom. Instead, West paces, gazing up at the glass ceiling and beyond to the half-moon. "Where's JJ?" I ask after greeting him. "Tonight, you're taking a test." "But I didn't prepare," I protest. "Did I miss the assignment or?" I fret because I've struggled to keep up with homework and studying these last few days. "There is nothing you could have done to prepare. I've exhausted my other options and now it's time for you to move on in your studies." He waves his hand vaguely. "How is Professor Aerosmith?" I ask, delaying the inevitable. Chancellor West takes a seat on one of the cushions in the middle of the room and gestures for me to do the same. "As quirky as ever, but she'll make a recovery in time." "And Darrington?" "Professor Darrington," he corrects. "As for her, we have yet to see. But take heart, she's as tough as they come. I have a feeling she'll pull through." "Any idea who poisoned her?" "We're investigating. JJ told me magic leaves traces." He nods. "And skilled magicals can just as easily hide the residue." He tosses his hands in the air and then lets them fall into his lap. "Now, time for your exam. I would like you to block your memories." This I have no problem with, having become adept at keeping JJ out of my head for so many months. The energy between West and I shifts. It becomes present, active. I easily block the head of Riptivik from my bank of memories, feeling rather satisfied at my newly developed skill. "Maya." West's voice comes to me from what feels like in my own mind. "Now, please block your thoughts." A memory wall proves to be no problem, but thoughts are another matter, entirely. Like earlier, my focus is spotty. It's like my brain has too many computer tabs open. He must see my frustration. Piles of awaiting homework pop into my mind. Then our talk about how magic leaves traces makes me wonder if I should learn how to hide it because meeting in a secret room in the library likely breaks a rule or 10. "Maya," West's voice comes again, bringing me back into focus. "I don't want to pry into your thoughts, but it's imperative you block them. I try again, using the same wall method I did with blocking memories, but current thoughts aren't stored in boxes in the attic of my mind. They're more like a river or sea, flowing right through the center with waves crashing this way and that. West's voice filters into my awareness. You are the master. Your thoughts are the beast. Who is in charge? Who captains the ship in your ocean of thought? I say vaguely. If I'm in your mind, I'm on your boat. Where will you take me? To shore, I say swiftly, carrying his energy away from my own until I feel a sensation like I've just landed on solid ground. Awareness of West in my mind vanishes, and he says, well done. Now, we're going to practice until you learn how to keep stowaways off your ship. He winks. A short time later, the bells toll 12, indicating it's midnight. You must be tired, West says. I shake my head. On top of my chill and inability to focus, I haven't been sleeping well, so like a good little owl, I fluff my feathers and indicate we continue. Yet, inside, I shiver. West shifts, as though he too feels a draft. He scans the room before we continue. After I successfully block him a dozen times, at last, he claps his hands together as though we're done. He's easily one of the most powerful magicals in our world, and I feel like clapping because I successfully kept him out of my thoughts. However, I doubt he's using his full strength and ability. You did an outstanding job. That's good to hear. I wasn't expecting a test. Trial by fire, as they say. You, Maya, are very fiery. From now on, we're going to focus on witchery. I stop myself from saying finally. At last, I get to learn more about my obscure talent. Before we go, can you tell me what a bricksta is? I ask, hoping he'll elaborate on what Bree and Yassi mentioned. West's mouth curves into a subtle smile. You, Maya, are a bricksta. But to be clear, magic isn't about luck. It's learning to believe. Trust is a choice. You must choose to trust your magical talents. You must seek the stars within and connect them to the stars above. I gaze up at the glass ceiling in the classroom, seeking understanding. Then he says, you have my permission. For what? I'm not sure if he means I have permission to seek the stars within, whatever that means, or something else. He gets to his feet, leading me toward the door. The Secret Garden was always one of my favorite books when I was a boy. I stop abruptly. Gregor Zax. He means he knows about our group. I'm sorry that you can't use a wish to fix things. However, it seems you're on the right track. No, I can't use magic to force people to get along and stop fighting, but I can be an ally, a bricksta. Chapter 7. At last, after the long seminal seminar exam, I'm officially exhausted. On our way out of the building, I excuse myself to the bathroom to splash water on my face. West instructs me to meet him outside Nightingale Hall. I expect a chaperone to bring me back to my dorm. When I get outside, I don't see anyone waiting. I look to West for an explanation, and he glances over his shoulder. Then he stiffens and goes still as though listening, sensing. Clouds creep across the sky and the moon glows for a moment before disappearing. The campus is quiet, everyone at Riptivik is asleep, it would seem, except Chancellor West and me. He takes a deep breath and says, "Did you know it's the spring equinox? It's a night when magical energy is naturally magnified." I didn't know about either. Did the chaperone forget? I ask, hoping I don't have to spend the night in Nightingale. West scans our immediate area and his eyes narrow slightly as he peers into the darkness. Slight detour. Change of plans. An extension of your exam, if you will. He ushers me toward the middle of the sloping lawn in front of Nightingale and away from Penny House. I shiver. I regret the cold water in the bathroom, but I needed to stay alert on the way back to my dorm. Maybe he knows a shortcut. "Professor," I say, hastening to catch up to him. I extend my arm, reaching for his silver robe, but it vanishes between my fingers. I stop. My pulse quickens. "Professor?" I call. My voice is soft, but sounds altogether too loud, considering I'm alone, in the dark, long past curfew. There are demon snatchers on the loose, including Honey, who I don't expect would have a problem making me ghost meat. I glance around, but all I see are the dim lights along the path. A waft of cold air, too cold to breathe, freezes me in place. A shadow with ribbons of opaque hair and an angry look of determination approaches. I know without it coming into focus that Honey is about to attack. On Hallows Eve, I had the vague sense of a menacing presence, but this time I'm altogether too aware of what it is and has the potential to do. "Leave me alone," I command as the demon-wraith's vaporous body nears me. I feel it drawing my remaining warmth. I repeat, "Leave me alone. Go away." I hear a swishing sound like a distant whisper. Why would West leave me out here? Then I realize he must have walked right into the demon's trap. There was no time for him to act. My heart sinks. My stomach lurches with anxiety. He's gone. The demon snatcher's dark, obsidian energy cuts into mine. I resist, blocking memories and thoughts. I want to block my energy, but the demon snatcher is more powerful. I feel myself slipping, as if I'm in a tunnel, and the world is getting smaller and smaller. Then a flash of white light jolts the demon once and then again. I blink my eyes several times. West and JJ come into view like a pair of apparitions, each casting spells, thrusting the demon snatcher backward. JJ's magic streaks blue and aligns with West's silver stream of power. To my surprise, JJ almost rivals the Chancellor. Although, given how long he's been trapped in a half-life, he's had plenty of time to study and refine his magic. I'm ready to run, but get colder, freezing to the spot. I can't move. Multiple demon snatchers surround me. There must be 6, at least. The magic continues to blast them when Darrington appears, as fierce as ever. Her green-hued magic rockets toward the demon snatcher closest to me, driving it away. She forces the circle wider, giving me more room. JJ rushes over to me, casting a net of what looks like bluish ice around us. I've never been so cold in my life, but never so relieved. JJ keeps the demon snatchers at bay while West and Darrington cast spell after spell, temporarily immobilizing them, but not destroying them. "I see you're feeling in fine fettle," West says to the professor. "Nothing like an imminent danger to get someone out of bed," Darrington replies. West chuckles. "You always like to be in the center of the action, Augustina." "Yes, well, I have my own ideas of how miscreants should be handled. Seeing how members of our trusted law enforcement squad aren't here, I say they made a grave error denying me a position, with no thanks to your letter of recommendation, which was more of a disapproval. They continue to whip the demons with their magic, but they have grim power of their own that flies toward the Chancellor and Professor." "You're still sore about that?" West asks as he uses both hands with open palms to drive the demons snatching energy away. "Of course, I thought your talents were better served here at Riptivik." She scoffs. They banter, all the while casting the demon snatchers back, but not dispelling them. Several more demons appear and Darrington suddenly becomes very still. "Augustina," West says in a measured tone. It's nearly upon her, capturing her energy. I recognize her expression of fear as the same one I had minutes ago. I close my eyes, hoping to wish this moment away, wish her to safety, anything. West blasts the demon, but as he forces one away, another appears. I gaze up to the sky, digging deep, begging and pleading for this to stop. Where is the coven? Since October, there are always several on campus. I seek the stars within. Something sparks. It's a tiny glow at first and hardly warm enough to burn. Then I choose to believe in it, in myself. I tap into a source of heat, of fire, and then I make a wish. Warmth floods through me and my eyes snap open as a red-orange-yellow glow pours forth. It's the color of flaming stars and fills the gloomy night with a radius of light, casting the demon snatchers from the lawn in front of Nightingale and into the darkness. When it reaches beyond where we can see, I realize I'm breathing heavily as though I just ran a race. In the distance, flashes of blue flare and then disappear. 1, 2, 3, 10. West says, I see the coven finished the job for us. Where were they? I ask. Where did you go? You were walking ahead of me one moment and then gone the next. My questions come rapid fire. West lifts an eyebrow and grips my shoulder. You were being hunted, Maya. Likely for weeks now. Although you were ultimately successful in blocking your memories and thoughts, I saw traces of magic, dark magic, trailing you. One particular demon snatcher was wearing you down, waiting for the right moment for you to be weak enough, unfocused enough to slip up, to wander off and fall into its trap. JJ scowls at this news. Had you been feeling not quite yourself lately? The way his accent and the anger on my behalf solidifies the words brings the answer to my lips. I had been feeling cold and rather dreadful lately, I say, putting it together. Chancellor, if you knew that, why'd you leave me on the lawn alone, at night? JJ stiffens beside me and growls. Did you use Maya as bait, West? He doesn't wait for a reply. Don't put her in that kind of danger again, he warns. Danger, yes, but more dangerous than to leave them loose. However, I do apologize. I believe there to be 1, 2 at most. Not 10. Thank you, I say. Not for using me as bait, but for, well, getting rid of the demon snatchers. No, I think the thanks lies with you, Maya. It seems you passed your exam. If I'm not mistaken, you summoned a wish. He looks me over carefully. Remember to believe in your magic, Brixta. JJ puts one arm around my shoulder and pulls me close. And thank you, Professor Darrington, I say. Ah yes, Professor, thank you for rising to the occasion, West says. May I ask what put you out of commission in the first place? Darrington's expression is as sharp as a blade. Winslow, you kept me from operating within the law as a member of the coven. However, that disappointment didn't quell my desire to seek justice. You can be sure I will take measures to ensure the person who poisoned me gets what's coming to them. West raises an eyebrow in her direction before saying, JJ, will you see to it Maya returns safely to Penny Legion House? I believe the imminent danger has passed. Then he mutters, I have to make sure our professor here doesn't do anything foolish. JJ and I walk back to my dorm, hand in hand. I am warm, grateful, and at last, ready for bed. Chapter 8. Pulled from a dream, I wake up, and my heavy eyelids hardly open. Nonetheless, I make out some of my friends and head of dorm, all wearing concerned expressions, filling the room. Memories trickle back. Even Bree flits overhead as though flustered and tinkles, we could try cold water or ice under the sheets. Why won't she wake? Was it a sleeping spell? I thought she stopped breathing for a second. Asleep for 19 hours, another voice says. I wonder what she was saying. Someone else whispers, I think she's awake now, look. I rub my eyes and push onto my elbows. What are you all doing here? My voice is rusty. You weren't at breakfast, lunch, or dinner yesterday. Dewey said you missed classes. At daybreak, we were going to form a search party, but then we found you tucked snugly into your bed, Yassi says. The window reflects the night sky. I sit up and several of my friends say that they're relieved, but have to get back to their homework. Yassi sits down by my feet. You slept for 19 hours and had what sounded like an ongoing conversation with someone for the last 30 minutes. Winnie takes the chair at my desk. Audra, Reese, and Bree sit on her bed. Miss Mayweather says, we're glad you're okay. I'll go get you something to eat. West informed me about your trial. She sweeps from the room, leaving my friends asking questions all at once. But what I want to know is why I saw J.J. Thorne leaving the dorm at dawn. Yassie's eyebrow pitches toward disapproval. Miss Mayweather said trial, but were you sneaking around with J.J.? After the battle with the demon snatchers, he guided me up the stairs as I willed myself to stay awake. Winnie shifts in the chair. I recall him tucking me in and then sitting there until I drifted off. I tell them everything that happened, answering their many questions until Miss Mayweather brings me soup, bread, and a plate of cookies. Greedy fingers reach for them, but the head of my dorm says, Those are for Maya. Let her eat and you girls come down to the common room. I made a double batch. Everyone except Yassie leaves. I share my cookies with her. I was joking about that thing with JJ. Sort of. She winks as if she knows the hatred between us morphed into something else. I'm so glad you're safe, but through that horrible experience it sounds like you accessed your wish-witchery. I try to grasp the threads of what I did to perform such powerful magic, but I collapse back on the pillow, exhausted all over again. It's common for magicals new to their talent to be depleted afterward. That on top of being hunted by a demon snatcher. I shiver at the memory. Yeah, you weren't yourself the last few days. Was it Honey? She asks. I nod. And several others. Was she extinguished? If that's a fancy way of saying killed, I frown. Well, actually, since she's already dead, I don't know. Yeah, I think she and the others are gone. When I made my wish, they were forced too far away to know for sure, but I believe so. But I think the coven extinguished them, as you said. I described the blue sparks of light. JJ's magic was blue too. Only the most powerful spells cast by powerful witches and wizards have pigmented magic. Mine was the color of fire. I didn't even use my wand, I say, still stunned. You made a wish in a life-threatening circumstance. You summoned more power than you probably would have if making an ordinary wish. I exhale the air I've been holding. I don't think any wishes are ordinary. Yassie laughs. No, I suppose not. Unless you're throwing a coin in a fountain or making a wish on birthday candles. Yassie raises an eyebrow, having seen my memory of the birthday wish about falling in love. You sure about that? She leaves the question in the air long enough for JJ's image of ferocity as he protected me blazes into my mind. And the kisses. And his hand in mine. I keep these to myself, now adept at blocking Yassie from my mind. She says, he didn't leave your side until the sun came up. You were talking in your sleep a ton. Gibberish mostly. I didn't know you could speak gibberish. I didn't know I could speak gibberish, I counter. It's the oldest language in the magical world. Our school song is in gibberish. I thought that was Latin. She laughs. We're supposed to learn it so it doesn't die out. I only know a few basic words, please to Luke. You're welcome, Tallsmead. Yeah, that's about it. Are you teasing? Because if you are, spare me. I've had a long few days and nights. I'm not joking. I think West is fluent in gibberish, ask him about it. So what was your dream about? I try to get it back, but only glimpse a guy around my age who looks remarkably like JJ, but with different eyes and his lips are thinner. Unbelievably, he's more serious than the moody and mysterious guy who prefers top hats as he leads me through the orchard on a sunny day before pushing me over the edge of the world and plunging me into the night sky. Dreams are strange. It wasn't JJ. It must have been his brother, I whisper. Remember, dreams and visions can be meaningless, wrong, or misguided. You have homework to do. She points to a pile twice as big as before on my desk. And I should finish an essay for alchemy. Thank you, Yassie, I say as she exits. Of course, she says with a smile. I roll over, not at all interested in the mountain of homework waiting for me. My thoughts filter through the close call on the lawn outside Nightingale. It's hard to believe I missed the entire day. I want to talk to JJ, but it's past curfew. Do I dare sneak out? Probably not in this state. I wonder about my dream, JJ's brother, and the strange sensation of falling into the sky. More importantly, there's still the issue of the Marauders and the very big concern that there were so many demon snatchers on campus. It must mean they're multiplying. If there are magical enchantments to keep us in, presumably it also keeps others out. Then how were the demons here? If it's true that Imogen Hawks used the essence of young magicals to maintain her youthfulness, which the Hive then plans to use after they've been turned into ghosts to create an undead army, I have to stop her. It's a prophecy for goodness sakes. But what can I do? Now that I know I'm actually capable of using my magic in this powerful way, I'm more desperate than ever to do something. My hand lands on Imogen's journal at my bedside. I wonder if JJ was reading it last night. My heart aches for the suffering he's endured. His mother cursed him, his father disappeared or died or both, and he's stuck in between and in the in-between. My heart also aches, because I wouldn't mind kissing him again. Hey, he's likely also had a long time to practice his smooching skills. I'm not complaining. I read a couple of passages in the journal, but don't find anything else that might be helpful related to how she used her last wish for immortality. I sigh, about to close it, when I spot what looks like the edge of a compass rose poking out from the pocket in the back. I'd forgotten about seeing it when I dropped the diary in the infirmary. I unfold the paper, recalling JJ's parents are both immortalized on campus in a way, making them present for JJ and of course, very, very absent. It must be strange knowing they were here, young, and in love once. I recall Dewey mentioning Trahan Thorne was a pirate. I smooth the crisp, old sheet of paper. Sure enough, it's a map. I bolt upright, never so desperate for dawn to come. Chapter 9. A new day arrives, but so does the reality of life at a reform school for the magically delinquent, which means a full day of classes. Darrington is back and as contentious as ever. Then a big rumpus game, we win against the Rudbury Rebels, making JJ scarce until the celebration in the dining hall. I try numerous times to cross the sea of people, most of them in line for the banana cream pie or in line to get a chance to congratulate him. Just before I sit at our usual table, he and I exchange a look of I wish I was over there and I wish you were over here. However, as the star player on the team and despite his moody manner, he can no longer deny his role, or his fans. In stark contrast, Bobby sulks nearby, surrounded by a few loyal friends aka Marauders. Below the din, Chilton says, I told you not to mess with Darrington. If you're wondering, she didn't curse me to become the worst player on the team, Bobby snipes. Don't be too sure about that, Owen says as stony-faced as Darrington. In his southern drawl, Griffin says, these teachers are tougher than they look. First, the Gorgon curse failed and Aerosmith came back. Now, Darrington is going to make our lives a living nightmare. Speak for yourself, Bobby says. But you're the one who did it. Aren't you disappointed? Just a delay. Not a denial. Be patient, he says, and for a moment, our eyes meet. I quickly glance away, afraid he realized I overheard every word. No, when it comes to Bobby Gold, I shouldn't have anything to be afraid of. Except that he's incredibly attractive and evil. A lethal combination. Also, the matter of leading the Marauders and working for the Golden Hive who were desperate enough for power they're willing to try to build an undead army. No, nothing to worry about at all. Huh. For one fleeting moment it all seems so surreal I could laugh. But I don't. Dewey sits down with a sigh. They're out of the banana cream pie. He eyes my slice. I push it toward him. You can have it, I say before he has the chance to ask. Around a mouthful, he says, Galt's probably upset that he didn't make a single play for the team. The only thing keeping him on the field is the fact you can't fire the captain. But knowing what I do now, maybe he can be impeached. Voted off the island. He should be shaking in his boots right about now. Yes, he should, I mutter. Despite the celebratory mood on campus at the win, the teachers, mostly Darrington, are unrelenting with homework, keeping me occupied for the next few days as I finally catch up. When the end of the month arrives, the air is warm enough that I only wear a light sweater, with the Riptide emblem over the blouse of my uniform. I exchange the knit tights for tall socks, dress code. The boys drape their coats over one shoulder between classes. After the final bells ring, at an ordinary boarding school, students would gather on the lawn. Some would toss a frisbee, others would soak up the lingering sun, and all around there'd be chatter and laughter. Instead, everyone is steely-eyed and wary. The restrictions here are stacked pretty high even without Storch around. She was dismissed, but the reform school rules she enforced stand. I still haven't had a private moment to speak with JJ. We haven't been alone since he stayed by my side through the night after the demon snatcher attack. And I was asleep, so I returned to my dorm room to leave my books and go back outside to meet Yassi and the others before nightfall. A note tucked into the frame of my door flutters to the floor when I push it open. I don't dread Seminole Seminar like I used to, but if I'm honest, I'm still recovering from West's exam and the demons. However, the embers that were burning within when I cast my magic are still aglow and fuel me to find a solution to the Marauder problem. As I rush back down the stairs, I read the note. Instead of a request for me to be at Nightingale later, I read it and the glow brightens. You're beautiful, your hair, your eyes, and your wild will. All of it makes me feel something, buoyant, free, like the world has depths untold, like our story will be infinite. It's signed by the same hand that wrote the other ones. It's not Bobby. That much I'm sure of. Thank goodness. I wonder if there's someone out there less complicated than JJ. Then I see him walking up the hill toward Claremont Chapel. He stops outside the door and smells a rose, the first bloom of the season. I have a funny thought that nature always wins, despite obstacles, weather, and human hands. And so does love, the fire that kindles and ignites within. I tuck the note into the pocket of someone's discarded jacket in the corridor, hoping it will give them the little thrill of having an admirer. I rush up the hill, away from the leisurely afternoon and toward the chapel, toward something complicated, yes, but also that fills my heart in a way nothing else ever has. I'm panting when I step through the door. JJ is a whisper and a shadow. His form is so faded that the glow of a lit candle shines through him. It must be that this space is warded against magic. Panic grows inside of me at what this could mean. I rush over and hug him. He instantly brightens. Thank you for sitting by my side that night, I say, inhaling his fresh air scent. Of course, he says, holding me by the shoulders and looking at me with his strange, sad gray eyes. Moody, mysterious, misunderstood, I say, planting a kiss on his lips. I'll take it. I'll take it all. Just please don't disappear. JJ leads me over to one of the wooden benches and we sit down. He doesn't need to read my thoughts to see the plea in my expression. It can't be helped. My mother wished not to age anymore. I've been stuck here for a long, long time. His voice is strained. We have to break the curse. I was afraid to like you. I wanted your help but feared you'd think I was using you for a wish. I was afraid you'd see that I'm your inverse. I worried you wouldn't trust me. Sometimes I don't trust myself. I squeeze his hand, shake my head, and nestle against his chest. Tell me what it was like before the curse. Time expands for us in the quiet chapel as he tells me about his home in England, the acres of open space, the flowers, roses are his favorite, and his younger brother. He was born after our mother started to mess with her youth. Before my father found out. He was born like I am now, already fading. She was selfish and foolish. I don't want her to die, but to be at peace. Now here I am, trapped between worlds. Anyway, I don't think there's much left of the original Imogen Hawks. Could I wish you back to this side? I ask as my mind races with possibilities. That's messing with life and death, no better than her. When my brother was born, that was the last straw for my father. They had a big fight, yelling, casting spells, the whole bit. She chanted a complicated spell, it sounded like gibberish, and then he walked out. Did you ever see him again? No, and believe me, I've had plenty of time to look. I was stateside for a long time, but then learned he'd passed away back in England. But they never recovered his body. His family tried to keep that quiet. Probably out to sea somewhere. Heaviness presses against JJ with every word. And your brother? He wasn't a twin? I recall Chelsea's theories. No, but we looked alike. He came of age and stopped aging, so we were the same age. Easy mistake to make. People thought we were twins. For ages, one of us was always at Scary Street, though he was most afraid of non-magicals. Me, the other brother, was out traveling the world trying to figure things out. To fix things. To find you. Strange, that you were right there all along. You must have sensed my magic. He nods. You're right. I must have known even before I saw your name written in the stars, drawing me to you. I remember the map and pull it from my wand pocket where I've kept it rolled up for the last few days, hoping we'd have a private moment. Have you ever seen this? I ask. He takes the old piece of paper lightly in his hands and his face brightens. I recognize this handwriting. It's my father's. Where'd you find this? In Imogen's journal. The one you gave me. I pass it to him. I was flipping through it while you were sleeping. Searching for answers. I didn't spot it. It was in a hidden pocket. I found the journal in his library on Scary Street long after everything happened. JJ, I think this is a treasure map, I say. He brings it over to the candlelight and studies it. It's the Reptivik campus, he says. I nod. Isn't it strange how some things in it just end though? As if he got tired of drawing the details. I point to where the orchard dissolves. Surely, he would have included the cemetery. Some of the most important magicals rest there. JJ holds it up to the candlelight, and as if imprinted between the paper, right in the middle of the cemetery, is the letter X. It is a treasure map. I exclaim. That old pirate, JJ says fondly, shaking his head. Do you think he buried the wand there? I squirm because I never want to go to the cemetery again, no less dig up a wand. JJ almost smiles. Just as quickly as the corners of his mouth tease upward, the expression slides off his face as though he realizes something much worse than digging up a wand. April. Chapter 10. Considering the tumultuous year so far at Reptivik Reform, demon snatchers, attacks on teachers and students, and some very humiliating jinxes I'd rather not mention, everyone on campus is surprisingly chipper. Perhaps it's the longer days of sunlight, the scent of the earth now that the ground has thawed from winter, and the birds chorusing each morning. Spring is unmistakably here. See it? Yassi asks excitedly. She points at the grand, sweeping lawn in the center of campus. Yeah. The grass is finally green. No more snow. Yay. I mock cheer. It's great, but my own mood is heavy, like part of me lingers in the chapel with JJ where I saw the extent of how he's fading, heard his sad story, and learned about his feelings for me. That last part isn't bad, but I feel like there's so much at stake it's overwhelming. Also, there's all of that on top of the fact that I'm trapped at reform school. Yassi shakes me from my thoughts by actually cheering. No, Maya, the Jubilee. Officially, the night jubilee, Wyatt says smartly, sidling up beside us as we walk to class. The what? I ask. Every spring, the night jubilee tours the countryside and pays a special, one-night visit to Riptivik. She goes on to tell us about a levitating spectacle last year that involved flips and other acrobatic feats using audience participants. It's kind of like a circus, Wyatt says helpfully, taking Yassie's hand. A magical circus, but even better. Yassie pauses as if looking at a big top tent in awe. Don't tell me you don't see it, she says when I shrug. I have a feeling they're putting me on, trying to shake me from my funk. Wyatt says, do you see the shimmering light there? He points toward the lawn. It's a portal. The Jubilee comes to campus, but doesn't travel here and then set up like a regular circus. It's a clever bit of magic if you ask me. It's in a fixed location, somewhere in Canada, I think. But every spring the door arrives that leads us there. Yassie grips me by the shoulders and adjusts my position so a massive pine tree is in my line of sight. Does it look like the tree is moving? Wavering, sort of, I reply. Oh, wait, I see it now. Almost like a big semi-invisible sheet is blowing in the wind. Something like that. I smile for real. I take it this isn't a Storch-approved activity. Definitely not. She probably didn't even know about it before she was sent packing. Good riddance too. So when can we go? I ask. At sunset. The door is only accessible to enter at sunset and exit at sunrise. Wait a second, Dewey says, appearing from I don't know where. You guys walk too fast. What's this about sunset and sunrise? Tonight we go to the Jubilee, Yassie says with glee. Dewey cocks his head in disbelief. All night? Does that mean no homework? Oh no, you can be sure they'll pile it on, Yassie says, quickening her pace. And they'll give you extra if you don't finish it for tomorrow. At that, we race across the lawn toward our next classes. Mercifully, I don't get nearly as much homework as I expect. The teachers probably need a break too. When the twilight sky turns the gray of JJ's eyes with a hint of purple, all the girls in Penny House march down to the lawn accompanied by the chaperones and toward the shimmering door. Those who've been to the Jubilee talk about it with excitement and wonder. Other girls, whose siblings, cousins, or friends returned home from school, describing the magical event, speculate and anticipate. A line stretches all the way back to the sidewalk as students wait for entry. As we dip down a slight hill, I spot several students step forward and then disappear through the portal. Does it hurt? Winnie asks Yassie. What? To enter the portal? No. It's kind of like stepping through. In her pause, Audra says, it's like stepping through gelatin. You know the non-magical kind in those snack packs. How do you know about Jell-O? I ask. She is a nymph after all. A family friend brought it over once. She sticks out her tongue. It's all jiggly and wiggly. Kind of gross if you ask me. When we reach the front of the line, Winnie grips my hand tightly. A woman wearing a purple and silver shirt ushers us to a golden line on the ground. She asks, First Jubilee? We both nod. You're in for the time of your life. Before we hear what else she says, we whisk through the portal. Sure enough, it feels like walking into a bowl of gelatin. Not that I've never immersed myself in the substance, but that is indeed what comes to mind. When my surroundings feel normal again, I turn in a circle. The silver and purple tent stretches high above and the top looks like it's open to the night sky, but with a magnified star's cape. The constellations seem closer, brighter. All around there is action. 3 women with their wand arms outstretched draw illuminated caricatures of 3 changelings who keep changing their appearance. With a flick of the wrist, the witches change the drawing to match. Repeat. Girls in poofy skirts sail through the sky, tumbling as though gripping invisible wires. A man breathes fire as though he's going to incinerate a woman opposite. Her mouth hangs open in mock terror. At the last moment, she closes it, then opens again and breathes the fire. Someone juggles little balls the size of limes. 3, 6, 9, 12, he tops off at 24. There's sparkle, shimmer, and wonder everywhere. Where's the food? Dewey says. Where's Wyatt? Yassi asks. I keep my eyes out for JJ as we pass trinket stalls. Everything about the Jubilee is grander, brighter, and more fantastical than anything I've ever experienced in the non-magical world. The scent of something salty sweet reaches my nose. Dewey sniffs the air, smelling it too. Don't even tell me they have exploding corn, he exclaims. That doesn't sound too good, I say. Oh, but it tastes good, he replies, following his nose into the crowd. We follow him to a stall advertising corn that pops in your mouth. Dewey orders a bag and then holds it out to me. I let him take the first mouthful. His cheeks puff up as the kernels pop, pop, pop in his mouth. He insists I try one. It's an unusual sensation, but the best kettle corn I've ever had. Naturally, I help myself to another handful. Yassi blows bubbles with gum she bought, and Wyatt has to hold her hand so she doesn't float away. Audra and Winnie each have ice cream cones that change flavor with every lick. We pass game booths. The barkers advertise a variety of prizes, from the strange and bizarre anti-quacking ducks, whatever those are, to an all-expenses-paid trip to the moon. I'm not sure they really mean the one high above, peeking out from the walls of the tent. In addition to the food, games, and prizes, we watch feats of valor, feed several beasts, including a baby dragon, the cutest little fella I've ever seen. I can't imagine Storch was once at all adorable. And of course, there are contests. When we reach the end of the thoroughfare that loops around the oval tent, 2 vamps I've seen around campus engage in a duel. Yassi says, typical. Those 2 were here last year and promised a rematch. Show-offs, Dewey mutters as light zips from their outstretched wands, forming rude symbols in the air. There are loads of opportunities for us to use our magic though, Audra says. My favorite is the elements table, Yassi says, grabbing my hand and hurrying me through the crowd. The others follow, and we reach a large wooden table covered in purple and silver cloths. The idea is to guess the element, earth, wind, fire, etc., under the cloth. But it's hidden, I say, starting to understand. Exactly. Use your energy to determine what it is. Dewey scoffs. Seems like something a wood nymph would enjoy. I'm going to check out the horrible hoops. Sounds horrible, I say with a laugh as he disappears into the crowd. I remain and watch, cheering on the girls as they correctly select each element. Winnie still works on her ice cream cone, exclaiming each new flavor with delight. When Yassi and Audra agree to do the best 2 out of 3, I wander back toward the entrance, hoping to spot JJ. When I reach the dueling area, I find him and Bobby Gold with their wands aloft. Chapter 11. JJ and Bobby stand toe-to-toe at the foot of the dueling strip. Their muscles are tense. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like they're about to fight, not with wands like the duel, but with fists. Go on, get up there, Owen urges, knocking his shoulder aggressively against JJ's. Or maybe they'll duel too. Yeah, not so tough off the field are you, another one of Bobby's friends says. JJ subtly stiffens. Come on, show me what you're made of, Thorn, Bobby prods. The others goad them onto the elevated staging set up for magical dueling. It seemed more playful when the vamps were up there, firing relatively harmless and goofy spells. Nonetheless, Bobby climbs the steps and JJ follows. He looks mad, miserable, and downright mean. He's also noticeably brighter than he's been lately, more like a social media filter and less like a photo taken 100 years ago. I wonder if he draws energy from all the magic concentrated under the Jubilee tent. JJ steps to his side of the staging and then trips. He extends his hands as though to catch himself, but doesn't hit the ground. Without touching the stage and defying gravity, he pushes himself away from the floor and back to standing. He draws his wand and spins to face Bobby, ready to retaliate. "Slip on a banana peel, JJ?" Bobby asks, chuckling. JJ scowls, unamused. "Let's get this over with," he says. A woman in a purple and silver shirt confers with the two of them, likely reviewing the rules before each boy retreats to one end of the stage. They face away from each other, and then the woman gives the whistle. Bobby turns and fires first, casting a dull golden spell toward JJ. He blocks and advances a few paces. Bobby strides forward, shooting spell after spell. JJ avoids each one. They continue in this way until the woman blows the whistle again. "Round 1, she says. A shimmering scoreboard appears over her head, showing they both have 0 points. I hear a pop, pop, crunch, crunch, and find Dewey by my side. "It was only a matter of time," he says, indicating the two on the stage. The duel resumes after the whistle blows again. JJ quickly scores 3 points to Bobby's 0. If Bobby can't be the top man on the rumpus field, he'll find a way to take his biggest rival down. "To be honest, JJ looks bored," Dewey says between mouthfuls. "I've seen JJ spell cast and Dewey is right, he's not even trying. Either that or he's weakened. However, his movements to block Bobby's spells are quick, so I imagine he's holding back." Midway through the 3rd round, JJ flinches, but Bobby didn't cast a spell. Then he hops from foot to foot as if he's standing on hot sand. He belches and looks greenish like he's ill. People all around chuckle except for the pair in front of me, Chilton and Tucker, 2 of Bobby's friends and Marauders. Dewey must notice too, because he nudges me and juts his chin in their direction. I slide my wand out of my pocket, whisper a spell as I twist it just so, and then the two of them reach for their backsides and start squealing. They race from the crowd. "Was that you?" Dewey asks. "Pigs? You gave them each a piggy tail? Serves them right. That was classic. I owe you a lemonade," he says. "You can thank Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone," I say, inspired by a scene from the movie. With 1 round remaining, JJ wins, 9-2. While I wait to press through the crowd to reach JJ, Dewey hands me a large cup with a curly straw and filled with something purple. Or silver. Or yellow. Maybe it's pink, no it's blue. "Color-changing galaxy lemonade," Dewey says. "The best stuff there is." JJ presses through the crush of the crowd and silently slips his hand in mine. Dewey congratulates him. "You'll have to show me your moves." Dewey turns to me. "Do you see this guy? He's not winded or sweating. He doesn't look like he was just in a duel." He shakes his head in awe of his new hero. "I don't have time for that nonsense." JJ's English accent is clipped. "You put on a good show." "So did Maya. She gave those 2 that were jinxing you corkscrew pigs' tails." They ran off squealing. Dewey laughs. JJ smirks and squeezes my hand. Dewey notices and his eyebrows lift. Then he clinks his cup of lemonade against mine and says, "Well, cheers. I'm off to win a game of thunder snow." I turn to look for the others when the nearby crowd swells as if being pushed forward. Screams abruptly follow. Everyone stampedes toward the shimmering exit. We're pressed body to body. I don't let go of JJ's hand. An elbow jabs into my ribs. Someone steps on my toe and everyone yells in panic. Then all of a sudden, I'm sucked forward, floating for a moment, and then sailing through what feels like jello. I land hard on the grassy lawn at Riptivik under the night sky. JJ stands beside me and extends his hand to help me to my feet. "Sorry about the landing. What happened? How'd we get here? Is everyone trapped at the Jubilee?" JJ gazes at the sky and exhales a deep breath. I don't know what happened, but whatever caused that stampede wasn't good. I transported us out. You can do that? I recall Yassi mentioning dusk and dawn are the only times the door is passable. I've been around a while and learned an exception spell or two. He winks. Were you even trying when you were dueling with Bobby? Not even a little. His lips quirk in what I assume is his version of a self-satisfied smile. So does that also mean you can leave Riptivik whenever you want? He nods like this is obvious. Then what are we doing here? You're safest here. Safe? I exclaim. 4 words. Bobby, Storch, Marauders, demons. Yes, but what's out there, he gestures vaguely, is much worse. Before I can protest, he says, what was your other question? Oh yeah, is everyone trapped at the Jubilee? Yes, I think so. Are they stuck there until dawn? That depends on where West is. As far as I know, he's the only one who has the authority to override the portal. But you did. He nods. That's not exactly high school level magic or authorized for that matter. Nor can I magic them all out of there. Wait. Can I make a? Only I can answer that question. The night is silent, but the screams from moments before echo in my mind. We have to do something. I close my eyes and focus my energy on the ground beneath my feet, the vault of stars above, and the energy surrounding me. I tap into the flame within. I reach deep, believing, trusting, and focusing on my power. Then I make a wish. Students fall through the portal and then those behind them pour through in a mass of chaos. I didn't exactly think through providing a stable re-entry. You could have wished for an orderly queue, JJ says as we both help those who've fallen to their feet. Then he adds, I recommend you keep your wand at the ready. Who knows what caused this? Probably not what, but who, I mutter, thinking about Bobby. He's not only a sore loser, but also a marauder. Everyone stampedes across the lawn toward the dorms. Eventually, the flow of students slows. A few more limp out, like the last kernels of popcorn popping in a bag or mouth, as is the case with Dewey's exploding corn. JJ and I look at each other before transportating back into the tent. Instead of lively magical activity, the tent is wrecked and quiet except for a whimpering sound. We creep toward it, careful not to step on the decorations torn from the booths and stalls or the food wrappers strewn on the ground. A ribbon waves from behind an overturned table. It's a snodgrass, JJ whispers. We exchange a nod and we quietly each approach from opposite ends. When I peek around the corner, a girl from my creation class cowers under the hulking mass of a scaly beast. Its breath gusts the debris on the floor. She shields her face. I raise my wand, not quite sure what spell to use. The creature scrapes the ground with its clawed foot. Nice, beastie, I say gently. We're just leaving. From somewhere nearby comes low laughter. Nothing nice about this thing as froth fills its mouth. He scratches the ground again and snorts. I'm reminded of a certain dragon shifter. The creature steps closer. If I extend my arm, I could touch its horns. I swallow hard and am about to give it a pig snout. It's the first thing that came to mind, probably to go along with the pig's tails, in place of its snout filled with sharp teeth. Before I can make a move, a stark blue light fills the tent and is met with a golden flare. JJ and Bobby resume their duel. It distracts the snodgrass, who roars and then charges at me. My frame is just narrow enough that it scoops me up between its horns. Its hot breath is on my stomach as it pins me against an ever-blooming flower stand with a jerk. My shoulder and head instantly ache from the hard slam. I wiggle and writhe, kicking out, gripping its horns and trying to shake free. I panic and start screaming when I remember my magic. I don't even need my wand. I close my eyes, summoning the fire-like energy that dwells deep inside. It swells within, ready to fire. However, when I blink open, a lasso of blue light encircles the beast. JJ must have broken loose from Bobby. He gently tames the beast backward, dropping me onto the ground. The creature stiffens as though frozen. Then a half-dozen people dressed in the purple and silver of the Jubilee emerge from behind a door. They rush to the creature, taking over for JJ. With the situation in hand, JJ hurries over to me, his expression streaked with concern. "I'm okay," I assure him as he helps me to my feet. Shaken, but mostly fine. Mostly glad one of those horns didn't impale me. That was close. I'm sorry that I let Bobby distract me. It won't happen again. His tone is flat as though he's angry at himself more than anything. It's kind of sweet. Next time, I'd like to go dueling against him. Bobby and I got beef, I say in my toughest voice. JJ laughs a slow laugh. We pass back through the portal to the lawn at Riptivik, where we belong. Several figures, cloaked in black, dash across campus, filling the night with their wicked laughter. What happened to Bobby, anyway? I ask as we hurry across the moor. I let him win so I could deal with the Snodgrass. You what? My voice echoes in the darkness as I turn to him, stopping in my tracks. A long list of all the spells I would have been happy to use against him roll through my mind. Just this once. JJ's voice is low, dangerous. It won't happen again either. His hand slips into mine and I realize he's the real winner as we walk away together. Chapter 12. After Bobby's reappearance and second duel with JJ, I'm sure the Marauders were behind the chaos at the Night Jubilee. There was no way Bobby stuck around just to try to best him. As Chancellor West said, everything in magic has a positive and negative energy. Good and evil. Contrasts. What was a fun and exciting event, not to mention time off from studying, turned into a night streaked with fear and danger. The scaly creature was a rare and deadly Snodgrass. The girl, Emily, who had almost attacked is relatively fine and escaped with only a few scratches, mostly due to the stampede, rather than a gnashing by the animal's sharp teeth. Unlike me, whose entire body aches from when it slammed me into the wall. This disaster prompts me to call a Mavericks meeting as soon as possible because I don't want to see my friends, or anyone at Riptivik for that matter, helpless when under attack. It's not so much that we don't know which spells to use. Rather, the issue is we don't have practice or, for many of us, the competence to use our magic. More than ever, I feel an urgency to fulfill the prophecy and end this madness and mayhem once and for all. However, a week passes before the original members of the group are able to gather in the hidden room below the library. The upside is they've each brought someone, a friend or roommate, doubling our size. I take a few minutes to talk about our purpose and intentions, then explain what happened at the Jubilee after everyone was magicked out. After the events at the Jubilee, I feel like this is more important than ever, I conclude. I don't expect we'll find Snodgrasses roaming around campus, a boy with a pointy face says. Don't be so sure about that, Yassi says. We faced a cinder beast a few months ago. She crosses her arms in front of her chest. Someone else adds, my mom said they shouldn't have had a dangerous animal like that at the Jubilee. You're missing the point, Yassi replies. I press my lips together and inhale. It was the Marauders, proving that they're the ones who've been creating or inviting danger onto our campus lately. I then go on to explain what else I know to the newcomers. In a way, it's like the Marauders replaced the demon snatchers, Nia says. They may be gone for now, but not forever. We have to be vigilant, aware, prepared, Dewey adds. It's up to us to learn how to stay safe, look out for one another, and to be on the defensive, Yassi says. But they don't teach us how to do that in any of our classes, the boy with the pointy face says. That's why we're here, doofus, Dewey says. I raise an eyebrow, surprised at the insult. Dewey shrugs. What? That's his name. Honest. Doofus? Doofus nods. Doofus Bringle. I start to explain what the word means in the non-magical world, but cut myself off, realizing I'm off topic. They used to teach defensive skills, Manolo, the vamp, says smoothly. The last administration decided to axe it from the curriculum. That's what my aunt told me, anyway. They may not teach us these skills at Riptivik anymore, but we have someone who can help us with the basics. JJ? I call. The crowd parts for him from where he'd been sitting in the back. He shifts and gives me a "you didn't just ask me to teach defensive magic" look. I reply with a look that says even if I did ask, you never answer my questions, anyway. His look is touché, I think. Or it could be we're going to talk about this later. Or it could be alright, I'll do it. Sometimes it's hard to read his shades of gray expressions. When the lesson concludes about an hour later, I say, listen, everyone, we'll meet again next week. Same time and same place. For now, practice together, don't go anywhere alone, and watch out for the Marauders. Can we bring others to the meeting? One of the newcomers asks. The more in our number, the stronger we'll be, I answer. Wait, Doofus says. Everyone turns to him. How do we know what she says is true? What if this is a waste of time? I sigh, not having anticipated any doubters, because of everything I've seen with my own eyes. Why would I lie? I ask. JJ steps forward and without a word waves his wand. Memories of my experiences play like a slideshow on the bare wall of the room, starting with the incident in the orchard on Hallows Eve and leading up to the night of the Jubilee. The room spins and I feel increasingly dizzy until my memories return to my head. Gregor's axe, that was weird. Why wasn't that in West's seminal seminar lessons? I give JJ an admonishing look that says you didn't ask if you could broadcast my memories. He returns with a "you weren't blocking them" tilt of his head. Touché. That night, I'm up late, unable to sleep. Like the slideshow at the meeting, I replay the night of the Jubilee. Rumor has it the organizers are convinced someone tampered with the Snodgrass enclosure. I go over the same information and details until my mind spins, and not because I'm dizzy. The moon crests the night sky, repeatedly drawing me to the window. I gaze into the endless firmament of stars, but don't find any answers. But I do find something else. Comfort. Connection. The feeling that I'm teeny tiny but also vast with possibility. After I do a few assignments to catch up, I still can't sleep. I pace. I try counting sheep. I take deep, relaxing breaths. #triple fail. I study the map from Imogen's journal. As long as I'm awake, I may as well figure it out. The quadrants of the campus are like a puzzle that doesn't quite fit together. Well, the central area does, but several of what would be the edge pieces fade like whoever drew the map wasn't sure what was there, which is odd because if it was JJ's father who created it, many of the buildings were already constructed. I leaf through the journal, trying to put pieces together. It makes sense now that JJ would have this, knowing Imogen is his mother. Either his father had it before that and put the map in it, or Imogen did. What's it for and why? Yeah. Me and my questions. I dig through my desk to find the map of campus I received from Yassi at the beginning of the year. Thankfully, I never needed it because she showed me around, but I gathered it was a holdover from when Riptivik was an academy and not a reform school. Although Storch has lost her hold, so hopefully things will change back to the way they were sooner rather than later. I compare the two maps. There's the central campus with the dining hall, Lindholm Auditorium, the dorms, the woods, the lake house, and Nightingale Hall. There's also a path to the orchard and beyond that the cemetery. I find another part that sort of dissolves where the library should be. It's like there's a missing piece. Strangely, Gould Hall is on the north side of campus and the administration building toward the east, by the lake. It's almost like an alternate version of Riptivik. I hold it up to the dim light in my room, revealing the X that JJ and I found. I lie back on my pillow, pondering, and then slip into sleep. Finally, JJ's brother, as faded and ghostly as him, leads me across the lawn where the Jubilee was. The house I grew up in, Hamilton High School, buildings from my town, the Jubilee tent, a pumpkin pyramid, and the regular buildings clutter the Riptide campus. He urges me to keep going, through walls, obstacles, and obviously solid objects. Then the ground disappears beneath me, and I'm falling through the night sky. He looks at me imploringly over what could very well be the edge of the earth. I continue to free fall. His expression changes as if he's suggesting I'm dense and don't get it. My eyes blink open. It's still night. I look at the map again, gleaning that he was trying to lead me forward, and perhaps tell or show me something about where I was going. I wonder if the faded buildings are like portals, like the shimmering door we passed through to reach the Jubilee. When we were in the chapel and saw the X by candlelight, it was as though JJ knew something. Maybe this is where the wand is located, hidden behind a magic door in the building named after his parents. Now that the demon snatchers are likely gone, probably, hopefully, fingers crossed, but not likely, I could go over there right now and ask him. We've hardly had a moment alone since that afternoon. The moon is bright and the night clear. My room is over the entryway to Penny House and the little roof isn't that far from the porch rails. I could easily shimmy down. If I encounter a demon snatcher, since I wished them away once, I could do it again, right? It's a risk I'm willing to take. Chapter 13. I scurry so quickly between my dorm and JJ's, even if a demon snatcher was on the prowl, it would have to catch lightning. Thankfully, I still have my soccer speed. I pick up a rock and ping it at his window. I think. The room remains dark and then I notice a dim, flickering light from a window on the backside of the building. JJ crosses the room and then sits at the desk under the window. Bingo! I toss another pebble. He looks up abruptly. The window slides open. Surprise flashes across his face. Did you miss me? Well, yeah, I say. I look around for a ladder or something to use to get up. Clearly, I didn't think this through. We're breaking several school rules right now. Obviously. Amusement plays in his eyes. Could I have a ladder or sheet or Rapunzel, could you let down your hair? I say with a giggle. Without preamble, I lift into the sky and then through the oversized window. I am flying. I catch myself on the chair as my feet hit the floor. Still working on landings, JJ says with a wink. It melts me. Shows me there's a side to him that I'm only now seeing. I want to hold on and not let go. But I also can't help but tease him. That wouldn't be true to us. Show off. His lips quirk. What are you doing awake? I ask. What are you doing here? He counters. I asked first. He sits down on the still-made bed and rests his elbows on his knees. I haven't slept since my 18th birthday. Remember when you said that I'm moody and miserable? Lack of sleep could be why. I sit down next to him, not sure how much space to leave, but bank on not much. Are you still moody and miserable? His fingers twine with mine and rest on the bed between us. Not so much. Not like this. Like a light bulb warming up, he brightens a shade or two. I pull out the map and rest it across our laps. I brought this. I try to explain the oddities to him and then the dream where his brother appeared. He chuckles lightly. Sounds exactly like something he'd do. Perhaps these buildings weren't constructed yet. Or maybe this was an alternative for the architects when they were planning the campus, I say, as possibilities of what it could be and how we can figure it out take shape. Yeah, an alternate, I say. Without letting go of his hand, I get to my feet. It will make more sense if I show you. At least I hope. After he reluctantly agrees, we steal across campus in the night. Every whisper of the wind and every sound in the distance raises the hairs on the back of my neck. Demon snatchers, guards, and coven constabulary are on patrol. Chancellor West, professors, the Marauders, and given the strange, topsy-turvy world it turns out I live in, any manner of other creatures might also prowl the night. Cinder beasts, dragons, and snodgrasses, just to name a few. JJ squeezes my hand assuringly. Don't get lazy about blocking your thoughts, he says as though he just read my mind. Don't go poking around in my head. He waggles his eyebrows. I like to know what you're thinking. I give him one quick glimpse of our first kiss before locking the door of my thoughts and memories. Either he chuckles, or I kicked a pebble. Either way, it's an unfamiliar sound. When we reach Hawthorne Hall, I lead him to the lamplight. This is one of the significant places on the map that kind of disappears. See how it gets foggy, blurry? Almost like it was erased. I was thinking there might be a portal like at the Jubilee. I tilt the map, angling to catch the lamplight and the paper shimmers. Did you see that? I say too loudly. JJ raises an eyebrow and takes the map from my hand. He says, I'll indulge you. Let's go have a look around. I can't imagine the administration would leave a portal lying open in a heavily used building, but... I pull on the heavy wooden door, but it's locked. JJ gives me a look that says you have a wand. Then, like an automatic door at the grocery store, it slides open. We step inside and our footsteps echo in the dark. I can't see, and it's kind of spooky. Too late, I imagine the dull look he gives me. Oh, right. I have a wand. The tip of his wand sends out little balls of light. One hops over the next as we move forward, illuminating our way. Where should we go? I ask faintly. I've spent a lot of time in this building and have never seen anything resembling the door like at the Jubilee, but then again I didn't see that at first either. I pause outside Popperwell's classroom and have a think. If I were a magic door, where would I be? By Imogen's statue is too obvious, JJ says. I guess a better question is where do we want to go? Now that is a good question. Are you saying that usually my questions aren't any good? I'd never even imply it, he says sweetly. Where do we want to go? What do we want to do? Exceptional questions, as usual, JJ says, humoring me. We want to find the wand. Where did Imogen last have it? JJ shrugs. Where did she like to spend time? In the dim orbs of light from JJ's wand, I see his eyes widen. There used to be a history class at Riptivik before they switched to futurism. Let's see. I've read half the books in the library. I guess not being able to sleep has its benefits. I believe it was in the current alchemy classroom. Since alchemy is the study of transformation, it makes sense to create to make a door where there isn't one. When we enter the alchemy classroom, in the dim shadows, several brews bubble behind the professor's desk. I creep past the long tables, searching for the light switch. Maya? JJ says. Can you hear me? JJ is faint as if he's talking into a pool of water. I walk toward the sound and then a hand grips my arm. Nope, it wasn't water. It was Jell-O. I pass through the portal and land in the same room. Only instead of bubbling potions, leather books line the wall behind the teacher's desk. Where are we? I ask. Let's have a look around. We walk the halls of Hawthorne, but instead of reaching Imogen's statue, there's a water fountain in its place. JJ grunts. Strange. There's only one way to figure out if we're in a different time or place, JJ says confidently. Our footsteps echo in the hall. I worry Darrington is going to glide around the corner at any moment, but not even an errant piece of paper stirs. When we step outside, the campus seems quieter than when we were out here before and somehow more still. Where to? I ask. He leads me back toward the dorms. The door to Penny House is unlocked when I try it. Usually, it smells like cookies and perfume, but tonight I detect something else beneath that: mothballs. I can't tell if this is a different version of our campus since it's night and everything is relatively the same, or if we're outside my bedroom door. JJ nods for me to open it. I'm not asleep in my bed, which isn't weird because I'm awake. The quilt is purple, I point out. Mine is yellow. Bree's side of the room has posters of cute rumpus players, and the lights Yassi strung up aren't there. It's my room, but it isn't. Should we check yours? I ask JJ. When we step back outside, the sky pales from black to gray. Dawn is coming. The hair on the back of my neck lifts. We rush over to his dorm, but he doesn't recognize anything overly unusual or belonging to him either. He checks the door to the room next to his, and it's empty. Spencer Caffrey lives there, but it's storage space. Odd. JJ, we should go. I don't like it here. It feels lonely, deserted, forgotten. Several of the lantern-lit pathways are missing, namely, the one that goes to the lake house. I also notice a bench where there's usually a statue. The tree everyone likes to sit under on sunny days is considerably smaller. We rush back through Hawthorne just as the first rays of sunlight stream through the stained glass windows, embedded with pieces of mirror. I stop mid-stride and my mouth falls open. I'm not there at all. No reflection. I swallow hard and grip JJ's hand, leading him to the bathroom. We stand in front of the mirror. He reaches his hand to his cheek. JJ is no longer a black and white photograph, at least not here. He's intense, full color. I lace my fingers through his and his hand isn't cold at all. We should go, he says. But you seem brighter. What if? No, this isn't right. We shouldn't be here. The bells in the chapel toll. We pass through the history classroom toward the door. JJ stops in front of the teacher's desk. A tidy stack of the Daily Vine newspapers sits in the corner. His voice is low when he says, "We didn't travel through space, but time. This is the year before my mother cursed me." He pulls me back through the shimmering door and into the dawn of the time back where we belong. Chapter 14. JJ and I exit the alchemy classroom as the last bell rings. I roll up the magical map and put it back in my wand pocket. So we traveled through time? I whisper. JJ keeps his hand in mine. I know that you're really asking why I didn't want to be there. I figured you wouldn't answer. Even if he'd tell me, he doesn't have the chance, because just then Darrington glides around the corner. A little late-night rendezvous, she snarls. With all due respect, Professor, it's morning. I wouldn't expect this from you, Thorne. However, this isn't the first time I've caught Maya sneaking around. Detention this afternoon. Both of you. I guess sharing a near-death experience didn't endear me to her. Chancellor West strides toward us from the other end of the hall. I'll take care of this, he says to Darrington. I've caught them out before ours. The professor purses her lips. Yes, they have an assignment for Seminole Seminar that required them to study together. West turns to me and his eyebrow lifts. Maya, you look like you've seen a ghost. Yeah, something like that. West politely dismisses Darrington and leads us into an empty classroom. Should I ask what you're doing? West's brow lifts higher. JJ inhales. We found a portal in the alchemy classroom. Yes. The time continuum. I've encountered many of them, but not that one. Some years ago, a particularly advanced student thought it would be amusing to install portals to different time periods. Where'd you wind up? JJ holds up the newspaper that I didn't realize he'd grabbed. Breaking more than one rule, I see. He turns to me. Maya, you look like you saw a ghost because, in that era, you weren't, well, anything. A spirit perhaps, although little is known about what happens before we come into being. I suspect while they're that version of here drained your energy. And JJ, were you brighter? Did you feel more robust? Fully alive, perhaps? We both nod. Well, good thing you came back. We've had enough disappearances this school year. Close shave with Darrington as well. I caution you against sneaking around, at least on the main campus. I think he winks, or perhaps he has something in his eye, and then he vanishes. Poof. I stand there for a solid minute before JJ walks me back to my dorm. He kisses me gently on the lips, then I turn to go inside. He grips my arm, halting me. You're brave, you know that, Maya? His voice is as soft as the early morning light. A grin teases my lips. You're better brighter, but I like you just the way you are, JJ Thorne. His lips quirk. I'm certain he's fighting off a smile. I twine my fingers in his. We figured out what the blurry parts of the map are portals through time. But we're no closer to figuring out what Spot X marks. JJ's eyes darken, and he lets go of my hand. Yeah. That's pirate business. Dirty, grim business. He swallows hard and goes heavily down the steps in front of my dorm. I watch until he fades into the distance and can't bear the idea of him actually fading away. Later, exhausted, I practically sleepwalk through classes. The following days bring little improvement. A light spring rain drizzles on and off all week as homework piles up and a question for JJ takes shape. I'm no closer to figuring out what the X in the cemetery means, and no way am I going there at night, ghosts, for starters, but I think JJ knows. However, I don't see him much for the next few days, because Coach Niffenadler has the team practicing hard for the final game of the season. According to Dewey and everyone else, it's a really big deal. Even though there's no definite release for any of us, if our team wins, each second-year player will qualify for the professional Rumpus League's version of the Riptivik Black team. It's a pool to train and draw the best players. Even if they're stuck here forever, there's the prestige of being selected that they're all hoping for. I do my best to avoid Darrington, but lately she's everywhere, including Gould, Hawthorne, Nightingale. I even spot her in my dorm. I'm early for class and take a detour when her severe silhouette materializes at the end of the hallway. I go back the way I came, cut a right turn, then a left, moving ever deeper into the building. I pass the alchemy classroom and peer inside. There's no evidence of a shimmering door. It must only be visible at night. I find myself in front of the Imogen Hawks statue. Trahan was JJ's father. A pirate. Before he disappeared, he very likely took her wand from her. Presumably, he's dead now. Perhaps his descendants have it? Or maybe he hid it, and we have to follow clues to find it. Possibilities swirl in my mind. I scan my memory for anything in my Ivanka Stormanoff research, pointing to the location of the wand, but come up with nothing. I'm deep in thought when I sit down at my usual desk in the creation classroom to find a note waiting for me. If you let me, I'll call your heart my home. Same handwriting. Same signature. I practically swoon. This is the sweetest, most romantic love letter yet, but the truth is, my heart already belongs to someone. I tuck it in my pocket. That evening, back at Penny House, Audra pops her head into my room and says, "Be down in the common room in 5 minutes." Before I can ask why, she's already moved on. When I get downstairs, the common room is dark. Little bumps creep across my arms until a warm hand grabs it and yanks me down behind a sofa. "Just go with it," a familiar voice says. Footsteps patter down the hall. Suddenly, the lights flick on and everyone yells, "Surprise!" Yassie's hands clap her cheeks and she really, truly, looks shocked, but in a good way. "No one wished me happy birthday all day, I thought you all forgot." She beams. Audra says, today is a special occasion. We'd never forget. There are hugs and laughter as everyone wishes Yassi a happy birthday. Then Audra calls for our attention again. I know pie is Yassi's favorite dessert. Probably why she came to Rip Tivik instead of going to Tate, just saying. But I couldn't decide on a birthday pie. There are so many delicious flavors. I consulted the kitchen witches and in the end, I made one of each, with a little help. Audra smiles at Miss Mayweather as they present lemon chiffon, cherry, apple, peach, and a few others. No two are alike, some have woven crusts, others cutouts of flowers, leaves, braids, and butterflies. Another has a crumble. The only thing missing is my mom's coconut cream pie, but otherwise, it's all perfect and delicious. I make it through slivers of 4 flavors and then collapse on the couch. Meanwhile, Yassi opens gifts and receives spellwork cards, in much the same fashion as the caricature artwork at the Jubilee. The birthday wishes appear in the air as if written with a sparkler before vanishing. Later, most of the girls reluctantly disperse because of homework. Yassi sits down with me. I thought everyone forgot, she repeats, nearly as surprised as before. I sit up and swallow a little bit of guilt. I'd let you read my mind, but I'll just tell you the truth. I'd been so wrapped up in trying to save the campus from the Marauders, and the known world from the hive and demon snatchers, that I did forget. Also, JJ. I've been a bit wrapped up in him too. Her lips rumple into something like understanding and resignation. Thanks for being honest about it. I shake my head. I have no excuse. You're my best friend and I haven't been acting that way. Don't worry. I understand. I'd like to make it up to you. She bounces on the chair, apology accepted. Great, you'll let me test my latest makeup and hairstyles on you. Oh, and I have an outfit you'd look great in. Just in time for the weekend. She goes on to describe her very own version of playing dress-up. We skip homework and have a girly night, reminding me what I love so much about our friendship, it doesn't take any magic at all. Then again, the eyeshadow she applies doesn't come from a store, so a little bit of twinkle and sparkle doesn't hurt either. Chapter 15. The guy I have a crush on isn't a ghost, this is what I tell myself every day. He's tall and substantial and kicks butt on the rumpus field, this is what I tell myself when I spot him in the team huddle. It's the final game of the season as well as the kickoff to the gold and red games. An annual event I've gleaned is a lot like field day back home, but with magic. JJ is different from other guys. Partly because he was cursed to exist in the in-between. He's more of a shadow than the other pink-cheeked players dressed in red and gold uniforms. He's also incredibly sweet once you get to know him. Actually, maybe sweet isn't the right word, but less moody and mysterious than he was when we first met. The stands are packed and all the teachers show up too. The opposing team, the Tate Terrors, line up on the far side of the field. Their matte black uniforms remind me of soldiers gearing up for battle. Even though we're locked up here, they still allow rumpus to continue. As Dewey has said, the game must go on. I wonder if we could alert any of them that we're practically prisoners on campus. Gregor Zax. Ninjas is wicked, Dewey says, plopping down beside me with a bag of popcorn, already popped unlike the kind at the Jubilee. Who's that? I ask, forever clueless about rumpus, the official game of the magical world. Number 66. Fast. Ruthless. Plays dirty. Dewey points to a player who stands a head taller than the others, and whose dark hair reminds me of a raven's wing. Don't they all play dirty? I ask, having gathered that at least. Not our boy JJ. I've never seen anyone like him. Well, not since Lou Weber in 1924, Alistair Anival in 1911, and Ange Cullen in 1899. They were legends, Dewey says and proceeds to give me a biography of each of the historic rumpus players. I slide over as my other friends gather, thankful for the interruption. Our team's fans are all dressed in gold, some even having magic their hair and skin to support the team. Thanks for saving seats, Yassi says. I came down earlier with JJ, I say. I've been trying to figure out the map, but he's remained quiet, usually changing the subject or saying he needs to focus on Rumpus. I'm sure he could win the game single-handedly with his eyes closed. Yes, he's that good. Yassi bats her eyelashes suggestively. The other night I told her that I felt stirrings somewhere deep inside. She warned me to be careful. Not only because the prophecy directs us to break the curse that his mother put on him, but also because there's no knowing what'll happen then. Will he rapidly age and then disappear? Will he simply vanish? Is he already disappearing like he said, albeit slowly? She said she doesn't want to see me with a broken heart. I tell myself not to think about this or my birthday wish. A cheer goes up from the crowd as the announcer welcomes the fans and then introduces each of the visiting team's players. Their scowls are visible even behind their helmets, and our team, overall a friendly bunch, though Bobby looks more menacing than hot these days. When the whistle blows, the checkerboard crowd falls into silence, everyone intent to find out who gets the ball first. The gold half, us, boos when the Tate Terrors gain control. That was the last bit of quiet as the game, sort of like rugby, moves swiftly into play. Nelson, number 72, runs down the field to be intercepted by a Tate player. Then Nunez gets the ball and they score the first point. But then it's on. I've never seen our team so intent and violent, if I'm being honest, as they jump, throw, and yes, even play dirty, casting spells. There are only some permitted, but as the ball accelerates toward JJ, I know there's magic at play. Nonetheless, he catches it and scores. We're on our feet cheering. Rumpus games tend to be long because of the sheer number of fouls, but the refs seem to be letting a lot slip today. A Tate Terror punched one of our players in the gut while throwing the ball to her teammate with the other hand. A pair of guys on our side clotheslined two Tates. At halftime, the game ties up at 23-23. The elf dance troupe puts on a spectacular show, as usual. There's music and the spirit team, mercifully, not ghosts, toss apples into the audience. No one leaves the stadium lest they miss the action. When play resumes, JJ is all over the ball, racking up 12 additional points, putting us in the lead. The grin on my face couldn't be bigger, that is until he falls. The refs and medic rush to him and I want to as well, but Dewey puts a hand on my sleeve and says, "Don't worry. He's tough. He is tough. In fact, I've never heard him cough or sneeze. He's never complained of a stomachache. He doesn't sleep. I've never seen him eat. It could be argued that he's not made entirely of flesh and blood. Can he even get hurt?" I watch carefully as he gets to his feet, looking a little dazed but unscathed. Play resumes. Tate takes the lead by a point, and when JJ gets the ball back, it's suddenly like he's on a treadmill. He's running but not going anywhere. In fact, I'm not sure his feet are even on the ground. Our fans roar with calls to the ref about illegal spell work, but a Tate player snags the ball and JJ's back in motion. "Haven't seen Bobby with the ball once," Dewey shouts into my ear. Not the all-star he makes himself out to be. But JJ is. He has the ball again and passes it to the clinch man before blocking several of Tate's players from intercepting it. Reese is open, gets the ball, and scores us another point. I scan for Bobby again but don't see him on the field. Maybe the coach took him out. Then I spot him, shielded by two Tate players. Chilton, a long fielder, nabs the ball. JJ still can't move. He ordinarily has a gray hue, but right now, he looks blue. I'm on my feet. Dewey and I exchange a look of concern. The refs are on the other end of the field. JJ clutches his throat. "Someone help him," I shout, pointing. But no one on the field does. Meanwhile, Bobby scores a point. Misha Manolo, and a few other members of the Mavericks look to me for direction. Yassi, Audra, Wyatt, Winnie and the others exchange worried expressions. Surely, we're not the only ones not watching the gameplay, rather focusing on what's going wrong. It looks like someone is jinxing him, Yassi says. We're not allowed to bring wands into the stadium, Althea says. My cheeks warm, I have mine. You can never be too careful. Someone must have snuck one in. We have to find the source. I'm already pushing my way toward the stairs. Half of us go to the top of the stands and the others below. It could be coming from anywhere, Dewey says as everyone springs into action. I don't care that I'm about to break the no spectators on the field rule. My goal is to reach JJ, but when I get to the sideline marked in white paint, I bounce off it. I try again and sail backward into an elder staff member. She shakes her fist and shouts, "You fool." She turns to me and says, "Not you, dear." I rush toward the field again but can't get through. The woman says, "Enchanted barrier." They haven't used those in years. The lines around her eyes lift in surprise. How do I unenchant it? I ask over the booing crowd. You don't. Someone doesn't want you on the field, dear. But my friend, I say, pointing at JJ. Great Gregor's mighty axe. He looks like he's having a spallergic reaction. She gets to her feet, waves her arms, and in a bellowing voice shouts, "Ref, some attention please." At the same time, the final whistle blows, signaling the end of the game. The ref spins to look at us, but he's suddenly in slow motion. The cheering, shouting, and applauding crowd sounds as if they're underwater. I feel suspended, like I'm stuck in jello, rather than passing through it. The volume and speed of the fists pumping the air, the fans jumping up and down, and the mouths open wide shouting in victory are turned down like the volume on a television. I look to the lady for an explanation just as an amplified voice says, "The Riptivik campus is now under our control. No one is to leave this arena unless we say so." Chapter 16. Someone holds us hostage. I'm not frozen, but movement takes a lot of effort and is a slow process. Wanting to move and not truly being able to is a claustrophobic, suffocating feeling. The players on the field appear mid-stride, like action shots for the Daily Vine. It takes ages for arms to lower, for mouths to close, and for me to pivot in JJ's direction. He's not there anymore. Did the Mavericks release him from the Jinx in time? Was he taken captive? In contrast to my physical body, my thoughts race. The amplified voice commands, "We warn Chancellor West." Now the magical community can witness the outcome and consider it a cautionary tale. I scan the field but don't see Bobby Gold or Chilton, both Marauders. Then, as if invisible hands drop from above, numerous known mixed magicals rise from their seats and are herded onto the field. Riptivik isn't a place for the likes of you, dirty, dumb, and undeserving to be among us, the voice says. This cannot be happening. I close my eyes and try to send thoughts to Yassi. We have to do something. But what? What can we do? It's time to dispose of this trash unless West shows himself and agrees to send them back to where they came from. A silver star streaks overhead and West lands on the field among the students. He moves easily, not at all like the spell touches him. I try to send a message to him, knowing he can read my mind. Like a radio, I send out a call, "Mayday, Mayday, we need to put a stop to this. SOS. Then darkness falls behind my eyes, like a shadow crossing my inner flame. I feel cold and empty. They must have demons here to do their bidding. Then it's as if a white-hot poker prods me, trying to find a way into my mind. I quickly block my memories and thoughts. Someone, likely Bobby, is trying to access a wish. A wish. But the control over me is so dense I can't access my power either. I try, struggling against grim, murky energy that seems to be clouding my magic. West's voice breaks into my concentration. Now, I warn you. End this immediately, and the consequences will be less severe than if you continue. I assure you, you will not get away with this. Watch us, the voice says. Then West starts to turn silver, his expression almost like JJ's as he struggled on the field. This cannot be happening. Not JJ and West. Fear turns into fuel. I push past the invisible mass within, obstructing me from my inner flame. I throw open doors in my mind. I light fires, igniting my magic. I seek and destroy. Nothing will keep me from my power. No one and no spell will stop me from helping my friends and the other students at Riptide. I summon my wish, and it erupts out of me like a volcano. Then all at once, my body catches up with my racing mind as I dash onto the field. The spell is broken. Just as quickly, West disappears. Poof. In the following moments, it's pandemonium as everyone panics, bumping into each other, trying to get to safety. My wish may have worked, but note to self, next time be more specific about an exit strategy, starting with orderly lines. A buzzing sound grows louder. Members of the Coven Constabulary rise up and over the brim of the stadium on motobrooms. Dewey is hoping for one after graduation. I call out my friends' names, search for JJ, and help people to their feet and to the exits. When I finally make it out myself, I meet up with Yassi, Audra, and Winnie. I'm calling an emergency Mavericks meeting. Let's split up. Tell as many members as you can. They look uncertain, like perhaps we'd be safer back in our dorms. Think about Wyatt, Dewey, Parker, and Bree. All of our friends, especially the ones who were targeted. Until we stop the Marauders, no one is truly safe. With that, we dash in different directions. I find Nia, Reese, Sadie, and tell Wyatt to find others. Less than an hour after the stadium was taken, most of the Mavericks meet in the secret room in the library. I try to get everyone's attention, but they're all talking at once, afraid for their friends, questioning what happened and who did it. Some are angry. Most feel betrayed by West. Yassi whistles and says, "Listen up. Maya wants to say something, but first, you need to chill out. We're not helpless. This isn't hopeless. We're going to do something." She looks to me as if to say, "But what?" To be honest, I'm not sure. This is what we know. The Marauders jinxed JJ, but I don't know where he is. They held everyone in the stadium hostage, gathered several groups of magicals, and threatened to. I think the word used was dispose, Reese says bitterly. Doofus says, then West did a disappearing act and deserted us. Someone interrupts, I thought they attacked him, killed him maybe. An argument follows, debating what happened to West. Some say he died, others that he left, all are upset. I trust he has his reasons, I try to interject. Someone says, he betrayed us. Another counters, no, we just saw the head of school get vaporized. He's dead and gone. I throw up my hands. He's too powerful for them to defeat him, I say, trying to convince them, and maybe myself too. From the crowd, Bobby's sister, Sage, steps forward. You asked for names. I have them. Yassi eyes me as if asking, can we trust her? Letting her into my mind, I reply, I'm not sure we have a choice. She starts with her brother's name and then gives up Koa Katayama, Tucker Block, Owen, and Griffin. This confirms what I already knew, but now everyone else knows too. Just then, the door opens. It's Dewey. The Coven has everything under control and more are on their way. What do you mean? I ask. To escort us home. The campus is being evacuated. Everyone starts talking at once. I take my time walking back to Penny House. Not because I'm not concerned about my safety, but now I do feel helpless. It's like by sending us away, we're giving up, and they win by dividing us. I start down the path toward JJ's dorm. A member of the coven stands guard outside the door, so I turn back to Penny House. I find some of my friends in the common room, already waiting with their bags. Alicia and Polly, Honey's minions, talk in low voices. It's not worth it. I, for one, don't want to have my life ruined because of a bunch of mixed magicals that don't belong here. They should just go back to wherever they came from. Riptivik was better before. You two are so ignorant. I huff. And you're so. I raise my eyebrows waiting for her insult. Yes, Riptivik was probably better before it became a reform school. It's true, we may have differences, but we're all part of the magical community. Why not contribute to making things better? Why try to cut others down? Aren't we stronger together? I don't wait to hear their response. I rush up to Yassi's room to find her and Audra comforting Winnie, Philomena, and a few other first years. Do you think they'll let us come back? Winnie asks, wiping away a tear. When it's safe, I answer, announcing my arrival. If they're actually sending us home. Did you find JJ? Audra asks. I shake my head. Coven are posted outside the dorms. I didn't think I'd be allowed in. What are we going to do? Philomena asks. I draw a deep breath. I don't know. I get to my feet, ready to pack. I feel the sadness, disappointment, and helplessness descending upon us like a curtain. Like the shadow within me when I was trying to resist my wish being taken. Fire surges within me. No. We won't be defeated. Not even on the cloudiest night can the stars completely disappear. Before I exit, I add, whatever happens, we will be back. Chapter 17. It was hard saying goodbye to my besties, but even more difficult not being able to say goodbye to JJ or know what happened to him. Officers from the OMM wait by the enchanted gates and the barbed wire with brooms in hand. Can I trust them? Last time I boarded a broom, the driver turned into a djinn. Who's to say we're not going to get dropped off at the Iron Tower? At the last minute, I hurry over to Yassi. What we need is a solution. My voice edges toward frustration. What about West? Did you find out what happened to him? I shake my head. I've been thinking a lot about what happened on the field. It went fast, but I think it was incubate spellwork. What's that? I ask. Grim magic. It's the inverse of warming something, like draining the energy or magic from someone by slowly freezing them. But a warm witch or wizard would need to perform the magic, she says. What's a warm witch or wizard? Darrington is one. I have seen some of her thoughts. She gets distracted sometimes and lets down her walls. She went to Riptivik and I guess she had a thing for making people have dog traits. Sounds an awful lot like the boreworm jinx. That's because it was. Darrington was clever, I'll give her that. I guess it wasn't until the second year that she started truly applying her genius. Turns out she had a rough home life and had to learn to operate from the offensive starting on day one. It was a shame. The coven raided her home after allegations of inappropriate use of magical artifacts when she was 12. This is juicy. And you're telling me all of this now? Chancellor West always saw her potential. He tends to see and bring out the best in students, don't you think? I nod. But he's gone now. Where'd he go? I can't even bring myself to say JJ's name. Where is he? A smile appears on Yassi's lips. We have to believe he'll be back. There's nothing that can stop Winslow West. It's a well-known fact. She winks and gets on the broom to take her home or wherever we're going. I can't help but think this is some kind of hoax. I watch as everyone leaves and await the CC who's going to take me home. From nearby, there's laughter, and I suddenly feel like it's directed at me. My stomach quakes. I remember the time Honey tripped me in the very stands in the recently vacated arena at my back, and the other times when I had the boreworm jinx and humiliated myself. Shame tingles through my body and I want to run and hide. There are a few lingering students, but mostly everyone has already departed. Already, the campus feels empty. A man with ashen skin emerges from a nearby building. As he moves closer, he seems to sniff the air. I've spent plenty of time in cities and am wary of car service drivers. My sketchy radar goes off, but I tell myself this is a member of the coven. They're all kind of weird and intimidating. I try to get a good look at his face in case I have to identify him in a lineup later, but he moves quickly and in the descending light, I don't get a good make on him. He mounts the motobroom and instructs I do the same. There's a cinching sensation like an invisible safety belt tightening around my lap. Too bad about the gold and red games, I say, making small talk. Maybe he knows something helpful about what happened, who was behind it, and where West is now. His chuckle is low, smoky as we lift off the ground. Welcome to the first task of the gold and red games. It is a test of skill, cunning, and strength. Before I can ask what is going on, we're whizzing through the sky. Gold and red class students would be entering a maze to find the girl with 1,000 goats. If they successfully answer her riddle, they'll be given the golden apple. I can do that. No, you will be facing Magog, he says over the wind. I don't understand. I'm a red class student. No, you are a delinquent. He puts speed on the broom and soon a dark tower that I recognize pierces the sky. I want to understand and process what just happened. Is this all part of the games? You'd think Yassi or JJ would have warned me about these games. Why am I being singled out? I'm not a delinquent. Can they do this? Is it legal? Never mind, the Office of Magical Management is corrupt and that's not my battle to fight. But, facing a Magog, whatever that is, will be part of this test. The broom drops inside the walls of the iron tower. I swallow thickly as we touch down. Something isn't right. The CC, if he even is, leads me through an entry at the back. He turns swiftly and wraps my wrists in cuffs and chains that burn my skin like ice. They spark bluish silver as I press my magic against them, trying to break free. This is my last chance. But my magic stops before it can make its way out of my palms. The CC chuckles. Nice try. He shoves me through the door and I don't even have a chance to glance over my shoulder before the door closes solidly, forebodingly. Unlike jails I've seen on TV, this one is dungeon-like as we move lower into the ground. Maybe the regular cells are in the tower. There is no metal detector, body search, or phone call offered. The air smells dank, reminding me of the secret room I found in the library. I'd rather be there. I'd rather be anywhere. Water drips, chains rattle, and in the distance, someone screams in what could only be pain. My limbs tingle, almost numb with fear. Torches on the wall blaze as we wind farther down into the depths of the tower. Eventually, the staircase widens to an indoor arena with stone seats lining the round walls. In the center is sandy ground, blotted dark in some places. I have the sudden and dire feeling I'm going to be inside it facing the Magog. The CC shoves me in a cell with iron bars. They clink shut, reminding me of when I arrived at Riptivik. I'd give anything to be back there now. I immediately moved to the back as tears pierced the corners of my eyes. I didn't buy into being a witch at first. I thought it was nonsense. A trick. Then I accepted it, even if a bit reluctantly. Storch terrified me, reform school was the pits, JJ infuriated me, but there were so many bright spots. Silent tears now track freely from my eyes. I press my fists to them, unwilling to cry. The squeaking of a rat pulls my attention back to the focus at hand. Survival. Except for the flickering torchlight, it's dark down here. Who knows how big the rats are or what else awaits me? I'm not sure how much time passes, but soon the echo of footfalls stomp from the stairwell. Many footfalls. I peer through the bars of the cell and inmates filter into the seats. They're all grimy, sallow, and alternate between looking completely haggard and threatening. I recognize some of them from Riptivik. My stomach churns. My limbs go numb. They appear comfortable down here as though they know what to expect. I wish I did. Wandless and weaponless guards move them along. I study the scene, trying to make sense of it all. If only I had Yassi's ability to read minds. I'm the kind of person who is curious and keen to learn. I'm certain none of my questions will be answered here. I pace behind the cell bars. Maybe this part of the gold and red games. Perhaps it's an initiation for all new inmates to the tower. It could be a bad dream. A nightmare. Probably not. Well, hello, Maya. Funny to meet you here. Storch appears from the mass of people coming from the stairs. Her amber dragon eyes flash in the low light. Gregor Zax, I stutter. You thought you'd seen the last of me. She chortles. A dragon as old as me isn't gotten rid of that easily. A slap on the wrist. A new posting at the Iron Tower. I bided my time. Waiting for the right moment. Got word students at Riptivik were being sent home. Shame. Were you behind it? Her expression is smug. The events in the Rumpus Arena? Sadly, I cannot take credit. But what's going to happen in this arena? Oh, yes. This is all me. And just what is that? I ask, thinking of what the CC said about the Magog. Long ago, there was the Dragon Guard. Humans abused us. Killed us. Witches and other magicals discovered our power and caused us great suffering. They oppressed us. So this is about revenge? Somewhat. It's also about restoring what's right. Sounds a lot like the aims of the Hive. The fallen angels are just that, fallen. They go against the natural order. They aren't meant to rule. And dragons are? We used to have a great empire. However, that time has passed. No, Maya, Storch breathes in her smoky voice. It's too late for that. But I have nothing against watching all of you ruin yourselves. I step back. That's wicked. She shrugs. No worse than what your kind and the humans did to us. I say it's justice. What's fair is fair. Are you serious? I didn't do anything. She snorts and a little plume of smoke wafts from her nostrils. I suppose not. But you have something both the humans and magicals want. I'm merely helping them move closer to their aims. And what are your aims? Her laugh is deep and throaty as she stalks away. I'm no closer to answers, but at least I know who's behind this. As to what's to come, the cell door opens and I'm certain I'm about to find out. A guard wearing black leads me to the sandy floor of the arena. The stands are now full. Even though the rules for Rumpus are confusing, I'd take that over this vast empty space surrounded by sneering and jeering convicts. Another guard in an announcer's box calls for everyone's attention. We have a special treat for you tonight. Many of you know about the famed Dragon Guard of old. Once there were fire breathers. The announcer nods and I follow his subtle gaze over to Storch. She's definitely a fire breather. And there were the fire eaters. The crowd makes a low booing sound. From another but much large cell, there's a thrashing and growling noise. When it's relatively quiet again, the announcer continues. The fire eaters had the unique ability to consume the power magicals among us who hail from the astral plane. The fiery ones. He chuckles. The guard standing beside me lifts the chain around my wrists and it sparks blue, clearly restraining my magic. Yes, you have it right. Tonight we will see an astral witch contend with Magog, the Fire Eater. If she's unsuccessful, you will see him consume her for himself, including her magic. I glance at Storch and her plan comes together. She must control the dragon Magog, and if it consumes my magic, she will have control over my wishes. The crowd cheers, clearly anticipating the violence that's to come. Another cell opens and out walks a large beast with oil-slick black scales, as if it's secreting something poisonous. Its forked tongue flicks and its nostrils flare wide as if it's breathing me in as it approaches, measuring me up. Dude, I hate to say this, but you're going to win. My chest craters at this reality. What about my family? My friends? I'm dragon meat and they'll never know what happened to me. Dread makes me want to curl into a ball. Winning the fight against Storch was mostly luck. I don't stand a chance. And if I did win? Then what? Would Storch, the guards, or the CC just let me go, walk free? I hang my head as defeat crushes me before the fight even begins. The crowd continues to cheer and chant as the dragon stops a few paces away. Unlike Storch, I don't smell fire or ash. Instead, it's something sharp, acrid. The guard holding my chains and the one with the fire eater remove the chains holding us both fast and then take their leave to someplace safe. I can't convince myself that this isn't happening, so I do what any sensible person would do. I take several steps back with my hands lifted in a sign of peace. I'm not here to hurt you or anything. I just want to go. The dragon roars. Shut your mouth, foul witch. I don't want to hear your lies. I'm not lying. I've seen the insides of cells, been sworn into service, and suffered greatly at the hands of your kind. It's time you feel my wrath. Instead of flame shooting from the dragon's mouth, I feel a sudden suctioning, like it's drawing me in on an invisible wave. With my hands still lifted, I dig in my heels and realize I can use my magic now. I use a spell to stop my progress toward the dragon. Frustrated, it roars and snaps at me. I jump back, dropping into the sand. The crowd boos. Yeah, guys, I know that I'm weak. I know I don't stand a chance against this thing. No need to rub it in. I use several simple spells to curb Magog's approach, but the dragon's slick scales seem to repel my magic. I glance at Storch, watching, and she seems all too self-satisfied. She could have just tossed me in a cell with the dragon. No need to make it a public spectacle. The dragon stalks toward me. Its eyes are clouded and I realize it can't see, or if it can, not very well. It's going by scent. It won't hurt much, little witch. Its sharp teeth drip with the same inky substance as its scales. I feel the reverse energy drawing my magic toward it and roll out of the way. The dragon doesn't miss a trick. Its senses must be honed and it's still towering over me. Why don't we give them a show? Prove yourself worthy as a foe. I press to my feet. I've been trying to prove myself my whole life. Why stop now? I throw my magic across the arena but add another spell to make it ricochet in multiple directions. My intention is to throw off the dragon from knowing my exact location. I dash to the far side, throw some more, and then to another part of the arena. It's a massive, hulking creature and I don't imagine it's built for speed. But I am. I have my parents to thank for that. Adding another little nuance to my spells, I allow them to float like the orbs of light used on campus around the holidays. My magic hangs in the arena as I knit more and more of it like a net overhead. The dragon sniffs the air, jerking its head in all directions as it tries to figure out the origin. I whisper, "Come and get me," but use magic to throw my voice. The inmates gathered make an odd sound as I continue to create the net and the echo, moving as fast as I can. Distracted by the fanfare, I'm too late when the dragon pounces on me, mouth open, its reverse flame like a tractor beam, sucking me in. Frustrated, it roars and swipes me with its tail. I trip and slam hard on the ground. The suctioning feeling increases and I grasp the sand, unable to get a handhold as it draws me closer. "Say goodbye, wicked witch," the dragon says. I kick and thrash, trying to get myself free. Magog's fang pierces my shoe and a searing pain paralyzes me and I go limp. I blink a few times and the last thing I see is the reflection of my terror in the dragon's eyes. Chapter 18. I wake up to a snuffling and a grunt. The air isn't dank, but not fresh either. I seem to be covered in something sticky, nasty, fetid. Pain racks my body and moving is impossible. Then I recall the arena, the battle, and the death blow. Am I dead? I blink a few times only to see stone walls and ceiling. Is this a cave? My breath comes shallow and I feel panicky at my immobility. Then someone, or something, grips my ankle. I have the vague sensation that they're doing something to my foot. But the pain is so intense, I get nauseous and pass out. When I wake up again, the light is slightly brighter than before. It must be daytime. I am in a cave, but with who and why, alive or dead, I have no idea. Leave it to me to still wonder and ask questions even when my status is uncertain. I try to press up to sitting, but my body is heavy and I sense my magic is restrained again. Maybe I'm still in the Iron Tower. I try to call out, but my throat is dry. I feel so weak, I give in to sleep once more. The third time I wake up, I fight to stay that way and find out where I am. It's still somewhat bright in the cave and my senses slowly return to me. I smell something sharp in the air and again, someone grabs my ankle. It's a strong hold, unyielding even as I try to get free. "If you want to live, you'll have to trust me," a voice hisses. It's a voice from my nightmares. From the arena. Magog. I sit up and instantly feel dizzy. I'm on uneven stone. At my feet is the fire eater, only instead of dragon form he's shifted. His eyes are still cloudy, but his hair is black, his skin naturally tan, and his movements agile. "What are you doing?" "Trying to help you." "I thought you were going to eat me." He snorts. Wouldn't Storch have liked that? "Where are we? How did we get here?" He examines my foot as he continues. "I told you I endured much hardship at the hands of your kind and humans alike. When it became clear that among the last of my kind was doing the same thing, using me for her own ends, I decided it was time to control my future." "What happened?" I ask. So many questions, he huffs. "Storch kept me captive and stuck in dragon form for decades. She had me do her bidding in the Iron Tower, amassing power while she aligned with the humans who hurt us. Who she claimed to despise. I think she intended to overthrow them from the inside out," I say, recalling our recent conversation. "How'd you get away?" "The simplest way possible. I burst through the walls," he says simply. "Were they enchanted?" "Of course. As I said, I've amassed all kinds of magic in the arena. She didn't count on me not using it to my own ends." He sets my foot down. "It should feel better soon. Think of it as a prize. A fire eater bit you and you lived to tell the tale." "Thank you?" I say, filled with uncertainty. He looks at me for a long minute as though surprised by my comment. I sit all the way up and gaze around. There's nothing to see other than a small fire and a pile of what looks like herbs he must have used to help heal the wound. "Now what?" I ask. Magog surveys me closely. "Tell me what I've missed. Tell me the truth of what I face out there." He gestures to the mouth of the cave. "What am I up against?" I explain that I'm new to magic and probably know about as much as he does, but explain about Riptivik and how Storch made it into a reform school. "To eradicate magic from the world," he says slowly as if he's known this all along. "The human, non-magicals, probably believe they'll be left to rule. just as they did after the rift. He chuckles. Shame on them for not learning about the nature of power. What starts as a little seed always leads to the desire of more. Magog's eyes flash. She'd overthrow them with my help. She'd claimed I'd rule with her, but I know Storch better than that. She's greedy. I've heard that dragons are in general, but don't mention this. Probably not the best time. That's not all. There's another group called the Golden Hive. I go on to tell him about their aims. They summon demon-wraiths. Spirits who were prevented from moving on to the next realm. Now, trapped here, they're snatching magicals, getting stronger, and multiplying. Magog fixes me with a hard stare. Storch and the Hive want to use you as a weapon. You are a pawn in a deadly game. On one side there is the fire-breather Storch, intent on overthrowing the humans and magicals alike. On the other is the fallen angels who'd prefer they lord over us all, he recaps. I nod, realizing more than ever how complicated the magical world is. He blinks his sly eyes a few times before going on, Maya, all it would take is one wish. One wish to rule them all. You could use it for yourself. All at once, a vision blazes across the cave wall. I wear a crown and a gown in a shade of red as bright as fire, or as deep as blood. I look pretty dang good. If you could see me now, Carter. Laughter bubbles up inside as the vision consumes me. A voice whispers in my ear. You are an astral. It could all be yours. All of the magical kingdoms, houses, and packs. The land, the sea, and the sky. In the vision, I raise my wand, ready to pronounce it so. Then I realize that I don't feel good. It doesn't feel good. I shake my head, pulling myself free of the vision. Does it not suit you? Magog asks, reminding me of where I am in space and time. No, I catch my breath. All it would take is one wish from you to end it. End them all. My father taught me how to play chess and to always stay a few moves ahead. This game is deadly, involves lives, and an entire realm. I have to be the master of the board. I have to rise to this occasion. Magog smiles as though he sees the resolution in my expression. I could end them all, or I could do the right thing. I get to my feet and limp toward the entrance to the cave. We're deep in the mountains. Is it still Concordia? I have no idea. The dragon shifter approaches on silent feet. What do you want, Maya? It's rare that people ask me a question, and lately, even rarer that I'm given a choice. Rather, I realize, I have to take it. I want freedom and I will take it. Will you bring me home? I need to play a game of chess. Magog's expression is one of puzzlement, either because he doesn't know what it is and how to play, or is confused about why I'd want to play a board game right now. Very well. I bow slightly, because that seems like the polite thing to do. Thank you for freeing me. For showing me kindness when you could have done the opposite, eaten me, or whatever. I still may. He shows his teeth, but wears a smile. I am in your debt. I would like to offer you a wish. I hope it's one I can grant. Is this a trick? No, I say with a genuine smile. Think of it as a treat. A repayment for what witches have done to you and how you've helped me. He shifts from foot to foot as though not expecting my kindness. I certainly didn't expect him not to kill me. Anything? He asks. As I told you, I'm relatively new at this, but if I can perform the wish, then yes. I'll do it. But I won't hurt others. That's a rule. Well, unless it involves Storch. I can make an exception. No, no. Nothing like that. And leave Storch to me. She will soon meet her end. He paces the short length of the cave mouth. I would like a place to retire. Like Florida? An island where it's warm, secluded. Somewhere I can lay in the sand with the sun on my scales and no one will ever find me. I wrinkle my nose. That sounds kind of lonely. Dragons live for many ages. My life is coming to a close in about 400 years. I'd like to conclude things in peace, and maybe coconuts. I love those. Eat 'em whole. He goes on to tell me about his trip to a tropical island once as I rack my brain, trying to think of a secluded and warm place he could go, a place big enough for a dragon. I doubt there's any place that would be suitable and where humans wouldn't be involved, even for scientific and preservation purposes. Then I recall one of Darrington's lessons. She said there was a way around every conceivable problem. She said you can go around, over, under, or through. In this instance, I'll have to go upward, as in creating a new island. Hawaii, I blurt. Magog lifts his eyebrows. You get a brand new island in the vicinity of Hawaii. I go on to explain how the island chain was created out of cooling magma. Spoken like a true astral, fiery, hot, molten. What is an astral? I ask. Your magic is of the stars, Magog answers. Some magicals get their magic from the sea, the sky, the earth, and other elements. That matches what West told me. I glance toward the darkening sky, blinking slowly as we formulate a plan for wishing Magog's island into being. To my wondrous description, he goes on to tell me how he's going to destroy Storch one scale at a time. I swallow thickly. Sounds grisly. He laughs as though delighted by my assessment. I thought the hundreds of years in the service of magicals and humans were horrible. No, she was the worst. She cursed me to be blind. I'm sorry. He shakes his head. No, now I can see. I did something kind, and so did you. We should go. In a matter of minutes, Magog shifts and I'm cruising on his back over the Atlantic. The stars seem close enough to touch. I recall one of Popperwell's lessons, explaining the difference between being brave and courageous. Now is the time to be courageous. I may be afraid, feel helpless, and not know exactly how to fix the problems in the magical world, but I have to try and do what's right anyway, one step and one spell at a time. After I'm dropped off at home on Broome Street, I notice that my dad's car isn't in the driveway. My mom's car is in the garage, but no one is here. I find the hidden key under the mat and let myself in. It smells like home, chocolate, coconut, and my dad's aftershave. I inhale deeply. After unpacking and having a snack, I plug my cell phone in. It's been ages since I've gone on a device and even longer since I've used social media. I have at least a few days to catch up on things. First, I call my mom. The ring sounds hollow and far away. Hello, Maya, she asks, sounding breathless. What are you doing? Where are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Before I left Riptivik, I decided not to tell my parents what happened. I'm at home for the week. I checked the school calendar before we left. I didn't see any vacations listed. Date? Where are you? I ask. Home. Well, Jamaica. You're in Jamaica? I ask, shocked. She goes back once or twice a year, but usually, I go too. Your father had a business trip and Grandma, well, she's getting on okay, but I think she means she's getting old. I picture them on the wooden deck under the Caribbean sun. Waves wash onto the beach in the background and I picture the palms swaying in the breeze. I will get the first flight back. You shouldn't be home by yourself. Mom, I'll be fine. If I can handle myself at Riptivik, trust me, I'll be fine. Plus, I could use a break. You know, living in a dorm, constantly being around people. A little peace and quiet are welcome. I'll see if your father can cut his trip short. After his presentation in Antwerp, he was going to visit the McKingus family, remember them, in Edinburgh? But he can catch them next time. Mom, there's no need to change plans. I'm going to take a bath, read, paint my toenails. Don't forget to drain the tub. I won't. I'll also bake some cookies. Be sure to remember to turn off the oven. Don't burn the second batch, she says, recalling a time I forgot I added another sheet to the oven while I devoured the first. I'll catch up with my friends. Don't stay out late. Don't lock yourself out. Don't. Mom. I say, exasperated. If I can be trusted with a wand, I think I can handle being home. I mean, probably. As long as my ghost grandmother doesn't show up. As long as I'm not under attack. Don't forget that I love you. I smile. I love you too. I'll check in every day, and I'll tell the Nelsons across the street they don't need to look after Filbert. There's cash in the coffee can over the stove for groceries. She goes on, but I'm already checking that we have the ingredients for baking some cookies. Priorities. Plus, I need sustenance before I go save the magical world. Chapter 19. After my mom and I get off the phone, I go up to my room, feeling strange, like I'm a visitor rather than a resident, and still in shock of the events of the last hours. It's safe to assume the students at Riptivik were sent home, but I was detoured, much like I had been when I first left home with Dina, who was actually a djinn. Who was actually hired by JJ. Ironic how I ended up at the Iron Tower anyway. I can hardly shake off the experience and can't rightly play chess by myself. I wish my parents were here, even though I couldn't tell them the truth. Voice vow and everything. I lived in this house for 16 years up until last September, but my room in Penny House is also very much home. Right now, I'd like to be with Yassi and tell her everything, the confusion, the fear, the redemption. Whoever thought I'd find an ally in a fire eater, the dragon, Storch thought would be my undoing? If Yassi were here, my primary question would be about being an astral. I should have asked Magog. Too late now. Glancing around at my room, all I see are artifacts of my old life. Treasures too, but I am not the person I once was. I can't go back. Or rather, come back here. I mean, I am here. It's also a lot tidier. But I can make quick work of cleaning up. Still in my uniform, I whip out my wand and say the spell to put everything in its place. I cross my arms in front of my chest, look around, and am satisfied. My gaze lands on the figure in the window in the house across from mine. Riley Miller, the boy next door, stands there with his mouth hanging open. Gregor Zax, I hiss. Hurrying out of my room, I get to the landing at the bottom of the stairs. At the same time, the doorbell rings. Do I answer? I pace back and forth. He saw. I know he saw. What do I do? I answer the door. Hi, Riley. His mop of floppy hair is shorter and he slouches a little less than I remember. We exchange awkward pleasantries. This is the kid I grew up with, playing in the mud before he developed a crush on me. We've farted in front of each other. But I suppose we've both grown up. I didn't know you were coming home, he says. Me neither. I also didn't expect to be sent to supernatural prison, thrown into an arena to battle a cutthroat dragon, or almost die. Your parents are away. He tries to look into the house behind me. I know. Do you want to come in? I ask. Acting normal is probably the quickest way to smooth this over. Is anyone else here? Riley peers over my shoulder. No, just me, I say, wrinkling my nose. I never knew him to pry. I step out from in front of the doorway, but he doesn't move to come inside. Are you sure? Because I thought I saw. He scratches his head. Never mind. You thought you saw my grandmother's ghost. I make my tone slightly eerie, like when we used to tell each other ghost stories. For the record, that was before Mama visited, died, and haunted me. His eyes bug, for real. I nod, thinking fast. Yeah, remember when Mama visited a long time ago and then she died? Remember I said I saw her sitting on the end of my bed? He whispers, yeah. Well, she never left. Been haunting our house ever since. She's a real pain in the butt. Makes creepy noises, makes things levitate. She's particularly fond of my room, I add, covering my tracks. It's really annoying. Are you serious? As serious as a dragon breathing fire. Or eating fire, as the case may be. Well, you would not want to be caught. I stop myself when Riley breaks into laughter. You were always so funny, Maya, he says, catching his breath. Hey, my girlfriend Jessie and I are getting pizza and a movie tonight if you want to come over. I release my breath. Thanks for the offer, but I have plans with a ghost. Also, a bath to take after being in the pit at the Iron Tower than in a cave. Oh, and cookies to bake. Riley laughs again and crosses the small yard between our houses with a wave in my direction. Note to self, remember to close the curtains. A much-needed bath leaves me feeling relaxed. My mom has the best essential oils. It's almost dark, and I'm starting to regret the little fib I told Riley about my grandmother's ghost, because there was some truth to it. Mamu has haunted us, but hopefully, Aunt Ida sent her away for good at Christmas time. Next, I turn on all of the lights in the house in order to be ready and whip up a batch of cookies. While they're baking, the sun sets, painting the kitchen gray and purple. The ghost I was hoping to see was JJ. Well, technically, he's a liminal being. Even though I faced a fire-eating dragon and escaped the Iron Tower, there's no way I'm going to Scary Street in the dark. While the cookies cool, yes, I turned off the oven. I text Chelsea. She comes over with Logan, Keiko, Reggie, and even Carter, accompanied by his latest girlfriend, Morgan. We have pizza. Yes, I invite Riley and Jessie to join us, play salad bowl, my favorite version of charades, and eat ice cream cookie sandwiches. Of course, I share. My bestie notices my limp, but I play it off as a soccer injury. I should have asked Magog when I should expect it to heal. In a strange way, I'd almost like Magog to be here with us. I get the idea he'd like ice cream cookie sandwiches and my friends, even though he's old enough to be our great-great-grandfather times 10. We talk about prom, the Hamilton High School Hippos. Apparently, the track team is going to the state championships, including Chelsea, and plans for the summer. It's our last summer before college, Chelsea says. I think we should take a road trip. I'll dye my hair red, white, and blue. Currently, it's a light shade of green for spring. I'm getting a car in May for my birthday, Keiko exclaims. What kind? A Fiat. How am I going to fit in a Fiat? Asks Reggie, her boyfriend. He's as tall as she is short. We'll fold you up like origami. The two of them banter back and forth, laughing and ending it with a kiss. What about camping? That would be fun, Logan suggests. I prefer glamping, Chelsea says. We could go to a resort. A few others toss out suggestions. Or we could stay home, I say. Surrounded by my friends, I finally feel like I belong back here. For one night, I forget about magic, ghosts, and the uncertain future. But that's all I allow myself. I have a magical world to help save. Chapter 20. The next day, I put on my favorite pair of jeans, a striped t-shirt, and grab a sweater I knitted ages ago, just in case. The house on Scary Street seems drafty. My old friends were talking about taking a trip over the summer, but I have a treasure map in hand, and I'm going to see where it leads. First, I have to try to find JJ. I walk the few blocks to Scary and get butterflies at the sight of the old house at the end of the street. It isn't haunted per se, but it is occupied, I suppose. Well, hopefully, these little butterflies in my belly will bring me to their cause. A tall boy with messy dark hair, alluring gray eyes, and a personality that isn't everyone's cup of tea. But I'll gladly drink it. I knock. No answer. Courage later. Bravery now. I push the door open. It creaks just as I expect it would. The sunshine through the windows casts dusty squares of light on the wooden floor. The corners hide in the shadow. Cold sweat pricks my forehead. It's likely the ice cream sandwich is melting in my bag. JJ, I call. The front door slams shut. I am a witch. I can handle this. My hand lands on my wand in my bag and I pull it out. JJ, I say more loudly. I seriously hope this house isn't actually haunted, and I'm not getting instant karma for stretching the truth to Riley. It's Maya. I walk through the main room to the kitchen. There, I find a faint figure seated at the table with his head in his hands. A top hat sits by his bent elbows. JJ? I whisper. I gently put my hand on his shoulder. He's hardly solid. He slowly looks up at me as though pulled from a trance or as though waking from a dream. His eyes search mine for recognition. Then snap into focus. I take his hand in mine, and he brightens. Where have you been? What happened? I ask. He gets to his feet, wrapping me in a hug and pecking me on the lips in quick, relieved bursts. Then he kisses my cheek, my jaw, my neck, in between each saying, I, then moves to my ear and says, missed, then my forehead, and finishes with, you. He pulls me even closer before settling into a longer, much longer, kiss. Despite how cold JJ is, it's like little stars spark to life all over my skin. Where there was once so much animosity and frustration, now I feel something else entirely. Warmth. Care. Maybe something more. I let myself drift in and out of it like when stargazing, trying to focus on each individual star and then letting them blur and taking in the vast expanse, something so infinite it's almost impossible to grasp. His hands grasp my shoulders, like I'm his anchor, holding him to this life. Then his palm caresses the soft part of my neck before sliding into my hair. JJ squeezes me close to him, breathing deep. I imagine he doesn't want to let go and slip away. I was hoping you would come, he says when we part. He guides me to the main room. In a patch of sunlight, he magics a picnic blanket. He waves his wand and a board with grapes, cheese, crackers, and other snacks appear. I pass him the melting ice cream cookie sandwich. He shakes his head. I can't. I'm fading. Fast. My time is nearly up. I lick the edges and then take a big bite. He's staring at me, the intensity usually in his eyes replaced with sadness. What happened? I ask, hoping he'll answer my question. If not, I'll use a wish to find out if I have to. I've never seen someone trying so hard to keep from falling apart. He describes how he was repeatedly jinxed at the rumpus game. Then he confirms the incubate spell that Dina mentioned. I managed to fend it off using a particularly difficult spell Chancellor West taught me. I vanished myself, just barely. He did too, I presume, I say. JJ nods. Presumably. Did you magic yourself here? Yeah. Turns out, I made it for my brother's last moments. It was as if he was waiting for me. This was our father's house in the States. My parents lived here for a long time. My brother liked it best because it smelled like the sea on a summer day. He liked roaming through the rooms and imagining adventures. You mentioned your brother was born like you, liminal. JJ gazes into the distance. If he were physically capable of crying, I'm convinced he would. Born already fading, he was stuck here, in this house all these years, slowly disappearing. Now he's gone. But you're not, I say, rallying. Our school needs us. We have a prophecy to fulfill. This isn't only about what happened on campus and Imogen Hawks using grim magic. They're related, but it goes deeper. It comes down to power. The Golden Hive is using the Marauders. They're trying to take over and restore things to the way they believe things were in the beginning. We can't go back. We can only go forward. I'm afraid it's too late for me. I take his hand, and he brightens noticeably. 2 stars, shining light. 1 dim. 1 bright. What came before cannot be undone unless the latter frees the sun, I say, repeating the prophecy. We can do this. Together. But first, will you play a game of chess with me? JJ gives me a straight-up quizzical look. It's his turn to ask questions. I explain what happened since I left campus, telling him all about the Iron Tower, Magog, and then the cave. JJ pulls me against his chest, hugging me closely. Maya, he breathes as though between when I told him and now he stopped believing that I'm still here, alive. He asks a dozen questions. I answer all of them because I want him to know the full story and because I'm demonstrating in real time what it's like to answer questions, something he needs a lesson in, and I mean that in the most loving way. His hand rests gently on my ankle. Is your foot okay? He asks. Dragon fangs are notoriously poisonous. Magog helped me heal. Should be good as new, sometime. JJ wraps me in another hug. For the first time since I was locked in the dungeon of the Iron Tower, I let myself feel how close I came to dying. Then again when Magog, in dragon form, got carried away spinning loop-the-loops over the Atlantic. I caught sight of how fragile life is when I had a close encounter with some giant waves. I sink into JJ, diffusing the fear and feeling safe at last. As we play chess, I recall the vision Magog showed me and the other one I had when dancing with Bobby at the party before the Hallows Eve ceremony. I don't crave power. I crave peace. How to obtain it is another story. JJ has my pieces surrounded. It looks like I'm going to lose. I realize he's probably had many years to perfect his game. I go through each of my pieces, outlining moves that could get me out of this fix. My father taught me to plan ahead, but I have nothing. Then JJ moves his knight. I blink once, twice, not sure if he realizes how he left himself vulnerable. Then I move my queen and put his king in check. His mouth falls and I smile as I realize I may not have a plan, but sometimes one is revealed in the nick of time. Of course, I gloat for a few minutes, but then take out the map and hold it up to the window, revealing the X. He looks at it and says, I didn't want it to come to this. Whatever it is, let's get going. Time is wasting. I can only travel at night under stellar or lunar power, JJ says. Even with my energy helping you? He nods. I tried to reach you, to get back to campus, but, he holds his hand up in front of the window like the map. I can practically see through it. We'll leave as soon as the moon rises, he says. We recline on the picnic blanket, gazing upward. I asked JJ to tell me about his brother and his life before he realized the curse kept him in the liminal space. I listened to stories of high seas adventures with his father, afternoons spent imagining adventures with his brother, and what would have been a professional rumpus career if it weren't for the fact that he stopped aging and no one wanted a cursed teammate. Again, I take this moment to ground myself in reality and not the madness that's become my life. What about a cursed boyfriend? How do I handle that? We're going to do something about that curse, I say. When the stars and moon finally rise, JJ and I set forth. He makes a temporary portal back to campus. For once, we make a gentle landing. The whispering willows remain quiet as we pass through the gate and along the lane. No one guards the gate. It's as though the campus itself is asleep. The lamplight casts eerie halos along the footpaths. When we reach the orchard, JJ's brother, who first appeared in my dreams, waits for us. Hi, I say, pinching myself to test if I'm actually dreaming. Is this a dream? I ask anyway. No, silly. But you sure do have a hard time figuring things out. Come on, this way. He gestures in his faint, ghostly way. He leads us through the orchard to the cemetery. I stop outside the wrought iron gate. Do we really have to? It's dark, there are likely ghosts or at least spirits, and we all know the outcome last time we were hanging out in a graveyard. What you're looking for is through there, says the guy that looks remarkably like JJ. The wand? I ask. He nods. What's your name? I ask. Willem, he replies. Nice to meet you. Thank you for helping us. He nods and glances at JJ. They exchange a sad smile. Then he dissolves into the surrounding dark. A year ago, heck even last summer, I would have been freaking out, searching for the guy, concerned that he disappeared, but at this point, I've seen stranger things. JJ says, he's an izzard. A lizard? I ask. No, a very rare form of magical that can detect sources of magical energy. He just disappeared himself, I say as the surprise catches up to me. Nothing about magic is regular. He visits my dreams. In fact, I think he's been guiding me here all school year long. I guess my subconscious didn't want anything to do with the cemetery. JJ laughs. We're looking for where X marks the spot. Maybe a treasure? Then it occurs to me with a sharp jolt. Imogen's wand must be buried here. Isn't digging things up in a graveyard wrong? Wait. Don't answer that. It's a definite no-no. JJ's hand lands on my shoulder. Even though it's cold, I warm through, but not the same way. Bobby practically makes me feel feverish. We're not digging up anything. We're taking a trip. Gregor's axe. Do you really think it's in there? I hope so, JJ answers. His face is as flinty as the headstones. We have to go to the other side. On the ground is a stone carved with two crossed wands to form the letter X. More like do not enter, but as a shimmering door appears, much like the Jubilee portal, I take it JJ isn't going to heed the warning, and no way am I letting him go there by himself. He may not be able to return. May. Chapter 21. It's not as bad as you think, JJ says as we pass through the cemetery gate. I'm not entirely reassured. I'm still limping slightly, but it's not as bad as before. Have you ever been? I ask. To the other side. I swallow thickly. Well, no, he replies at a whisper. So it could very well be worse than I imagine. I shiver even though it's a mild spring night. JJ steps in front of the shimmering portal that leads to another place or time. Am I correct in understanding that the other side, as you called it, is another word for the underworld? He nods gravely. Let me get this straight. To get the wand, we need to travel to another realm, I clarify. That's about the size of it, JJ says. But it's not quite the same as Borea. Hopefully, we'll be able to visit there someday. I stumble, but not because of my foot or because I tripped over a rote. Instead, I tripped on his word we. Us. A future together. I tuck it inside a pocket in my heart. You okay? Nope. Not at all, but not for the reasons he thinks. I nod slowly. To my list of portal destinations, namely the Jubilee and Riptivik in another time long ago, now I add the undead realm as well. Not exactly where I'd like to travel. Have you ever been to Jamaica? That's more my style when it comes to traveling to exotic destinations. JJ's eyes sparkle in the dim light. Do we really need the wand? He nods slowly. My brow wrinkles. What are the chances it'll fix things? JJ shrugs. Just a hunch. We're going to visit the underworld on a hunch? Considering he hasn't stepped through the shimmering door yet, I don't get the sense he's overly enthusiastic either. JJ asks, do you have any better ideas? On how to undo the curse? No, I do not. All I know is the statue of Imogen Hawks in Hawthorne Hall is missing her wand. Legend has it the extremely powerful magical tool went missing long ago. Some say her actual wand was once part of the statue. Others claim it was stolen before she was immortalized in stone. Either way, it's gone and might need to be recovered, maybe, possibly. Like you, she could perform magic without a wand, but possessing it would have amplified her power. I can't imagine she's much more than a withered old hag at this point, hanging on to whatever is left of her youth with a death grip. JJ didn't paint the nicest picture of his mother, but then again she did curse him to exist in the in-between, half spirit, half boy. I clear my throat. But she could have her wand. I suppose she could, but if she did, she'd have more power, we'd have heard from her because the world would be a demon-infested nightmare. Instead, she disappeared. JJ sighs. So we're going to assume she doesn't have her wand, it's not here in the living world, and instead jump headfirst into the land of the dead? I don't hide the trepidation in my voice. I back up a few steps. This is getting a bit too real. We'll step. There's no need to jump. JJ's lips quirk. I roll my eyes before closing them and mustering my courage. It's just the realm of the dead. I got this. When I open my eyes, the edge of his top hat disappears. I grab JJ's hand as he leaves this world and follow him through the shimmering door. We don't leap, but we do fall. Hand in hand, we fall for what feels like forever. I get the idea that maybe that's what we're passing through, forever, the place that separates here from there. What was shimmering, fluid light as we entered the portal becomes almost too blinding to look at. It's as if we're falling through the stars. Then it slowly fades as we fall to reveal a starry sky, pinpricks of light dotting an otherwise black canvas. As usual, the landing is hard. But so is the ground, made of dark rock. I quickly get to my feet and brush off. JJ straightens, replaces his top hat and says, this is interesting. Interesting isn't the word on my tongue, so I ask, what do you mean? I feel different. Less dead, if that makes sense. It doesn't make any sense at all, actually, and yet it does. Still hand in hand, we spin in a circle. Wide open spaciousness stretches in every direction. What is this place? I whisper. Nothing. The other side is the absence of things as we know them. It's more of an energetic state if I understand correctly. Immaterial. Expansion in all directions and everywhere. We're looking for a wand, in a place absent of things. It seems like a fool's errand. No, we're looking for my father. Gregor's axe, I say, as if that's any easier. JJ closes his eyes. Not a good time to take a nap, I say, gripping his hand tighter. My thoughts are loud, surrounded by so much silence. It's the inverse of sound. Even though his eyes are closed, I swear he rolls them. I inch closer to him. I'm sorry. I'm just nervous. Remember? I'm not a big fan of ghosts. His eyes blink open, and I can't help but gaze into those mesmerizing gray pools of his. He cups my cheek. Maya, you have nothing to worry about. Those sound like famous last words, but I reply, right. You're part ghost. And going to the underworld with a ghost who you have a crush on makes it totally safe. Makes sense. But I don't say that. Ghost? I'm a liminal being if we're talking in technical terms. I didn't say my thoughts aloud, but he read them in my mind anyway. I immediately put up my mind walls. Good idea. I don't think we'll run into trouble, but best to be prepared. I'm trying to sense my father's energy. He turns in a half circle, then points. I think we need to go that way. We're in the middle of a desert made of rock, where everything is empty and barren except for the stars above, but I follow him anyway because I have the strange feeling we could get lost here forever. I wouldn't mind forever with him. But not here. We reach a crest with a valley below. There, the air there moves as though it's a vaporous cloud of shadows. Oddly, the energy I feel is heavy, dense, and not at all airy, even though amorphous forms are all I see. I tremble because one ghost who happens to be cute, even if moody at times, I can handle, but down there are what look like many ghosts. Lots. Too many. My spine tingles. This should be interesting, JJ says as he starts to descend the hill. Define interesting for me, because it's starting to seem like you and I have a different understanding of that word. But he remains as silent as our surroundings and we dip into the cloud of shadows. I blink a few times, hardly believing my eyes. I visualize Jamaica with all its vibrancy, warmth, and food. I feel so empty in this place, all I can focus on is what I'm going to eat when we get through this. With each step, I have to convince myself to move my feet right into the Valley of Ghosts. Chapter 22. Like a slow creeping fog, the sound of whispering comes from the shadows. It reminds me of walking beneath the willows at Riptivik, except for way creepier. What's that noise? I ask. The spirits of the dead. What are they saying? They're inviting us to stay. That's what I was afraid of. I swallow hard. I don't want to be impolite, but I'm going to decline the invitation if that's all the same to you. I mean, I have a life to live, places to go, magic to learn. We go a measure farther and then JJ stops abruptly. Father. I squint into the shadowy murk as a form emerges. It's a stooped man, who once must have been about JJ's height. He has a trim beard and lines from squinting at the sun crinkle around his eyes. His father. Trahan John Thorne. The two embrace in their half-invisible, ethereal kind of way, and look pleased to see each other, though this relative appearance of happy on JJ is merely the absence of a scowl. You came looking for the wand? Trahan says. From the folds of a coat with brass buttons, he removes a smooth, reddish wand made of crystal. The interior glows like it contains fire. I guess he's a man who gets straight to the point. Wow, I breathe. We did come for that, JJ says. We? JJ's dad asks, glancing around and right through me. Without missing a beat, JJ corrects himself, presumably to protect me and cover his tracks. There's no knowing if he'll give JJ the wand without a long explanation as to my involvement. He says, I feel as though Willem is still with me. But he'll be here with you soon. He's not ready. As you should be. It's not yet my time, father. JJ's tone is one of steely lament, as though part of him wants to continue living and the other part is very much at home in the underworld. I get the sense Trahan doesn't recognize that I'm beside JJ. I shrink behind him, keeping hold of the tail of his jacket. You left the map to lead me to you, and I came for the wand to set things right. It's futile. You don't belong there. The world has moved on. You should be here, with us. Stay. There's a plea in his voice, and I suddenly think of my parents, missing them so much my heart actually aches. Is that why you brought the wand here? To lead me to you? JJ asks, without the anger of accusation in his voice. Trahan shakes his head. I didn't know where else it would be safe. Imogen would have gone completely mad had I not concealed it. A tricky bit of magic that, not just any wizard can bring an object to the other side. Pays to be a pirate. Yo-ho, JJ says fondly. His father smiles and for a moment I can imagine the same expression on JJ's lips. Your mother is not here. That much I know. Have you seen her? JJ shakes his head. His father scoffs. Greedy for youth, for a time that had passed and she couldn't get back. It aggrieved me to know she'd stop at nothing, including destroying our family, to obtain her ends. I'd like to have my boys back, to sail the seas and go on adventures. In the distance, the shore of a sparkling blue ocean appears and the silhouette of a boat with open sails comes into view. JJ's father must have been an extremely accomplished magical to conceal the wand here, manifest in his earthly form, and create this beautiful vision. The Queen's breath. As sturdy as ever, Trehan says, admiring the boat. Sunlight shines off the polished wood and metal. I'd like to sail with you again someday, but I must undo the curse, father. You have no idea where she is now? JJ asks. Regretfully, no. He gazes toward the sea until it fades into the nothingness. When he looks back at his son, his face is hard and his eyes empty. Bumps pebble my skin. Bother? JJ asks. Just then, the shadows envelop JJ, and I lose my grip on his coat. JJ, I call, but he's gone. The gloom darkens around me. I let out an unsteady breath and back out of the canyon the way we came, scrambling up the rocks, desperate to get away from the spectral energy. At the top, I perch on the rim of the canyon, scanning for JJ somewhere below. I try to figure out what happened. JJ's father was friendly, helpful, and then suddenly the opposite. JJ was there, and then he wasn't. I'm not sure how much time passes, but nothing changes. The stars still sparkle overhead, the ground is still hard, the shadows still gather in the valley. I'm still afraid, still uncertain, but suddenly very, very sleepy. I fight to keep my eyes open, but chilled, I curl up into a ball and drift off. The guy from my dreams, aka JJ's brother, peeks over the edge of the sky, looking down at me. He blinks as though trying to figure out if I'm still alive. I get to my feet and wave. He points at the stars. Some night. Is it still night? I don't see the moon. Is there day here? I ask. He shakes his head as if I'm hopeless. Thank you for your help. I need to find the portal, but even if I knew where the door was, I'm not leaving without JJ. He continues to point at the stars. I search for constellations I recognize, but they're scattered in unfamiliar arrangements. Willem throws his hands up in frustration and disappears. I exhale, turning my attention back to the canyon. Like a wink, warmth shoots through me, igniting the fire in my core. I realize what JJ's brother was trying to tell me. I'm astral. The stars are the source of my power. Could a wish work here? Maybe the rules are different. I won't know unless I try. I close my eyes, envisioning JJ and I passing through the shimmering door and back to the cemetery. Never thought I'd hold that place in my mind with a feeling of hope and happiness. The flame within flickers to life. I picture him with 2 feet on the ground, whole solid, and wearing a smile. Hey, it's my imagination. I hold on to the fire within, summoning my energy, drawing from the stars, and calling JJ back to me. The whispers from the shadows get louder as though moving closer the more I try to work with my magic. I fight the urge to open my eyes, afraid I attracted them and they're surrounding me. I focus on the flame, the source of my power. I grow it larger, stoking the fires of desire, of my wish to return JJ to his state, albeit liminal. I repeat my wish until the words blur together in my mind and stop making sense. Let JJ go. Let JJ go so we can return to the land of the living. I hold strong, feeling a surge of energy rush through me, and then hear a solid thud land beside me. I blink my eyes open. I have to work on my landings too, I say to JJ. If he were anyone other than JJ Thorne, he'd laugh. Instead, he gets to his feet and straightens his coat. With one hand, he passes me the wand like a baton, and with the other laces my fingers between his. This would be a good time to run. He takes off as I tuck the wand in my jacket and race alongside him. The air stirs, but not from wind or our forward motion. Something is coming. I glance over my shoulder as a dark blot rushes up from the ravine. I get the sense your father doesn't want you to leave. It's the will of the ghosts to keep their own, he says over his shoulder as we rush across the plain of rock. A dark cloud follows us, growing larger the farther we get from the canyon. I had just enough energy to still exist and resist. The shimmering portal is ahead. The ghosts make chase. Their grim energy grasps like outstretched fingers, eager for JJ. Without pausing, we cross into the portal. We somehow fall upward. It's an odd sensation as the stars diminish, the darkness turns bright, and then we land back in the cemetery. It's nearly dawn, and in the low, velvety light, JJ is fainter than ever. Also, there's a troll in the cemetery. Chapter 23. The massive, warty, and hairy back of a troll faces JJ and me as it grunts, pulling something gnarly apart and stuffing pieces of it into its mouth. Ghosts, I'm not a big fan of, but a cinder beast and now a troll? I can handle them no problem. In all cases, the solution is the same. Run. I whisper-shout. I don't even bother to look back. To be honest, I could use a break from all of the beasts, creatures, and spirits. I'm thinking of a relaxing hammock on a Jamaican beach. The waves lapping softly, the gulls cawing, the palms swaying. I'd read a good book or 3, eat my grandmother's delicious cooking, play cards, and go shopping. Maybe forget all my cares in the world. But that's impossible, mostly because I care so very much. And because I'm suddenly lifted into the air. The troll has me by the shoulder, shaking me like a rag doll. Let me down, I holler. Each time I almost catch a glimpse of JJ, the troll waves me in the other direction. It's pulling my hair out and my shoe is about to fall off. Also, the stench is worse than a swamp full of rotten eggs. I dig the wand out of my pocket. Last chance, buddy. Put me down. He lifts me higher and we're eye to eye. Or eye to mouth as he opens it wide. His teeth are rotten and he drools. But the smell is the worst. I'm afraid that alone will kill me. Imagine, no, never mind. Don't. I wouldn't wish experiencing this rank smell on anyone. You need to see a dentist, buddy. The troll belches and dangles me closer to its mouth. Nope. You're not going to eat me. I raise the wand and say, here goes nothing. A streak of red lightning zips from the wand, blasting the troll back. I fly in the other direction, landing hard on the ground. Again, I don't look back or offer to help the troll up. It was going to eat me. Of greatest concern at the moment is the fact that the farther we get from the cemetery, the fainter JJ becomes. He's like an instant camera photo, but in reverse. Or perhaps it's the coming dawn, lightening the sky around the edges along with him. The ground doesn't shake and the troll doesn't grunt in pursuit, so I stop in the orchard, recalling when JJ rescued me from the clutches of the demons. What can I do to help? I ask. He blinks at me as though he doesn't quite see me. JJ, do you have enough energy to bring us back to Scary Street? He doesn't answer. It's as though he's slipping away. Even though we've stopped running, my breath comes quick. There's only one thing to do. Carry him back to campus myself. If I can get him that far, I'll figure out what to do next. Thankfully, he's as light as a feather, given that he's a ghost, though awkward given his size. I pop his top hat back on his head and sort of drag him. I'll have to apologize for getting his coat muddy later. Because there will be a later. I didn't just go to the other side underworld for nothing. Also, I like JJ, maybe more than like. My heart stutters a beat. I take a deep breath and use all my will to get us both back to campus. Without the usual bustle of students in uniforms, performing simple magic along the paths, and the scent of pie baking from the dining hall, Riptivik seems abandoned, almost like a relic from a time long past. A worrisome thought flits through my mind. I hope we return to the same time we left, because campus seems a lot like when we went back in time via the portal in the alchemy classroom. Worry turns into anxiety. Although I didn't know about magic, a school for the magically talented, or that vampires, nymphs, and changelings were real, no less existed, up until last fall, I can't and don't want to imagine it ceasing to exist. What's more, I never expected helping save it would rest on my shoulders, or that I'd have the weight of a liminal being resting on my shoulders, sort of. I reach the main path winding through campus and take another deep breath while I consider going to the infirmary or the administration building and West's office. After the hostage situation at the last Rumpus game, everyone was evacuated, but surely someone must be here. Then a little light in the woods flickers like a beacon. West's cottage. Using my last bit of strength, I trudge up the hill and knock on the door. A man with silver-streaked hair and a long robe answers. "You're back?" I ask when Chancellor West steps back from the door. "Last I saw him was at said Rumpus game right before he vanished." Poof. Without a word and with great haste, he helps me bring JJ inside. We rest him on a bed in the back room. West swiftly closes the door behind him, leaving me standing alone in the hall. Flashes of silver brighten the cracks along the edge of the door as West mutters low incantations that I can't make out. He must be using some hardcore magic. Moments later, he steps outside and puts his finger to his lips in the universal symbol for quiet. I'm not sure if he means because JJ is recovering or that I shouldn't ask questions. "Tea," he asks when beckons me to the kitchen of the cottage, which looks exactly as one would expect a wizard's cottage to look, like an IKEA showroom with modern, clean, and sleek lines along with plenty of storage space. Just kidding. It's exactly as it was on my first visit, rustic yet open and airy. There are still loads of books, papers, glass objects, metal devices, cauldrons, snow globes, and other ephemera covering every available surface. West passes me a cup of tea. "You asked if I'm back." "Not officially." He looks me over carefully. "However, I see we've both made recent journeys. Glad you and JJ returned safely." "I used a wish." "My last wish." "All my wishes." I tell him about our trip to the other side, the encounter with JJ's father, and our escape. West takes a slow sip of tea. "Don't be too sure of that. Most witches only have 3 wishes, but of course, there can be exceptions, magicals evolve, and things change. There's no knowing the extent of our purpose in this life. Perhaps another wish or 2 will be summoned. That doesn't seem overly likely. Maya, remember your power rests in your belief." "Will he be okay?" I ask, glancing toward the other room. "For now, but you must reverse the curse." I pull out the wand and set it on the table between us. West's eyebrows lift as he rolls it in his hands. He closes his fingers around it, lowers his eyelids, makes a low sound of affirmation, and then says, "It is indeed made of a rare stone from a comet that came to Earth." He holds it up to the light. "And contains elemental fire." That's different than the regular 12 forms of carbon-based fire. Typically, that course of study begins 2nd year, which will prove very helpful to you and your witchery. He sets the wand back on the table. "Now that this is back in this realm, I assume she'll be along any time to collect it." "Who? Imogen?" He nods. Magicals are joined with their wands. If separated, they will always seek each other out. Kind of like a built-in homing device. Laughter drowns in my sudden anxiety. What if she gets the wand? She's really powerful. West cocks an eyebrow. "Aren't you as well?" The question gives me pause. I never thought of that. Not yet. I haven't studied enough. I don't know. You just rescued JJ Thorne from the underworld. I'd say you're plenty powerful. People often get caught up in preparation, studying, accumulating the gear. Often experience is our greatest teacher. But I used my last wish. "Maya, what have I mentioned about believing?" I sigh. It all feels so big. Maybe even impossible. Who am I to undo a curse and potentially battle with some batty old witch who'd like nothing more than my youthful energy? Maya? West says plainly. Who are you not to? Mic drop. Silence passes between us. You are welcome to stay here the night. Everyone will be returning to campus tomorrow. Did you catch the Marauders? I ask. He shakes his head. Not just yet. Their services are still needed. What do you mean? They held everyone in the arena hostage. They did something to you. I saw you flash silver and then disappear. They tried to incubate me and failed. Same as JJ. West looks fondly toward the door behind which JJ rests. He's an immensely strong, determined, and bright boy. Well, young man. The world needs him. I blush because I might need him too. West nods as if he understands. Now, I have some business. Wait, shouldn't the Marauders be held accountable? They will be. He's not making sense. It's not adding up. With all due respect, Chancellor West, what's going on? What are you hiding? What do you know? He counters, I've made no attempt to hide the fact that I'm using the Marauders to get to the hive. Then why not confront them? Penalize them? There are magical laws, right? Give them an ultimatum, like, if they don't reveal the identities of Veda, Valerius, and whoever, they'll go to the Iron Tower? My voice is pleading. Then again, it probably has a giant hole in the side. He holds up 3 fingers and says, Scraven is the 3rd leader of the Golden Hive. I've resisted doing the obvious for that very reason, it's obvious. I have to think about this a moment. Clever. But what if there are more attacks? What if things get worse? He nods at the wand. In this instance, I thought it best not to do what was expected of me. However, I believe we'll soon find matters resolving. Furthermore, our meeting here should be kept secret for now. I can no longer keep my secret. I tell West everything except for the wish I granted Magog. You're turning the tide, Maya. Well done. But there are still trials ahead of us. Like exams? Do classes resume tomorrow? Do we have seminal seminar? I ask rapid fire. West chuckles. Not just yet. He gets up and puts his hand on the door. Are you leaving? As I said, officially, I've not yet returned. But what about the rumors that you abandoned us or that the Marauders defeated you? What about protecting the campus? Poof. Again, West is gone. Just then, a groan comes from the other room. Chapter 24. I sit by JJ's bed, keeping watch. Just as he did for me the night I used my first wish. He's brighter than he was when we returned from the other side and slightly silvery as though imbued with some of West's energy. I take JJ's hand, and he brightens more. However, he doesn't stir when the bells on campus toll midday, so I nestle in beside him and fall fast asleep. I wake to the scent of toasted bread, butter, and eggs. The bed beside me is cold and empty. I find JJ in the kitchen with the table set for one. I think you slept longer than me, he says, gesturing that I sit down. As if on cue, my stomach grumbles. I didn't know you knew how to cook. His lips quirk. Remember, I've been around a while. You pick things up, even things that aren't necessary. Like speaking gibberish, for instance. I remember Yassi mentioning after the ordeal with the demon snatchers and honey that I was speaking gibberish in my sleep. I didn't know you were also fluent. It's an ancient magical language, the same one you used to call me back when we were on the other side. I used a wish, I say, correcting him. I'm not so sure you can do that in the underworld. But magic listens, and when certain ancient spells are used, it obeys. Apparently, the spirits of the dead do as well. I just wanted you to come back. I didn't say anything in gibberish, that makes zero sense. You answered their whispers. I heard your voice. You ordered they release me. I shake my head in disbelief. The point is, you made it back here. Does that mean I didn't use a wish? I've been so focused on figuring out witchery, I've neglected to explore the rest of my magic. Thank you, he says, sitting down opposite me. You're welcome. Thank you for this meal. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to, I don't finish the sentence, but dig in. I'm starved. The plate is empty in 3 minutes flat. I politely wipe my mouth and say, travel builds up the appetite. Glad to help. We talk about the other side, and I tell JJ about the wand. Then I ask, why couldn't your father see me? When there, ghosts only recognize their kind, and in place of possessions, their desire is singular, to keep their kind. You're not entirely their kind. Not entirely, not for now, his eyes dip sadly. I think of the words that he doesn't say. He's fading. What's the difference between the other side and the Sea of Dreams? I ask, recalling what we learned on Hallows Eve. Magicals go to the Sea of Dreams. Humans, I suppose the other side. So your father was human? He'd tell you that he's a pirate. His very own species, a mage too. JJ winks. I take another bite, thinking. We have the wand. Surely, Imogen will come for it. Then we'll reverse the curse. I make it sound so simple when in reality I have no idea what we're supposed to do. JJ takes my hand and squeezes. Let's hope so. I tell him about how West came to his aid, and how the Chancellor is not officially back at Riptivik. We have class tomorrow, I say, feeling suddenly sad, anxious, and like time moves too fast, like JJ slips away. As if he can't stand the feeling of what could happen if we don't reverse the curse, he gets to his feet, examining the unusual magical objects before stopping in front of a mirror. He makes a low grunt sound. I gasp when I don't see his reflection. Where are you? I ask. Then turning to the mirror, my mouth falls open and I add, why can't I see my reflection either? I pat my cheeks. I'm looking at what appears to be an ordinary mirror, but nothing, not even the objects in the room, reflect back. Are you sure we're in the right time and place, because this seems like the mirror through the portal? It's a querr, JJ says mystified. I've never actually seen one of these. He gazes into it and then at me as though equally transfixed. I push down my smile, not that it would be reflected in the mirror anyway. A what? A querr, a query, or question, mirror. Sounds sinister. You ask it a question. It answers. Like a magic mirror, I say, understanding. Will it solve the mystery of you? Will it explain why you don't answer my questions? I tease. He absently twirls a piece of my hair and then kisses my neck. Nope. I chuckle. Of course, not. Look deeply into it, cast your energy into the glass, and ask away. Does it answer things like what should I eat for lunch, who's going to win the World Series, or bigger, more complicated things? JJ snorts a laugh and then reclines on the nearby sofa. Ask and find out. I close my eyes, summoning the threads of energy within me and surrounding me. I open my eyes, gaze as instructed, and cast my magic in while asking the most burning question in my mind. The answer comes to me in a blast of song that leaves me breathless. It's the Riptivik school song. The experience was so powerful that I sit beside JJ, stunned for a moment. But then I realize it was meaningless. What did you ask? I say after I catch my breath. JJ's lips quirk, but he doesn't reply. Then I'm not telling either. The following day, JJ and I leave the cozy cottage and return to campus proper. Rumors instantly reach my ears about the teachers threatening to go on strike, a mass descent of trolls from the mountains and into the area, and a new rule outlawing pie in the dining hall. I'm most eager to determine whether the last one is true, wondering if Storch somehow found her way back. No way would West let that happen, or Magog, or quite, frankly, me. If she shows her scaly face here, she's going to face the sharp tip of my wand. Dewey approaches our usual table, with his arms laden with plates. The kitchen staff welcome us back with chocolate chip cookie pie. He passes them out to Yassie, Wyatt, Winnie, Audra, and me. I smile with relief, leaving me with the bigger issues at hand. But first, pie. I take a bite of the still warm buttery, gooey deliciousness. All isn't quite right in the world, but the contentment that a good piece of pie brings nudges us a bit closer to peace or something like it. Apparently, in the case of Riptivik, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Or perhaps it was the traumatic experience at the last Rumpus game, seeing so many magicals attacked. At the surrounding tables in the dining hall, almost everyone eats pie and gibbers about the hostage situation at the Rumpus game and their time home. Everyone except for the known Marauders, Bobby Gold, Koa Katayama, Tucker Block, Owen, and Griffin, because they're not here. My mind races with possibilities. They met off campus and planned their most devious plot yet. They're at Riptivik somewhere, preparing to take us under siege. They're with the Hive hatching something evil and diabolical to dominate the non-magical world. I take my last bite of pie and then take action. I call an emergency Mavericks meeting at 7, pass it on, I whisper in Dewey's ear. He leans into the cascade of Audra's hair and whispers the message. I notice he steals a kiss on her cheek. She cups her hand around her mouth and tells Winnie, and so it continues, the message carried to ears beyond our table and all around the dining hall. Eager for the meeting, I finish dinner quickly, but not before I help myself to a second piece of pie. I'm going to ride the trip to the underworld as an excuse for my increased appetite for as long as possible. When I arrive at the library, several Mavericks already wait in the little room with the movable bookcase. I pull out the copy of The Secret Garden and enter the passageway. The meeting chamber echoes with everyone talking at once. They have information to report, are worried that we're not safe, and have heard rumors about West, the Marauders' next plot, and that a prince is coming. Royalty from afar, I hear, Doofus says, jutting his pointy chin at me. News to me, but to the matter at hand, I say, calling order. We review everything that happened at the Rumpus game, go over details, and discuss ways to protect ourselves and each other. The conversation turns heated because those gathered are evenly divided into taking defensive action, offensive action, or just bagging the whole thing, raiding the kitchen for all the pie that remains, and returning home. If the Hive gets their way, home will no longer exist, I say, recalling the horrible image Darrington painted in conservation class not too long ago. We're not here to give up. This is our fight for what's right, for each other, and for our school. We can't let them win. Do we have a choice? Mira, a pixie, asks. Not long ago, Chancellor West and I were talking about a powerful witch. One that intimidates me. Then he said something that changed me forever. I was terrified of her and I said, but she's really powerful. Then he asked, aren't you as well? I let my gaze drift slowly over all of the Mavericks. Aren't we as well? From the corner of the room, a deep voice says, it's true. At least I believe it to be. And magic is merely a matter of belief. Everyone except JJ startles. I spin in the direction of the voice. West sits in the corner reading the copy of The Secret Garden. Glad to hear you were listening carefully, Maya, he says, closing the book. All of you, so bravely gathered here, you're talented and uniquely magical. Your power and ability reside in what you believe. He pauses meaningfully before adding, and there's an all-school assembly at 8 bells. Each one of you is needed, whether you want to approach this with wands blazing or peacefully. Then he disappears. Poof. Chapter 25. Chapter 26. Miss Mayweather emerges from the common room with a tray of cookies and milk. Nothing to worry about. It seems they have recovered the lake house. That sound you heard was it being reunited with its foundation. Where was it? Yassi asks. Holland. It took a good portion of the magical monitoring, regulating and recovery task force to retrieve it. My mother works for them, Audra says. I bet he was on that project. I nibble on a cookie, wondering and worrying about all the things. Miss Mayweather goes on. They'll have to reinforce the building with spellwork to protect students and professors from the demon snatchers, which will take some time. Even though it's part of the campus, it must be refortified. She yawns as though exhausted merely by the idea of the task. I was in the engineer division before I came to Riptivik, she says by way of explanation. Winnie asks, weren't all the demon snatchers apprehended though? Just a precaution, I'm sure, Miss Mayweather says, passing her a glass of milk. It's been a long day, and you're back to classes tomorrow. Best to get some rest. On up you go, she says, gesturing toward the stairs. Though the tone in Miss Mayweather's voice and my knowledge suggests that she's not confident in her response. I say goodnight to the girls, shut my bedroom door behind me, and sigh. I'm glad to be back in the comfort of my dorm after Scary Street, the underworld, and then West's cottage. I pull out my wand to set it on my dresser as I flick on the light. Before I reach the switch, a hand forcefully closes over my mouth. Strong arms wrap around my body as I struggle to break loose. Let me go, I garble. The grip tightens and a male voice says, stop struggling and don't scream. If you do, I'll neutralate you, he hisses. That's illegal, I say. I may be unfamiliar with many spells, but that one is a big no-no. I never said I abide by the law. He grips my hands behind my back and binds them with a magic rope. Then he grabs my wand and tosses it onto the bed, out of my reach. He spins me around to face him. Bobby Gold. I fight the urge to gape. I shouldn't be surprised. We could have been great together, Maya. An amphory and an astral, an incredibly unique and powerful combination. And you're going to wish you never messed with me. His eyes flash dark with grim desire. I shake my head. There's so much you don't know. You have so much potential. You don't even realize, Maya, he says, stroking my cheek. I jerk my head away. Oh wish which, he adds hungrily. Heat rushes toward me as I sense Bobby prying and seeking my energy. What do you want? I ask, although I know it's a wish. I just need to stall him, hoping someone will hear us and knock on my door. A low laugh spills from his lips. What do I want? You, namely. He paces a slow circle around me like he's stalking prey. Under no circumstances, I hiss. I can think of some exceptions you might consider making. He gazes into my eyes. It's like looking into the sun, dangerous and blinding. I glance away. Why are you doing this? So many questions. So many reasons. I'm Amphory, a rightful ruler of the earthly realm. Unfortunately, this place you call home has been polluted by mixed magicals, fae mating with vamps, dwarves and changelings, and elf scum with non-magicals, he says with bitter distaste. That's such a horrible thing to say. No, that's a fact. You're new to the magical world and you'll soon see all of your mixed magical friends are second class. They get in the way, have wants and demands, and think there are equals. Blah, blah, blah. He shakes his head. I've formed an alliance with other like-minded individuals. Yes, you can credit us with the Hallows Eve incident, the Cinderbeast on campus, though your little friend thwarted us there, the Sweetheart Dance, the Jubilee, the Rumpus Final. Did you sense me there, seeking you? His voice slithers in my ears. I recall the shadow that overtook everyone on the field and the way it made me feel like I was suffocating. I hate everything you stand for. Hate, you say? Then we're not so different, are we then? He lets out a low laugh. My cheeks burn with embarrassment. That's not what I meant, and you know it. No matter. I'm sure I can get you to come around and see things as they are because we're unstoppable now. They formed a secondary alliance with the Hive. His tone suggests I should be impressed. You're new to our world. The Hive consists of the three most powerful Amphorae in all of history. They're in a position to dominate. All we need is you. What about your family? What about them? They're also part of the Golden Hive. And your sister? I think of Sage betraying me and then helping. What about her? She's useless. He scoffs. Bobby sends another volley of heat in my direction, trying to melt the barriers I've constructed to keep him away from my magic. You want a wish, I taunt. That would make things easier. Are you offering? Never. Why's that? Why are you unwilling to help our cause? It will only make your life better, give you power, and access to anything you want. Sorry, not sorry. I used my 3 wishes. Sorry, all gone. Used up. No more. I raise a defiant eyebrow. White-hot rage flashes across his face. Is that so? He grabs me aggressively and then says the same camouflage spell Yassi used to hide the Cinder Beast before pushing me into the hall. Don't make a sound, he breathes into my ear. Silent 8. A muffling sensation surrounds us and the floor doesn't squeak. I have to distract him, buy time, and act fast. I take my time walking down the stairs. It's actually surprisingly difficult to keep balanced without the use of my arms, or at least that's what I make it look like. When we get outside I say, "You're abducting me?" I can't quite believe this is happening. Where are we going? To the Hive. And who are they? I ask. Screven, Veda, and Valerius. Where? Stop asking questions, he says, thrusting me forward. I'll never stop asking questions. And I will always get answers. I fake a stumble and break away. I regain my balance and spin around while at the same time whipping out Imogen's wand to break my bonds. Bobby, I'm not subject to your power-hungry game. I'm a wish witch and an astral, but I'm also a Brixta. Brixta? It's an ancient gibberish word for a revolutionary. Things are going to change, but not according to your plan. With that, I slice the air with the wand, tie him to the lamppost, and run toward the light on the hill. Not the cottage this time, but the chapel. Chapter 26. Miss Mayweather emerges from the common room with a tray of cookies and milk. Nothing to worry about. It seems they have recovered the lake house. That sound you heard was it being reunited with its foundation. Where was it? Yassi asks. Holland. It took a good portion of the magical monitoring, regulating, and recovery task force to retrieve it. My mother works for them, Audra says. I bet he was on that project. I nibble on a cookie, wondering and worrying about all the things. Miss Mayweather goes on. They'll have to reinforce the building with spellwork to protect students and professors from the demon snatchers, which will take some time. Even though it's part of the campus, it must be refortified. She yawns as though exhausted merely by the idea of the task. I was in the engineer division before I came to Riptivik, she says by way of explanation. Winnie asks, weren't all the demon snatchers apprehended though? Just a precaution, I'm sure, Miss Mayweather says, passing her a glass of milk. It's been a long day, and you're back to classes tomorrow. Best to get some rest. On up you go, she says, gesturing toward the stairs. Though the tone in Miss Mayweather's voice and my knowledge suggests that she's not confident in her response. I say goodnight to the girls, shut my bedroom door behind me, and sigh. I'm glad to be back in the comfort of my dorm after Scary Street, the underworld, and then West's cottage. I pull out my wand to set it on my dresser as I flick on the light. Before I reach the switch, a hand forcefully closes over my mouth. Strong arms wrap around my body as I struggle to break loose. "Let me go," I garble. The grip tightens and a male voice says, "Stop struggling and don't scream. If you do, I'll neutralate you," he hisses. "That's illegal," I say. I may be unfamiliar with many spells, but that one is a big no-no. I never said I abide by the law. He grips my hands behind my back and binds them with a magic rope. Then he grabs my wand and tosses it onto the bed, out of my reach. He spins me around to face him. Bobby Gold. I fight the urge to gape. I shouldn't be surprised. We could have been great together, Maya. An amphory and an astral, an incredibly unique and powerful combination. And you're going to wish you never messed with me. His eyes flash dark with grim desire. I shake my head. There's so much you don't know. You have so much potential. You don't even realize, Maya, he says, stroking my cheek. I jerk my head away. A wish which, he adds hungrily. Heat rushes toward me as I sense Bobby prying and seeking my energy. What do you want? I ask, although I know it's a wish. I just need to stall him, hoping someone will hear us and knock on my door. A low laugh spills from his lips. What do I want? You, namely. He paces a slow circle around me like he's stalking prey. Under no circumstances, I hiss. I can think of some exceptions you might consider making. He gazes into my eyes. It's like looking into the sun, dangerous and blinding. I glance away. Why are you doing this? So many questions. So many reasons. I'm Amphory, a rightful ruler of the earthly realm. Unfortunately, this place you call home has been polluted by mixed magicals, fae mating with vamps, dwarves and changelings, and elf scum with non-magicals, he says with bitter distaste. That's such a horrible thing to say. No, that's a fact. You're new to the magical world and you'll soon see all of your mixed magical friends are second class. They get in the way, have wants and demands, and think there are equals. Blah, blah, blah. He shakes his head. I've formed an alliance with other like-minded individuals. Yes, you can credit us with the Hallows Eve incident, the Cinderbeast on campus, though your little friend thwarted us there, the Sweetheart Dance, the Jubilee, the Rumpus Final. Did you sense me there, seeking you? His voice slithers in my ears. I recall the shadow that overtook everyone on the field and the way it made me feel like I was suffocating. I hate everything you stand for. Hate, you say? Then we're not so different, are we then? He lets out a low laugh. My cheeks burn with embarrassment. That's not what I meant and you know it. No matter. I'm sure I can get you to come around and see things as they are because we're unstoppable now. They formed a secondary alliance with the Hive. His tone suggests I should be impressed. You're new to our world. The Hive consists of the three most powerful Amphory in all of history. They're in a position to dominate. All we need is you. What about your family? What about them? They're also part of the Golden Hive. And your sister? I think of Sage betraying me and then helping. What about her? She's useless. He scoffs. Bobby sends another volley of heat in my direction, trying to melt the barriers I've constructed to keep him away from my magic. You want a wish, I taunt. That would make things easier. Are you offering? Never. Why's that? Why are you unwilling to help our cause? It will only make your life better, give you power, and access to anything you want. Sorry, not sorry. I used my 3 wishes. Sorry, all gone. Used up. No more. I raise a defiant eyebrow. White-hot rage flashes across his face. Is that so? He grabs me aggressively and then says the same camouflage spell Yassi used to hide the cinder beast before pushing me into the hall. "Don't make a sound," he breathes into my ear. Silent 8. A muffling sensation surrounds us and the floor doesn't squeak. I have to distract him, buy time, and act fast. I take my time walking down the stairs. It's actually surprisingly difficult to keep balanced without the use of my arms, or at least that's what I make it look like. When we get outside, I say, "You're abducting me?" I can't quite believe this is happening. Where are we going? To the hive. And who are they? I ask. Screven, Veda, and Valerius. Where? Stop asking questions, he says, thrusting me forward. I'll never stop asking questions. And I will always get answers. I fake a stumble and break away. I regain my balance and spin around while at the same time whipping out Imogen's wand to break my bonds. Bobby, I'm not subject to your power-hungry game. I'm a wish witch and an astral, but I'm also a Brixta. Brixta? It's an ancient gibberish word for a revolutionary. Things are going to change, but not according to your plan. With that, I slice the air with the wand, tie him to the lamppost, and run toward the light on the hill. Not the cottage this time, but the chapel. Chapter 27. A soft drizzle from the sky coats everything in a fine mist. Halos form around the lantern lights. Electric energy, like there's a storm on the way, infuses the air and my bones. My thoughts chase me up the hill and to Claremont Chapel. Just as I'm about to throw the door open, I find my breath. I inhale deeply, remembering this is a place of reverence, a sanctuary, and devoid of magic, a place for me to escape to collect myself and plot my next steps. I'm thinking chess moves here. Also, it's the last place Bobby would expect me to go. More than likely, he'd bet that I'd go to JJ, West, or even the administration building for help. I'm thankful that help is available, but I've been tasked with this mission and I need to figure out what to do and who to go to for help, because it's not all created equal. Also, even though I'm grateful for my magic, I need a moment alone with my thoughts, free of it, in order to get clarity and regain my bearings. I open the door slowly to find a shadowy figure wearing a top hat seated on a bench toward the front. A woman with long, dark hair sits beside him. Their postures and gestures are similar. It appears as if they're talking, amicably. She tilts her head back in laughter. I exhale. I pad toward the front, not wanting to interrupt, but alarmed because Bobby Gold almost abducted me, and unless I'm mistaken, Imogen Hawks sits next to her son at the front of the room. No biggie. Just a regular evening at Riptivik. I clear my throat. JJ turns and his eyes flash with the light. Maya, I want you to meet my mother. She's as young looking as I expect someone to be who's supposedly drawn youthful energy from people for decades now. I extend my hand and offer a curt nod. I flinch at her touch. To JJ's extreme cold, she's like magma. JJ was just telling me about you. I feel like I know you already, she purrs. Likewise. I'm not paranoid like Dewey, constantly going on about conspiracy theories, but my parents raised me to have common sense. Everything about this woman seems wrong. She's too young, too bright, and too energetic to be a couple of 100 years old. She's gone too long on too little of her own energy to be so, well, alive. However, given the scene I walked into, JJ seems almost happy, which says a lot because he'd win the yearbook superlative for most miserable. My mother was telling me how sorry she is for everything that happened. JJ's usual tough exterior softens as though he's relieved to know this. I regret so much from the past, and I'm so thankful you forgive me. She hugs JJ. I study the embrace carefully, searching for deceit. But it looks so genuine and warm, I suddenly long for my mother. They pull apart and she pats him fondly on the shoulder. My attention darts to a creak from the old building and a rattle of the windows in the breeze. Maya, Are you okay? JJ asks. Not especially. Bobby Gold was waiting for me in my dorm room. He attacked me. Anger darkens his features. Did he hurt you? What did he want? He asks rapidly before realization dawns just as quickly. Did he get the wand? I shake my head. My wand? She's keeping it safe? Under Imogen's surprise, I sense disapproval, like she's upset I'd be the one to have it. I reveal nothing. JJ nods. It's been so long. May I see it? It could be the dim light or the adrenaline still coursing through me, but her eyes flash with longing. A surge of suspicion and protectiveness comes over me. I don't know if that's a good idea, I stutter even though I mean to say it with confidence. She turns to JJ. I merely want to hold it again. It's not like I can do anything anyway. We're in Claremont Chapel. Remember, magic can't be performed within these walls. JJ says, we retrieved the wand so Maya could undo the curse. My son, I've apologized for that and explained I can reverse it as well. I just need my wand. There's a slippery plea in her voice. A question brews in my mind and I repeat the prophecy as if that will provide an answer. But the prophecy says 2 stars, shining light. One dim. One bright. What came before cannot be undone unless the latter frees the sun. She rounds on me and then catches herself. My dear, I'm sure you're an excellent witch, but did it ever occur to you I'm the bright star? Look at me. She beams. I'm meant to free my son. I swear she admires herself in the reflection of a shiny, metal candle holder. JJ's expression is as soft as the rain now falling outside. He wants to believe his mother's apology was sincere. On the other hand, I'm more than skeptical. Imogen stalks toward me. All these years, I've been holding on to hope that I'd get my wand back so I could undo my wrongs and free my son from this curse. Beneath her fragrant rosewater perfume, I smell something old and musty like the penny house basement. I take a step backward for every one that she takes closer to me. If you care about JJ as he does for you, you'll understand that this is what must be done. You don't want to see him suffer. Her lips form a thin line. You violated the laws of nature. You're the one who caused his suffering, I accuse. I steal a glance at JJ whose lips curl to the side as if apologetic. Maybe she's right, he whispers to me. See? I'm here to make it right. Imogen barely conceals a smug smile. Why haven't you sought him out before? I narrow my eyes. I told you, I didn't have my wand and without it, I could do nothing. JJ looks significantly less moody than usual. I say, at least you could have apologized sooner. That's something. You could have tried to make it right. It wasn't that simple. Imogen exhales as though I'm trying her patience. JJ comes to my side. Yes, Mother, where have you been all of these years? I've been waiting for the right moment to return to you, my boy. She caresses his arm and he melts a little more as though he's longed for little more than her warmth. My back is against the wooden door to the chapel. On the other side, the rain patters softly. But where were you? He repeats, regaining his sensibility. She sighs. In the astral plane. How'd you get back? I ask. Her lips part into a smile. Your very own Professor Aerosmith. But Professor Aerosmith was turned to stone. The pieces come together as suddenly as Aerosmith's stone prison fell apart. The hive trapped Aerosmith's physical body and used her energy to retrieve Imogen from the astral plane. Distracted by my sudden epiphany, Imogen throws the door to the chapel open, and JJ and I stumble through and into the rain. Chapter 28. Imogen's wand is snugly in my pocket, but it pulses as though activated now that we're out of the magic-less chapel zone and is eager to return to its owner. The sidewalk is slick with rain. I fumble as I try to get up, keeping my hand securely over my pocket. Give me my wand. Imogen looms over us and imperiously extends her hand. JJ's slips. His elbow and knee knock into me, hard, and I also slip, sliding down the hill. The rain drowns my cries. At the bottom, sodden and covered in mud, I get to my feet. That's going to hurt tomorrow. In front of the chapel, JJ and his mother confer closely. I can't tell if they're upset or in agreement. I have the urge to run up the hill and get him away from Imogen because I don't want to leave him here. We have the opportunity to undo the curse, but how? As the seconds pass, doubt worms its way into my thoughts. Is Imogen right? Is it up to her? Is she the other star? Then dread slides in. Why didn't he come to my aid when he knocked into me and sent me sailing downhill? Did he do it on purpose? Has he been using me all along? The dread knots inside. I'm not clearer on what I was meant to do than an hour ago, a day ago, or a week ago. All I know is that I have to do something. From either side of the chapel, several figures emerge from the gloom, all cloaked. I cup my hands around my mouth and shout as JJ falls to the ground and slides down the hill, leaving Imogen and what can only be the hive along with the Marauders at the top. Other figures, also cloaked, gather. There must be hundreds of Golden Hive followers amassing on campus. How did they get here? I rush over to JJ when he lands at the bottom of the hill. Part of me wants to reach out to help, but I shrink back, unsure of his intentions. I'm sorry I pushed you, he says, removing a clod of muddy grass from his shoulder and righting his hat. You pushed me? I ask, appalled. To get you away from her, he says as though it's obvious. To keep the wand safe. You don't trust her. I don't know. At least he's being honest. At first, yes, her apology seemed sincere. Then when I saw her fervor for the wand, no. That's why I pushed you. Then when they appeared. He gestures toward the chapel. She pushed me to get me away from them. At least I think so. Questions form on my lips when a flash of yellow light blasts from the top of the hill, reaching us before we have a chance to flee. It holds us to the spot as the cloaked figures descend. Two of the people in black cloaks hold Imogen's arms. Three of the figures wearing the black cloaks emerge from the rest. The one in the front of a triangle formation addresses her, "You have the wand. You know what you need to do." His voice is oily, a sound bidden from the darkness. I open my mouth to speak, to say she doesn't have the wand, but think better of it. Imogen also hesitates. Did she tell them she has the wand? If so, why? He says, "We brought you back from the astral plane for this purpose. We had an agreement." Who are you? I ask, knowing they're members of the Golden Hive. His attention jerks to me. Some call me Valerius, the one with the oily voice says. The others echo in the same voice, almost as if they're the same person. Veda. Then, Screven. Imogen says, "They're using you for your wish, Maya. Just as they've used me to gain unstable ghosts to create demon-wraiths." Why? I ask. Too many stupid questions, Bobby Gold says, his unmistakable glow coming from under his black cloak. When I was young, I remember some of my school teachers would discourage us from asking what they referred to as stupid questions, while others would say there was no such thing as a stupid question. I just thought it was a comment made so those of us curious types wouldn't feel ashamed. Now, I realize the wisdom in always pursuing more knowledge, especially now. Valerius holds up a hand to silence Bobby. In a few short moments you will no longer exist, Maya Wessels, so I suppose it can't hurt to answer. We are one, me, Veda, and Screven. We linked our energy to become more powerful. But, unfortunately for them, the magic centralized inside of me, so it largely resides in me. They're little more than puppets to do my bidding. That's grim magic, evil, I say. I prefer ingenious, he says with a laugh. We're Anfari, fallen angels, the most powerful of all magicals, the fathers of witches, and all that came after. To say I regret some of my brethren spreading their seed is an understatement. We prefer things to go back the way they were. We're here to destroy all of you with thanks to the Marauders who've proved their value, to a degree. His gaze slides to them. Then again, I could always use more power. He laughs again. I see his plan plainly. Much like Imogen striving to remain young and capture the youthful energy of people who admired her, Valerius convinces people to join him and then seizes their energy to gain more power for himself, likely also the Marauders. You preyed on Imogen's greed to be young and her regret over cursing her son to get her to return so you could gain unstable souls to create more demon snatchers. Very astute, young lady, Valerius says. I'm generating an army of demon-wraiths or snatchers, as you call them, to overtake the earthly populations. We were the ultimate and most powerful angels that fell to this forsaken place. We seek to establish dominion over this entire realm, and ultimately regain our power. He gestures to the sky, the stars, or wherever it is they were originally cast away from. Lofty goals, JJ sneers. You can't dominate entire populations. No one will let you. Ah, you're mistaken. My dear old friend Winslow West had the brilliant idea to unite the magical world, bringing together the elves, the centaurs, the dwarves, all the mixed magical beings that interfere with me establishing rule. If they're all in one place, at least over time, I can easily make them disappear. I shake my head at the wrongness of it. He continues as though self-satisfied at his cleverness. First, I assigned the Marauders to relocate a family. That was a moderate success. However, we had to work out a few glitches since they're magical, put them in a container, like a structure or building, and invert the protections so they can't use their magic, much like that chapel there. He points up the hill. The Marauders vanished a building for just that reason. He slowly applauds. All we need to do is put you all on this campus in the building and say goodbye to the nuisance. I have everything in place now. He casts a shadowed gaze at those gathered, Imogen, JJ, the Marauders, and me. The power I desire shall be mine. Something Valerius said before echoes in my mind and I find a weak spot, a way in. You're using the Marauders because you plan on taking their energy for power just as Imogen took the vitality from so many people to preserve her youth. Valerius claps his hands together. Right again. You're a bright young lady. What a shame you'll soon be a memory, and so will they. Wait. What do you want with me? Why do you want my wish? That's quite simple. He leans in, almost whispering to JJ and me. It's a wish and a curse, actually. Together, they can create a loophole, and that is just what I'll need to defeat, well, all of you. He cackles. Maya, I'll just need you to get a curse out of JJ and then kill him, Valerius says as though he's ordering a hamburger. That's a no. I was already asked to kill my one true. A powerful and strident voice bellows like it controls the air, the wind, and time itself. Not a chance. The magical ring holding us fast dissolves. Chancellor West stretches his arms wide as though gathering energy, and then he directs a silver surge of power directly to Valerius's chest. It's been so long, Valerius exclaims, resisting the momentum. I thought you'd have a more pleasant greeting for an old friend. West says, Valerius? No, you're Arnie Kimball and you're no friend of mine. You meddled in magic you shouldn't have. It's destroyed your sense of what's right. The Marauders, perhaps not knowing whom to trust, erupt into confused mayhem. Valerius strikes back with yellow magic, stunning West for half a moment. Pay attention, this is just the beginning of my reign of power. At the same time, a chorus of voices calls from the shadows, no, it's the end. The Mavericks and easily half the student population, including professors, appear with wands outstretched, ready to defend each other, our school, and our future. Chaos erupts. West and Valerius continue the battle as elves troop the lawn, clotheslining a couple of marauders. Fae, dwarves, vamps, and changelings use complicated spellwork to ward off Veda and Skrevin, whose power, even if largely concentrated in Valerius's body, is still strong. The marauders' hoods fall back, revealing their identities to all. Yassi takes on Chilton, Audra wields her wand against Koa, Dewey and Winnie round on Tucker. Meanwhile, other mavericks, including Doofus, fight the unnamed followers of the Hive. JJ rushes toward his mother. In my moment of distraction, sudden, sickly, and unwelcome heat warms me from the cool rain. It doesn't have to be like this, Bobby's voice whispers in my ear. Once again, he holds me fast as I struggle to push him off. His wand is against my throat like a blade. You'll cooperate or you can say goodbye. I'm pretty sure that's Valerius's plan anyway. Not if I tell him not to. Are you dense? I ask. Don't you see he's using you? Not me. I'm the most powerful of the Marauders, he says confidently. He may be using the others, but not me. I grip his forearm with both hands, trying to peel him away. If you're the most powerful, that's exactly why he's using you. He'll take your magic, leaving you little more than a shell, to do his dirty work, just as he did Skrevin and Veda. The truth of this disturbs Bobby for the flash of an instant, and I use the momentary distraction to wriggle free. He rushes after me as I reach for the wand in my pocket. We both fall to the damp ground as I struggle to keep hold of it and summon a spell to use against him. However, his grip covers mine. I push my energy out against him as his furnace-like heat presses hard against me, locking me in place. I close my eyes, center myself, and use my most forceful dispensate spell to get free. As it heaves him off me, I lose my grip on the wand, the one JJ and I returned from the other side. It sails through the air, wet with rain, and lands in Imogen's hand. Chapter 29. I scramble toward Imogen, losing my footing in the slick mud. Give it back. I made a promise, she says, gravely. To Valerius? That's no promise, it's a death sentence. Please, Imogen, reconsider what you're doing. I put up all my blocks, hoping I have enough magic to resist her taking my remaining wish from me. She leans close and says, my boy is cursed, and if a wish answers a person's deepest desire, then a curse is the inverse, it can be taken it away. I shake my head, confused. It doesn't have to be this way. I plead, but she has the wand. My wand is on my bed where Bobby tossed it. I'm out of options. We can figure something out. It isn't over. Oh, but it is. She lifts her arm and aims the wand, but not at me. The red crystal glints in the lamplight, directed at JJ. She chants words I cannot hear over the roar of the rain and battle in the background. Imogen's magic thrusts her son backward and into the mud. I don't even spare her the wrath of my glare as I rush toward him, too late to block it. Then, as if enough damage weren't done already, the spell rebounds, or perhaps Imogen retrieved her energy. I can't be sure as I jump out of the way, then dive in his direction, shouting, no. I drop to my knees, clutching JJ in my arms. This cannot be happening. We were so close and now he's so cold. Cold forever. Tears form in the corners of my eyes and fall along with the rain. I sob and a sympathetic hand rests on my shoulder. I imagine it's Yassi or one of my friends, witnessing Imogen's cruelty. The cruelty and betrayal that I will avenge. I knew better than to trust someone who cursed her son. We must get her, I say, standing up and turning around to rejoin the fight. I don't need a wand. I will summon my magic and cast spells without it. Anger temporarily replaces the sadness. There will be time to deal with grief later. Only, it's Imogen standing before me. She places the wand in my hand. My deepest desire is to be young forever, immortal. But I understand now. That's not the way of nature. Her form flickers. I don't know what to say. Should I risk believing her? I know JJ would never use one of his curses against me, so I took it from him, cursed myself. Ironic but necessary. Doing so knocked him out. Now, it's up to you to fulfill the prophecy. Please tell him I'm sorry. She lifts the wand in my hand, aiming it at JJ to undo the curse from the prophecy, her curse. Imogen flickers again and begins to fade like he has been all year, but in fast forward. It can't hurt worse than knowing of all the wrong I did. Maya, please make things right. It's time for me to say goodbye. Her voice sounds far away even though she stands before me. I swallow hard and tears pierce my eyes again. I trust you know gibberish. All Brixta do. Please undo his curse. Restore him to life. I don't know the spell. You could make a wish, she says and dissolves into nothing. But I used 3. This is all happening so fast and I'm not sure who or what to believe. She places her hand on my heart. You are Brixta, a revolutionary, a changemaker, but also a caretaker, a life mender. Trust yourself. Believe in your magic. I gaze up at the stars. It's then I understand where my magic comes from. Those silver gold balls of light above. The childhood rhyme I've known all my life floats into my mind. That's where wishes come from. Above. Starlight, star bright. The first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might. Have the wish I wish tonight. So I do. I summon all of my fiery energy into a ball in my center. It pulses and throbs as true as my heartbeat. I cast my wish among the stars and then the words to undo the curse come to me in the form of a song. They're the same one from the Querer. The one Imogen starts humming. It's the Reptivik school song. Gibberish. The song Imogen dedicated to the school when she was spirit director. She created a failsafe that had been right here all along. I sing the familiar words, funneling my energy through Imogen's wand and direct it at JJ to undo the curse. Magic, the purest color of fire, flashes from the wand, enveloping JJ. I keep it trained on him until it brightens his gray-cast figure, bringing color to his cheeks. Then I rush over to him, cradling him in my arms. JJ, I whisper. Please come back. I sob into the rainy night, wishing for him to return to me. However, it didn't work, despite the change in his appearance. Maybe it was too much or I was too late. He remains limp in my arms. The battle between members of the Hive, Marauders, Mavericks, and at least half of Reptivik continues around me. However, the rain lets up, and where I expect to feel JJ cold in my arms, warmth finds its way to my fingertips before heat floods in. Hope sparks inside me. His eyes blink open. Maya, he breathes as though for the first time. I laugh with relief. His gray eyes shine, drawing me into the many mysteries in this world. He says, I could really go for a piece of apple pie. I promise you all the apple pie. I'm so glad you're okay. That you're alive. Me too. But they aren't, he says, getting to his feet with renewed strength of no longer existing in the liminal space. JJ and I throw ourselves back into the fray as a thin stream of light wins its way from the main campus toward the lawn. I fend off several Hive followers, mud-streaked and vicious. I get knocked back by a few blasts of golden hot magic. It's blinding and searing, but I battle back with my own power, going full stream. 2 guys from Bobby's group come at me from both sides. They watch my wand hand as I do a swirly little move, before aiming at one of them. The other guy must think I'll need to take a moment, turn, and fire at him, when all I need to do is hold out my palm and fiery magic pours forward, catapulting him over the hedge. Bree, my roommate, swoops in. I blow off my finger like a pistol and pretend to holster it. Then I wipe my hands and say, #BossWitch. I doubt she'll get the reference, but it gives me a chuckle that quickly dies when someone jumps on me from the back. I charge up again and jolt them with more magic firepower. Yassie and Wyatt parry with none other than Mr. Gold, Bobby's dad. The War Girls double team a pair of hive guys. JJ and I rush to help Chancellor West, who continues to contend with Valerius. This is what the head of Riptivik prepared us for, to be warriors and guardians of this school and all of magic kind. When we reach them, lights flickering like stars fill the moor. Darrington nears us, holding what looks like a lit candle in her hands, but is actually her wand. Many others follow her with wands held upright like candles. I may be the fiercest witch on the faculty and a conservation professor, but I believe in peace. Countless students form a line behind her and she instructs them to make a circle. JJ and I join them. With her wand, she instantly lights each of the students' wands as the circle closes around the Marauders, Veda, Screven, West, and Valerius, much like the one on Hallows Eve. This time, the wands burn as bright as candles as the energy in the middle wanes. It's as though the wands draw the magic from those fighting, especially Valerius and his followers. West joins us. The others soon fall to their knees as the coven swoops in on their motobrooms, taking the Marauders, the Hive, and Veda, Screven, and Valerius into custody. Riptivik students cheer, even louder than they do when we win a rumpus game. Chapter 30. Over the weekend, reports appeared in the Daily Vine about how Riptivik students, faculty, and staff overtook the largest secret society of misfits in the magical world. There was also a smaller article about how the academy had temporarily been made into a reform school. Critics outed supposed corruption in the Office of Magical Management, though that didn't get as much page space as the downfall of the Hive. Many of us were treated in the infirmary for minor injuries, while several were sent to Cryer's clinic. West calls an assembly, commending our courage, assuring us that those who were behind the attack are in custody and all the demon snatchers were destroyed. Apparently Imogen took them with her to the other side. All I want to do is sleep, but what do Riptivik students do after a major battle for their lives and essentially save the magical and non-magical worlds from imminent defeat? We take exams, of course. So mostly in the wake of all the craziness, I study. But for the first, and probably only time, I'm thankful because I prefer finals to the potential finality of what could have happened if we'd chosen differently and not been courageous and taken action. I'd rather review arithmetic equations than have fallen into Valerius's hands or any of the other dreadful outcomes we envisioned during West's Choose Your Own Adventure activity. On Monday morning, I put on my uniform, gather my books, and go to my first exam of the week, Creation with Popperwell. It's so hard it makes my brain hurt. The rest of the week is a blur. A lot of studying. A little sleep. By Friday, when I walk into Seminole Seminar, my head swims with spellwork, futurism theories, and alchemy methods. West paces in the center of the room, gazing up at the stars through the glass ceiling. What do you see when you look up there? I ask, having noted his and JJ's tendency to gaze skyward. I see a reflection of the deepest truth. And what's that? I ask. He points upward and says, you'll have to see for yourself. I lift my gaze and see stars, but then again, I'm only finishing my first year of magical education. I still have time to learn. I came to take my final exam. About that. You passed. But I didn't take it yet, I say, noting that JJ isn't here. You did. You were courageous. You learned to access your magic. You saved many, many lives. I also definitely used all of my wishes. As I say this, I realize I want him to assure me that my work is a wish which isn't done. He grunts and points toward the sky. I suppose that can be your next assignment. Stargazing? I ask, unsure what he means. Call it what you will. How do I? What do you mean? He shrugs and then smiles. That isn't particularly helpful, I say with a laugh. Just as Imogen didn't reveal the totality of her plan, trust that one is at work. I sigh. I guess that didn't turn out too bad. No, I dare say it turned out quite well, all things considered. West sighs too. A thunderous roar comes from outside. Our final official rumpus game of the year, the Jamboree, not to be confused with the Jubilee. I expect your friend saved you a spot on the field. I grimace. Don't tell me that you don't like rumpus? West asks. I don't want to insult the game that every magical except for me loves. No. It doesn't make sense. That's the nature of rumpus. Try to embrace it. It sounds like he's telling me to embrace chaos or herd cats. Both impossible. Thanks for everything, Chancellor West, I say, stepping toward the door. West continues to gaze at the stars and says, No, Maya, thank you. He nods and gestures. I hurry on my way. Oh, one more thing. On the field, don't forget, you can use your wand. Or not. Not everyone out there can do wandless magic. It gives you an advantage if you ask me. I catch him wink as I hurry off. It's the first truly warm spring, almost summer evening as I rush down toward the rumpus field. Students not playing this match cheer. Some wear red and gold lights, bobbling on top of their heads, others blink around their wrists, and there are more in shapes and patterns lighting the night. I slide in next to Yassi, who passes me a red and gold light. I can't help but think of Bobby. I don't want to think about him. I get the gross feeling that his work wasn't done. He seems like the kind of person who'd seek to replace Valerius if given the chance. Fortunately, he'll spend a long time in the Iron Tower. One of my latest ideas, rumpus fan gear, Yassi says, as Wyatt trots across the field. I cheer for him and then several of my other friends as the announcer calls out the new lineup for the red team. Yassi, Audra, and I get extra loud when Dewey comes out for nearfielder, Sadie, a catcher, and none other than JJ Thorne as the captain. The game is a wild mess of running, jumping, throwing, and spell work as we cheer no matter which team scores, the red or the gold, because really we're all one big team. I even get out there and block a few passes, thanks to West's tip. Afterward, everyone celebrates in the dining hall. At last, the kitchen staff brings out the famed strawberry pie with homemade whipped cream. I inhale deeply, noting a cinnamon scent as well. I smile. JJ joins Yassi, Wyatt, Dewey, Audra, Winnie, me, and a few others. I think we need another table, Dewey says. I eye the empty one where Bobby Gold and his friends used to sit. No sense in wasting space, I say as Sadie and Reese help me push the two tables together. After we sit down and everyone is well into their pie, Yassi eyes JJ and me who are pie-less. Are you both allergic to strawberries? Just then, another member of the kitchen staff appears, holding 2 plates. I rush over to her. Special request for Maya? I confirm. I return to the table and place one of the slices of warm, fresh-baked apple pie in front of JJ. It's been a century at least. His lips quirk and then he takes a bite. Around a mouthful, he says, "Thank you. I've been waiting a long time to taste something this good." I didn't know you liked pie, Dewey says. In fact, I've lived in the dorm with you for almost a year and I've never seen you eat anything. Not even from the vending machines. That's because you managed to keep it empty, JJ jokes. JJ jokes. Dewey's fork clatters onto his empty plate. I didn't know you had a sense of humor either. JJ almost laughs along with the rest of us. He's making progress as he reintegrates with the fully alive world. The following day I wake to birds chirping and bustling coming from the dorm. I poke my head out the door to find Yassi fretting. Audra tries to console her. Yassi says, "I don't know what to wear." "Don't we have to wear our uniforms?" I ask, confused. "It's graduation day." Second years wear whatever we want, Audra explains. Don't you live for fashion? I ask, recalling all of the times she's styled me and the other girls in my room. Audra whispers, I don't think she wants to say goodbye. The three of us hug, and I say, you could wear your uniform, one last time. Yassi brightens as though this is the best fashion advice she's ever heard. I'm going to miss this place. She leans her head on my shoulder. And you too. I squeeze her hand. After all that, Riptibik Academy is back and better than ever. Graduation lives on. Later, everyone gathers in Lindholm for the commencement of the school year and send off for the graduates. We sing the school song, reminding me of my wish when I broke the curse. We cheer at the end of speeches and eyes tear up when friends cross the stage to gather their diplomas, which is actually an apple made of a magical material that looks like glass. Winnie whispers, Costini crystal. What's that? We won't find out until next May when it's us up there. Grads are sworn to secrecy. I smile, reminded of why I love the magical world so much. There's a surprise around every corner, and I guess that's not always a bad thing. I've also learned that we're stronger together. I make a great ally and can cast spells with the best of them. I also understand the meaning of my original wish, the one I made on my birthday candles. Before I get ready to leave for the summer, I take a walk around campus, saying goodbye. I find myself in front of the chapel. Tucked in the handle of the heavy, wooden door is a note. It says you've asked me many questions, but the one I've yet to hear, the one I want to answer most is this. Confused and curious, I push the door open. JJ stands by the nearest bench. His smile is slightly shaky, but his eyes are brighter than ever. Their eyes I'll gladly get lost in now that I know they'll be around for a long time. The question you haven't asked is if I love you. Yes, I love you, Maya. I rush into his arms, throwing mine around his neck. I love you too. When I say these words, I fall even more deeply in love with him. It's a tingle in my fingers and toes, a zing through my arms and legs, and a shot of warmth straight to the center of my chest. I feel it like the pulse of my heart. It's always been easier to keep people at a distance, to protect myself or something, he says self-consciously. I shift from foot to foot. I've always felt like I have to prove myself, and I often do things to sabotage myself so I don't have to feel the sting of rejection. Introspective, yeah, but true. JJ brushes a piece of hair from my cheek. I like you the way you are. No need to prove a thing. I can't suppress a smile. When I made the wish on my birthday candles, I knew for sure I'd fall in love. I never expected it to be you. That wish came true, but my heart was broken too, temporarily when I thought you were gone forever. Back when I made that wish, I stopped there, stuck on the idea of heartbreak, but I didn't realize it would go on, and mend, and you'd return. I will never give up on you. On us. As long as we're under the same sky, swimming in this sea of stars, I'm your point of stillness in the chaos. The words are vaguely familiar and float to me from the past. Were the love notes from you all along? I ask. It was love at first sight. Written in the stars. The truest thing I know, he says with a smirk. When you saw my name? When I saw you, I just knew. His eyes twinkle. I thought you hated me. Never. Why didn't you just tell me from the beginning? I was afraid because of the prophecy. I didn't want you to think I was using you for a wish. But you taught me courage, which I need to summon right now. He clears his throat and in his British accent JJ says, Maya, will you be my girl? If that's an old-fashioned way of asking me to be your girlfriend? My answer is the crush of my lips against his as my affection for this moody, mysterious, and maddening boy seeps out and lights us up. I pull away only long enough to say, yes, yes I will. At last, JJ Thorne smiles and it's magical. I smile back at him before leaning in for another kiss. The end. Thank you for going on this magical adventure with Maya, JJ, and the rest of the Riptibit crew.